Few minutes early, and then we'll check into our producer. There we are, my good man. So we are live streaming. I'm going to see who else I can bring on. The first thing I'll do is share screen so that you can see what I'm doing. Let's check our audio. How are you sounding?
I hear you loud and clear.
Wonderful, delightful. Thank you so much, and so good to be speaking with our dear Aaron Tice. We will more formally introduce him, which I don't think we actually did the last time he was on.
That's okay.
Yeah, so we're going to try and bring other people in. Now I'm sharing screen, so I don't know if Aaron sees any of this. Do you see the cursor moving?
I do.
Okay, so if after tonight you decide to kind of stick with participating when you can, then just think about this little add participants down here. And we go down there at the beginning, we slam that button, and then we get a selection of wonderful people and not so wonderful people, and just some downright plain nasty people, evil, nasty
Yeah.
people. But
Nice,
yeah, I'm sorry, go on.
nice mix.
Yes.
Nice mix of all kinds of people.
That's right. Yes, just the full mix. So I always call my mistress and manageress just out of form, though I don't expect her to answer. And with Noreen, always a good one. Joe Ty, of course, he can jump on whenever he wishes. Sammy Romero, and of course George Knight. I'm not quite sure what his situation is, but I'll give him a call anyway, just in case, since he seemed to be online today. Seems to be involved with social media. Sean Bond, I will wait a little while on that because I got a message he had a cold. I didn't even open it, but he says he's got a cold, so I guess he needs some rest. Justin White, just in case he wants to come on. Curious Girl, Brandon Young. Curious Girl, her actual name is Amalia Willard, and the Maggot Man, of course, in case he ever wants to jump on. 8 hour difference, of course, just like George Knight. And of course, this is Judith Eggert's rebirth day, her AA sobriety birthday eve day. So I'm going to just click her just in case. Brendan Zogit should consider that, but I think he's fairly busy. Trisha Whitmer, I have deep respect for her. I try not to. I'll have to ask her though. I never want to try and bother her. And Amanda Yu. A. McDonald actually is Amanda Yu, I think, because that was like the name of her first husband or something like that. And then aside from that, I think that's it. We're starting to see repeats. So since we see repeats there, we can kind of leave it at that, and we press the add button. And let's see how that works out. We should see a plethora of people that will flood the bandwidth with. I'm just sure it'll just knock us off bandwidth with all the people that
Hello?
jump on. It's Joe. Joe jumped on. Yes, hello, Joe. How is everything? You okay?
How are you?
Yeah.
How are you?
Yeah. Good. Much the better for hearing you. And thank you, Joe. And Sammy, you're with us too. Say hello.
Hi, Sam.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, wonderful. And he's at work. We can hear the gnashing and wailing of the damned behind him.
Yeah, let me switch to my earbuds.
Sure.
Sorry.
Sure, no worries. Take your time there. Yes, they're screaming loudly in the lower pits of hell, where Sammy has a pitchfork and he shoves in the sulfur so that he keeps them burning. That's it. He's keeping the spot warm for me, I understand. All of that being said, we'll see who else jumps on or who does not, and I feel blessed that we've got actually two responding tonight. And so that's two wonderful people for Aaron to bounce off of. And so Joe, what's your? Oh, you're still off work, right?
Yeah, for now.
Right.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you for those. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to muffle my nose like that. Thank you for those links. Just remember on these microphones like I've got, it's amazing what they pick up. I mean, they pick up everything. And before I learned to mute twice over, you'd be amazed at what people hear. And I'm surprised people never mentioned what they heard, or they did, but not nearly the things that I. Anyhow, some other time for that. With that being said, it looks like it's the four of us, which is roundtable enough. And what I'm going to ask is Aaron Tice to kind of introduce himself to our listeners. And while he's doing that, I might share some hyperlinks, and then we'll, then I'll go rush and get my tea. But in the meantime, let's hear
Sure.
Aaron. Yeah, let's hear Aaron talk a bit about whatever he's willing to share. No
Sure.
need to go beyond the comfort zone.
Yeah, no, I have no problem with that. So I guess it's kind of a similar story to everybody's. I was raised in my name's Aaron. I was raised in a very Pentecostal-esque Christian cult. And that was
Joe,
challenging.
yeah, be careful when you move, Joe. Go on mute. Learn, just get into the habit of going on mute, Joe, when you move around like that, because it sounds like you're dragging a body across the room.
It really does. So,
so go on.
part of my research, it's funny, a lot of this is coming full circle. I would listen to talk radio, and, Art Bell was very big back in the day. I was a teenager, and he had all, the characters on, so to speak. And Bill Cooper's book was out, Behold the Pale Horse.
Yes.
And so it was like it was the beginnings of the real conspiratorial research group of people. And that's how I kind of got started in things. And then, YouTube hit. So then all of a sudden there's YouTubes coming out, and Phil Schneider's on YouTube. And I only mention this because, Peter just re-released the Philadelphia Experiment. And then a friend of mine who knew Peter from Long Island sent me a YouTube clip of Peter talking about, I believe it was the Montauk Book of the Living.
Uh-huh. And there was YouTube back then. How many years ago was this?
Oh, so I was introduced to Peter probably 8 or 9 years ago.
Okay, not that long. That's not that long.
Not that long. But it was. I've always researched and read, and I always would buy every book and just digest it. But when I heard Peter talk about parthenogenesis and the virgin birth, it's a subject that no one really touches, and he was brave enough to talk about it. And I mean, there's very few even websites that talk about it. It's such a unique aspect of life.
Yes.
And so I read all of Peter's work, reached out to Peter, went and met Peter, became friends with Peter. We've been friends for quite a while now, too. It may have been 10 or 11 or 12 years now. I lose track of time.
Right.
And then Peter really, I mean, I remember when he first found your work, Douglas, he reached out to me and said, like, the way he described it then is similar to what he describes now. And it's very intense. He says, all of my work culminated into me meeting Douglas and finding this information. Like, and for someone like Peter Moon, who has like a compendium of books, knowledge, odd facts and details about the real world, someone who's been shunned by mainstream media, someone like yourself, like, for him to say that my entire career and all of my work culminated to meet Douglas is a very heavy thing, and it's a very humble thing to say.
Yes.
And he has really not wavered from that stand. He hasn't walked away from that. He's stayed steadfast with that. And, Douglas, you've said it many times, why people work on tearing down your platform is silly. Like, you say enough outlandish things that they don't need to.
Yes.
And so quite possibly, had I not been such good friends with Peter, I may never have found your work or stuck with some of your monologues long enough to actually realize the gold nuggets you were dropping. So I'm extremely lucky in that Peter personally introduced me to your work and made me realize how intense the information was that you share. So that's kind of like a snippet of how I've come to this point in time where I'm helping you host this week. And I think it's like almost like a resurgence of things, because with the Philadelphia Experiments being republished and the Roswell book and you dropping the vampire book and all of these things, it's almost like it takes you back to everyone's beginning roots in the conspiracy theories, because who didn't watch Phil Schneider talk about gray aliens having a war underground and go, oh my God, and and aliens is one of those things. It's like you read one book and you're like, there's definitely aliens and they're everywhere. And then you read another book and you're like, yeah, that's definitely fake. And then you read another book and you're like, yeah, there's definitely aliens everywhere. And then you read another book and you're like, yeah, they're fake. And this is how you wobble on these things. So Area 51 is kind of the go-to for everybody. The charred bodies, the ships. And Douglas deconstructs that so beautifully in the book. It's like, wow, like the foothold that the government has for disinformation is completely dismantled with one very well-written book, a collaboration between Douglas and Peter, two of my favorite people. So if you haven't got the book, get it. If you know somebody who doesn't have it, buy it for them. And if you can support Douglas in any way, shape, or form, you should support Douglas, because I'm positive he has not dropped all the gold nuggets he's going to drop yet, and there's more to say.
Bless you. Oh, you're an angel. Thank you so much, dear Aaron. And Aaron is a wonderful human being, beyond description, as are all of these gentlemen who are with us tonight. And so we're going to turn towards Joe, just to transition us to Sammy. And Joe, tell us a bit about how, after Aaron has been so beautiful about introducing himself, we all hope you're doing okay. Joe has been injured, of course, on the job. And if you have any updates for us, by all means, share them, Joe.
I've been getting treatment from the chiropractor, and it's helping a lot. I got more mobility, and I think I'll be all right.
Wonderful.
It's just a weird position I was. My 2 feet were glued down, and I was pulling a glue bucket that was glued down too. So.
Oh my God. But by the way, this is like so this is not tar. This was some kind of super glue.
Thank God it wasn't tar. I heard how the safety guy was telling me in the old days, if that went on you, you would have been dead. So
holy shit.
Yeah, I thank God for the technology of how they put the new roofs on, because I did rubberized roofs before where you had to burn those heavy rubber together. Now it's much better working environment. I guess unions do have their goods and their bads. They made things better, I guess.
Yeah.
Even though it sounds like they're communists and all, but they're not really communists, more like socialists. So any form of government is a socialist program. So, yes. But communist is a totally different thing. Yes. If we have to think about communism, we would say common sense and Thomas Paine's book, and how most revolutions are ideas of communism, and how I guess that made those revolutions. But I don't think we should label all like Howard Zinn. He might have been a communist, but he wasn't the true communist like North Korea or Russia, where they starved people to death and made people eat each other.
Right. No, I thank you for bringing him up, and we'll get back to him later, no doubt, as time progresses. More than once, certainly he will appear in various episodes, and I do highly recommend his histories, and I will qualify them, of course, based on his own ideology, but understand that his main objective was not to promote his ideology so much as to present an unvarnished view of American history. Once you understand the ideological context, you can dismiss that quite easily if you have any degree of common sense, and the rest of it is quite enlightening. The rest of it is quite legitimate. So with that being said, how about Sammy, tell us about your day before I go get my tea. I do want to hear how you're doing, how your day has progressed, and how things are going for you.
My day's going great. By the way, Aaron Tice, I do remember him talking about his Pentecostal history, and I actually can relate to him a lot. I'm apostolic and Pentecostal, so I did understand a lot of his little bit of his background, especially with his. I don't know if he's still that, but yeah, my day's been great. It's just been productive, and I'm just here supporting Doug.
Yes. Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you. That was concise. By the way,
I'm trying to keep it short because I know you probably want to do your tea.
Oh, the tea thing. Yes, understood. And that's deeply appreciated. So before I go to get the tea, I do want to say hello to Conspiracy Kitty. That is Shauna Ray Bando. And I do want to say hello to How Far Is Away, which is the name of her Facebook page on environmental awareness. And that would be Mirth Ling. So these two lovely ladies are in the chat room together. Kisses to both of you. And you're both favorite people of mine, as well as you're insinuating about myself. Again, I do want to emphasize before I go that I ask everyone to put in as many upvotes as you can. By that I mean use whatever IP ports you've got that have a different IP address, whether it's your PC or your laptop or your cell phone, whatever you got. Throw in an upvote through it, and we need to play dirty because that's how the enemy plays. And Stephen Outrim, the primary financier of the gang stalking that assails myself perennially, at least until they wear themselves out or a solution is found, or until justice is served to their various assets one by one. Basically, Stephen Outrim pays for Autobots to come and slap down votes on every transmission as soon as we commence. And fortunately, he's one cheap son of a bitch, and he buys the cheap Autobots, and they get filtered out by YouTube. But it takes about an hour or two, and the objective is to prevent us from appearing on searches. So if you want us to appear on searches, which is the only way people can ultimately get the message, then by all means slap as many upvotes as you can. It is your war, and you do have to fight it. If you don't participate, there's no way it can be won. So that being said, of course, just so that people understand, the image, the photograph embedded in a thumbnail of live stream tonight was myself with Le Grand Madame Judith Eggert, and tomorrow is her rebirth day, her Alcoholics Anonymous sobriety day, in which she's maintained herself clean and sober ever since, and it's been a good 3 to 4 decades, I guess about 30 some odd years. I used to know the number, but then when all of my Facebook timelines got wiped out and all the information got wiped out with them, I've lost count. So life's a little tragedies there. That being said, the important thing is that I am here still on YouTube, at least, and that's the important part. And of course, I do want people to understand, to maintain myself above waterline this month, I basically need to fundraise tonight. Hopefully we'll get about half United States dollars, preferably around 100. Then that would make certain above waterline with a greater safety margin. But that's how slim my budget is every month. So everybody listening, do participate with support if you are able, and it doesn't put you out in any way, shape, or form. So all that being said, I will go on mute now, get my tea, and I will be back in about 5-10 minutes. These wonderful gentlemen, all three of them, I have every confidence can maintain a vital, interesting, and entertaining roundtable conversation. And T-Tank Barry says, "Good evening, Douglas. Greetings from Redwood City." This is our wonderful individual who 3 times within the span of but a few weeks has dropped off originally $180 to institute a 180-degree turn against the wave of gang stalkers, the tsunami thereof that was having a creeping effect over the past few months, and his contribution had its effect. We're seeing changes, and of course he also thereafter again dropped by twice, another 100 United States dollars each time. Maybe the other time was 120, and then about 100 the last time. So wonderful human being. God bless him. Also a union worker. Would be fascinated to find out what he does, and he's always welcome to come on if he has Skype downloaded at some point. And he put in the 11th thumbs up for tonight's transmission. Bless him. And with that, I will go on mute, get my tea, and what we will... yes, Mirthling was talking about her jellyfish post. Yes, when I was talking about maintaining myself above waterline. She's very intuitive. Yeah, so she shared that on my timeline, and that's very cute. So all that being expressed, I will leave you all in the capable hands of these three gentlemen, and I'll be back in about 10 minutes at the longest. Okay, take it away. Thank you so much.
All right, quick shout out to Ryan and Jimmy listening in upstate New York. Hope you guys are having a good day. And Sammy, Joe, anything you guys wanted to talk about?
Homelessness.
That's a good topic. Talk to me.
Yeah, I was realizing they came out with an article. I'll probably send you that article. It says homelessness is due to more of not addiction, but unaffordable housing.
Yeah,
and that
yeah.
causes more situations than the drug problem itself. They said they can cure all the drug problems, but they'll still have homelessness.
Yeah, homelessness is something, there's a lot more than people think. And it's a tough thing because I think you can't really, so there's tragedy in life. Everybody deals with tragedy and ups and downs. A lot of homeless people just hit a down that was a little too deep, but it's inseparable pretty much from depression, because if you're homeless and you don't have a place to rest and to recoup, I think it's invariably going to lead to depression, and then that sinks you further. And it's really hard to be upbeat and chipper on a job interview when you don't have a home and you're depressed and you're kind of downtrodden. So it's a very negative circle to get into, and it's very important that we all try to help our friends and neighbors that don't have a home right now, in my opinion. Whether
that should be a job of our government. That's why we pay our taxes. They still haven't resolved these issues that are most important for Americans.
Yeah, well, no, and myself personally, I don't look to government to solve problems. I think people can do that, and we can all reach out in our local communities and lend a helping hand and share a meal or lift somebody's spirits. I don't think government will ever solve that problem. I don't think it's their business. They don't want to. They could have a long time ago, but that's just my opinion.
Well, they gave free land to all these rich people. I mean, it's time that Americans should have a peace. Every American should have a peace in America. Doesn't matter rich or poor. But they've been given out. They gave the railroads millions of acres of land to build their railroads. I was listening to Howard Zinn and how government has given money to the rich. I mean, literally lands to the rich. I mean, and he said, why don't you petition your government for just 1 acre? I was laughing, but he's a really good thinker, man. I'm like thinking about this guy a lot recently, and I've been listening to him, and I'm trying to understand, what our situation really is, and it's very complicated, but when you get the truth, it's enlightening.
Wow. Yeah, the truth is enlightening. I still go back to, it is complicated, but helping out your neighbor it's very simple. And if everybody did that, there would be much less disharmony.
Well, if you allow me, Aaron, I agree with you in a sense of, I think, and I can only speak about my paradigm, where I live in the city of Los Angeles. What we lack where I live is a sense of community.
Awesome.
There's a lot of selfishness. What I mean about selfishness is not necessarily about money, is really partnering and building community, as in being accountable as a group towards each other. A good example of that is just, for example, the Independence celebration. we had a couple of weeks ago, we had illegal fireworks going off 24/7, and this is during the day. And the law enforcement really can't contend with that because it's just not. It's not possible. And really,
there's a lot more else to deal with than that. Yeah.
Right.
Especially
So
in Los Angeles, there's a major
of course
presence, so there's a lot more to do.
Well, and I always view it that this way. It's not really the gangs, is understanding that there is power in numbers, and they're showing that it just for the wrong reason. And I have to look at my demographic when it comes to the Hispanic community. We have the numbers, we have the money. It's just unity. Unity is the biggest problem we have, because unity requires not to be selfish, requires to work with each other and pulling our resources together. But then again, there's that human element where we got to screw everything up because someone feels like they should get more. And as far as my time in this world, I've always done better with people that understand that concept, in a sense of, it's not really about trying to get over each other. It's helping
Correct.
The generations ahead of you. And really, it just, in my opinion, starts with that. Really, what you can control. Really, if you can't control what you can control, then we're really not in control. So and sometimes it's just
I love that. I think it's a beautiful sentiment. That's exactly what it is.
And as far as racial tensions, when it comes to that, well, to me, it's always going to be a problem, but it's more of, you need to control your side of your world, and that's really it. And as much as possible, and there's always going to be unfairness, absolutely, but at the same time too, that's not a crutch. And I'll give there is a motorcycle gang where I live at, which is a black motorcycle gang, I found this astonishing. Because they're very well organized. They shut down my block and they have parties. And I was telling Doug this, if only they could mobilize to use those numbers for their advantage as far as the community, and not for things that really are not productive. Because when it comes down to it, everybody has to politic, and you're more respected with numbers. But that's just me.
Sure. Well, it's you can look to governments, but really what you do is you get stressed out, and all you can control is yourself in your own house. And so that's really and that's, I believe it's a very famous statement. When I was a young man, I wanted to change the world. And now that I'm older, I just want to change myself. And so you look within and you change the things in you that are wrong, and you go from there. And if you do something for someone else, and maybe somebody else sees that sparks something and inspires and creates more humanity. And there's a lot of humanity out there. Like, sometimes we dwell on the negative, and there's been a lot of gang stalking, so it's easy to do that. But in reality, there's a lot of good people out there that are trying to do the right thing and help their neighbors and share a meal. And the fact that Douglas gets helped, and hopefully we can get to this $100 before Peter gets on the air. If anybody can give a little bit to Douglas before 9 p.m. so that Douglas can have a free mind and think clearly, because he knows his bills are met, and he can maybe buy a couple cans of soda extra or whatever it is, please do so. If one of our brothers needs a little something, we should always help out. Like, nobody should be without the bare necessities or a roof over their head. And that's just how I feel about it. And, if you really want to make a big impact, get really successful and buy some land and put some tiny houses on it and let people get into a house affordably, whatever it is. Like, if people want to change the world, you can, but you have to really focus on you and work hard and then do it that way.
It's interesting. I mean, it sounds like a kibbutz or a commune.
Well, no, just, what you mentioned, Joe, at the beginning was affordable housing. And if somebody wants affordable housing, if you find a piece of land and you work to buy it and make sure it gets zoned for small houses, and then you figure out how to get affordable houses in there so that families can get a nice house that's not too big, that's affordable to them, so that they don't have to live in a more dangerous or less desirable area in town and raise their children in a wonderful, beautiful space. That's affordable housing, but that's usually done by people. Like, you have to develop that. The government's never going to do that. There's no incentive. So
yeah, that's why they have so much homeless problems in California. Everything is overpriced.
Yeah.
Right.
And I was talking to a Canadian, actually. I was having this actually American that was working in Canada, and he was explaining how Canada has become similar to California, where he's a nurse and now he has to come back to New York State to work because it's more they can find housing much easier than he would in Canada. That's interesting. And how he said all the Chinese have bought the lands up in Canada, and that's what's making those prices go up.
Mm-hmm. It's not just the Chinese. It's these big investment firms that are buying home building projects, 50, 100, 200 homes at a time, because there's a shortage of housing. So they're buying all the houses at peak numbers to take them off the market, and they're turning more people into renters because it's an investment income, because real estate is the truest form of wealth.
You're right. So that's I think it was BlackRock that's doing these projects. Right.
BlackRock.
There's a lot. There's a lot of people doing those. Yeah, it's a big push, you know. So yeah, that's a good point all the way around.
Yes. So and is Sammy still with us, or did he take off to work or something like that? Or like, I mean, he's at work, but you know what I mean.
Hello.
He was just talking.
I'm still here.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
yeah, and so what? How did we get on? Not that I disapprove. I'm just curious. How did we get on?
Well, I asked what everybody wanted to talk about, and Joe said he wanted to talk about homelessness, and then Sammy brought up some beautiful humanity.
Okay.
And then we just kind of went down that rabbit hole, but we can change the subject because
no.
It's not our floor.
I mean, it's no. I mean, so the homelessness went to the homes. I get it. So you were talking about homelessness.
Yeah.
Started talking about the price of the homes.
Yep.
And
Exactly.
So when Sammy was talking about this humanity aspect, I mean, what were you talking about, Sammy? I mean, I mean, Los Angeles.
He was talking about unity.
Yes.
He was talking about unity in communities.
Oh, okay.
I was talking about the black biker gang that's unified for the wrong reason.
Okay.
You know, to party and debauchery and, you know, close down my block, but, you know, it would be cool if they got together and, you know, actually did some productive, like, you know, clean up the streets and, you know, productive things, you know, unite, you know, unity instead of unity. I mean, they have unity, but it's more for intimidation. Like, we want to party here, and I get it, but and you're gonna do something about it, and you know, I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm still a man. I mean, they have scantily clad women walking around partying and stuff, but you know, what does that do? What does that do for as far as, you know, because it's really building community. Because I mean, Santa Monica has community, the Pacific Palisades, you know, all these more, you know, it's really about money. When people have money, they want to know their law enforcement is there when they need them. And when we rely on, you know, the government, or really when we don't care because we don't support, then they don't respond. And it's really, you know, it comes down to it, you know, and you talked about it, Doug. It's just everybody, it's, you know, America it's what it is. It's, you know, everybody can be bought. It's just, if you have the money, it's just what it is.
Yeah, sadly. And so such being said, of course, our dear man Sammy, his brother Isaac, has worked with tunnels of Los Angeles, and no doubt has seen his share of homeless in those tunnels. Are there any stories that you feel safe sharing that he may have related to you?
Well, yes, I told the story once where he had to do some telecommunications, where I'm sorry, the Army of Social, was it Army and Engineers?
Yeah, Army Corps of
What
Engineers.
is that division, Doug?
Army Corps of
The
Engineers.
department?
Yeah.
Yes, well, yes, and you know, he ran into some homeless people that were in these sewer draining sites. You know, they camp out. This land is pretty much, it's concrete, so you know, it's flat. You know, it's so what he witnessed was another department of the city trying to clear them out, and one of the departments, well, he talked to one of them, and they pretty much said they have to clear these homeless people out because the Army Corps of Engineers does. Either they wash out these tunnels, or when it rains, you know, the rain, you know, drizzles in, and some of these homeless get. I mean, if you don't leave, you're gonna get washed. You're gonna get washed away. You're gonna drown. And they have, some of them leave, and some of them don't. And you know, what has explained to me is these tunnels are everywhere, and they lead out. They lead out of Los Angeles, and you know, you alluded to the fact that, you know, some of them lead to San Francisco.
Yes.
And you know, it's just what it is. But you know, homelessness in Los Angeles is an underworld.
Yes.
There's a literal underworld that it's just part of the city. It's just what it is. It's to say that everybody has a home in the city is preposterous. It's not possible. But you know, people decide, you know, to me, people decide what they want to put up with. And, you know, during the pandemic, a lot of entertainers left California because, you know, there was no work, and the cost of living in California is not cheap, especially in the city. So, you know, Joe Rogan being one of them. I don't like to bring him up, but, you know, he's everybody's favorite podcaster right now. And he left to Texas, but it's possibly because of the cost of living, really. So, yeah.
He's just a cheap son of a bitch.
But Joe... Yeah, but Joe didn't leave because of the cost of living.
Right.
He's got enough to live anywhere. I think he signed like a $50 or $100 million deal. He left because he's a hunter, and he's a gun lover, and he didn't like the restrictions and things like that, in my opinion, from what I've heard.
Yeah.
I mean, and I understand, Aaron, but in my opinion, in what I saw, yes, there's restrictions, but really, I mean, the cost of living here is really high.
Well,
but
no. I mean, I appreciate what you're saying, Sammy, but it's not so high for Joe Rogan.
No, and I understand that, but but at the same time too, I mean, rich people don't stay rich because they're spending money. They'll move, and you know, they're gonna save money where they know they can. I'm not saying he couldn't afford it, but it didn't make sense for him to stay here when, you know, this is the entertainment capital of the world. Nothing's going on. Yeah, and he's a comedian, so you know, none of the clubs are open.
No. I hear what you're saying. There might be some nuanced factors like that, but it's mostly his politics. His politics took him to Texas because,
exactly.
that's where he belongs.
Oh, understood. Understood.
I feel I have a burning question, and I'd like to submerge Douglas in it, if you will all indulge me. So, let's see. I think we've all gone down this rabbit hole, and you know, and just a short, quick answer is fine, Douglas. But sometimes that's hard. I know. Very few people know what happened with Bill Cooper. You brought that out. His ending was very sad, and it was because of Alex Jones. But the thing that I'm alluding to is I saw a video years ago, and I was never able to find it again. So now I try to save things when I can and record them.
Yes.
But he was the first to really talk about UFOs in a widespread publication, which explains why his publication became widespread, in my opinion.
Right.
And then everybody really pointed to Bill Cooper as the guy who validified UFOs and aliens. And in reality, towards the end, he apologized and was very sad and sorry that he had propagated such a thing, because he realized that he was, for the most part, wrong. And I watched a video of him saying just that.
Yes.
Which was very interesting to me. And I did send it to a few people years ago, and then the video was gone. It's constantly scrubbed. It's never allowed to stay on YouTube or any other platform for the most part.
Right.
Because it's too damning of a video. Yeah. Now, that being said, we all know that Roswell is all lies. Yeah. But I do have people that I trust implicitly, such as my teacher, Red Elk, who did believe in UFOs, like not the Area 51 UFOs, but he did believe in UFOs and alien ships. So I'm assuming there is a real thing, possibly. I've never seen one, but I'm curious if it's just way less than we're being made to believe, or what the true story might be on that.
Right, right. So, my dear friend George Knight could go to town on this, but I'll do it
Okay.
for him. I'll do it for him. But he, how would I say it? He's one of these people who has made a point of kind of pursuing this with great dedication. And whereas in my case, it's more like, how would I say it? It's more like a kind of exercise in trying to, outline the workings of our cosmos, really, when you ask a question like that. And,
Understood.
Yeah, but that being said, I'll do the best that I can in the time that we have. So let's put it this way. When it comes to, say, for instance, the indigenous peoples of North America and the Western Hemisphere in particular, because, of course, once we go into the rest of the world, I can bring up the Dogon tribesmen as well in Africa.
Sure,
And the
sure.
biggest problem is, of course, as I have brought up before, the Dogon tribesmen, who have a very rich cultural history, and they've got this incredible background. But the problem is most people aren't into what they really have to offer. Most people aren't interested in the Dogon tribes people and their connection ultimately to ancient Egypt. What people really want to hear is bullshit and entertainment,
Right,
and
right,
and about
right.
amphibious fucking axolotl type aliens that spend all their life half submerged in water and shit. And so what happened, which is basically what the fucking white guys who went down there and exploited the Dogon basically were claiming, that they basically came from Sirius the Dog Star, these axolotl type salamandrin fucking aliens that are spending half their life submerged in water and basically contemplating their navels, kind of like New Age people in Marin County, California or something. And so once these people started pummeling that bullshit, other conscientious anthropologists have visited the Dogon people, and the Dogon people have said they've never said anything that these fuckers were saying about them, that these people just went down there, hung out with them, basically then exploited them by taking their name and using it to push their own agenda, which was just complete, and total bullshit. Now, that being said, about the Dogon in Africa, let's go back to the Western Hemisphere, and you have the indigenous people, and they, on the other hand, very seriously, will talk about different populations, like what they call the Moon-Eyed people. And they'll say the Moon-Eyed people live in caves, and the Moon-Eyed people who lived in caves could only come out in the nighttime. They called them the Moon-Eyed people because their eyes were so wide, they were so sensitive to light, that they were cave dwellers, troglodytes, a troglodytic existence, and that they were very much like what you would call, or I would call, basically certainly not human. So this would be what I would deem a relic population. But then when we get into the UFOs, of course, then you have what Native Americans will say that they saw, and they're not lying. They've seen the phenomenon in the sky. And so what they're talking about is very often these organic UFOs. So for people who don't understand what I mean by that, the organic UFOs are basically these gelatinous types of creatures that are giant amoeboid, unicellular kinds of animals that are dwelling in the atmosphere and can take hard vacuum. And they will travel the distance between planets, and when they get large enough, even between stars. And these are easily discernible because they'll mutate and change shape and look very protozoic when people are looking at them. The most outstanding example with physical evidence was the Crawfordsville monster. So Mr. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle wrote about these entities, and he wrote about it in a short story called The Horror of the Heights, in which he talked about the early biplanes encountering them, and some pilots even being killed by them, which people have been killed by these creatures. Now, just so people understand this, when Thor Heyerdahl crossed the Pacific Ocean in his Kon-Tiki craft, he and his crewmates spotted cryptozoic creatures. They spotted cryptids, phosphorescent kinds of luminous sea creatures that they had no idea what they were. But the one thing they did know was that these creatures were surfacing near their raft, because their raft had no engine to scare the creatures away. And since the raft was not scaring the creatures away, then they got to see what no other ship in the modern world could see. The old sailing ships, of course, the tall ships, were too high to really witness it. They were just literally at the wave level. They were like literally riding the waves, and because they were riding the waves and they're at the water line, they could see things that the ancient tall ships of the ancient mariners could not see. And therefore, they would see what the Polynesians had probably seen throughout their history. So when it comes to these other kinds of organic UFOs, they are what Dr. Wilhelm Reich began to actually kill or shoot down with what he created, which were these orgone kind of beam weapons.
The Cloudbuster.
Yes, Cloudbusters. Thank you. I couldn't have gotten that out without you.
Yeah.
Yes, and by doing that, he was kind of fertilizing the area, and actually helped to create a kind of blossoming, verdant, Edenic kind of oasis where he was living in the middle of the desert of Arizona,
Wow.
New Mexico region, whereas, the other areas were not like that. And so it was a factor in what he was doing. And so that's one type of organic UFO that is often cited, or that's certainly the organic variant. Then the other kind of UFOs that people are seeing are, of course, the mechanical UFOs of the Thousand-Year Reich in exile. And these are much more mechanical looking. These are much more
The Vril.
Yes, and the Hanabu and all of these variants that are essentially products of World War II and ongoing. And of course, people really saw them most intensively during the Schiebkrieg, the Disc War. And then what people are seeing that is not organic, but definitely shape-shifting or changing shape in the sky as people look at it and they can't really make it out. They don't know what they're looking at. Oftentimes there are these travelers from the future, and these are our descendants from the future, and they come back to Earth because they need to access the genetic baseline. When man expands and populates the rest of the galaxy, or the stars, then the one thing that man begins to do is adapt, and he changes. He changes radically to the point where he may as well be an alien race. Many different subspeciations of humanity begin to adapt to many different types of environments, all of them very alien to each other. But the one thing they all have in common is their root stock, their baseline gene pool is here on Earth. So many of them return here for the genes that they need to revitalize or even maintain their humanity. So they come back in time to Earth and basically access that gene stock. And of course, the 1,000-year Reich in exile, they're responsible for people seeing the tall blonde Nordics. And with the other things that people see, they're usually, when it comes to the Greys, what they're really encountering are the Cho. But when they're seeing perhaps other types of entities that truly look alien, usually it's descendants or servitors of the descendants that are simply exploiting them for their genes. Now, this is, of course, one of the reasons why it makes perfect sense that there's crop circles, because they serve as basically like a bookmarker or a timestamp. It's basically a crop circles in a very specific pattern, so that when you're traveling through time, the crop circle marks which time you're in. That way they know that crop circles are transitional, and the crop circle can only exist for a period of days before the rest of the crops overrun it. So it's that crop circle.
Brilliant.
You know, yeah, and so this is why when they come back and forth, the crop circle phenomena is so affiliated with the UFO phenomenon. But definitely, when they're coming in through the dimension of time, they're coming in through the fourth dimension. And that's therefore when they enter the third dimension and phase in and out, what we're really not seeing is their craft. We're seeing really the shadow of the craft. And just like you cast a two-dimensional shadow and people can shoot at your shadow and it's not going to hurt you, and it's simply a flat outline of what you truly are, people have fired missiles and projectiles at these craft changing shape in the sky that are obviously not organic, but definitely changing shape. That is because it's like a shadow. It's simply, there's no real form to it. It's simply reflecting on the vicissitudes of the time stream. And we're shooting at its shadow, and therefore we're not shooting it at all. So this is why you have the capability of their being able to do anything they want to you, because if you imagine flatland, the two-dimensional flatland, the two-dimensional tabletop, and on the two-dimensional tabletop there are two-dimensional beings, squares, triangles, and circles and the like, and they have little houses. Their homes would be nothing but walls. Their homes would just be lines. In other words, the line would be enough to block another shape from entering their property. They couldn't overcome those barriers, but someone in the third dimension can reach down from the third dimension and pull them out of their homes and tear them into pieces and put them back into their homes. And that's exactly what happens to cows and people that are mutilated. They can be pulled out of this dimension from within their own home and torn inside out and placed back within their home, and no one will know how this was done. This is something that you can do when you're in the fourth dimension and you pluck people out of the third. So it's that this is explains pretty much everything. Everything begins to contextualize once you understand the extratemporal or the out of time framework of these interstellar travelers. And they would have to have time travel, because when you have an interstellar empire, the amount of time that it takes, even with interstellar travel, with light years being distance between the stars, you would have to agree on a certain time to meet. You wouldn't just rendezvous for trade at a certain space. You would have to schedule the rendezvous to be at a certain time. So you would all agree to meet at a certain time in which to trade goods. And we're talking about like calendar time. We're not talking about like 5 o'clock. We're talking like you'd have to schedule what year of what calendar, what century you're meeting in. Yes, that's that would be the level of depth that an interstellar empire would have to plan on in order to maintain itself. So all of that being said and contextualized, then you understand the different types of phenomena that people are seeing. Some are organic, protozoic, and obviously amoeboid, and these entities, and then others are these extra dimensionals, extra temporals, because time is a separate dimension, and these are our ancestors coming back to assess the original humanity. And then there, of course, there is the 1,000-year Reich in exile, and these are the much more mechanical UFOs, which people essentially don't see anymore because that was a product of the Second World War and thereafter. And as the Germans, the breakaway civilization, became more advanced, then what people see are kind of these rods and other kinds of more mechanical looking but less primitive, less World War II looking craft, and they look more as a they look more alien, but they're like obviously a craft. They're obviously or a rod. They're obviously something that is physical. They're obviously something physical. And so that's to be disambiguated from the shit that's changing shape while you're looking at it, and that's extra temporal, and that's like distant ancestors. So hopefully all that puts all of that into context.
Oh, beautifully, absolutely beautifully, and it ties in with. You probably remember Jim Keith, and he was a phenomenal researcher, and most of his work was basically saying that UFOs are not they're not aliens. It's government high-tech craft that you're seeing. And he was pretty much, I mean, it seems like he was taken out a long time ago because of that. So it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Well, do understand, of course, that our government is comparatively limited in what we have. And a lot of times they'll just tell you, oh, it's government secret craft. And of course, it's all bullshit. I mean, honestly, if they had that, yeah, it's like you could conquer the world with such ships if they had such ships. People might ask, why doesn't the 1,000-year Reich in exile do that? Well, there's nothing to say that they might not eventually do just that, but in the interim, they simply don't find an interest in this world. They have their own, and this world is at this point to them is like a cesspit. It's nothing. They want nothing to do with it in general. Obviously, there's still a significant need for resources or trade to a degree, but that's done at a secret level, and that's where the government tries to maintain the alien bullshit. It's either that or to hide the atrocities against the Japanese in World War II, etc. So, so all of that in perspective, then people hopefully understand that I have a much greater nuanced context for all of this than what many people simply presume. And
that's one of the best, most concise descriptions and explanations I've ever heard on the subject, as only yourself could do. I can't even believe you just spit that out in like 8 minutes or something like that. That's ridiculous.
Oh, bless you. And so that being said, our dear Sammy asked me a question the other day, which I'll happily go into again tonight, and probably wait till Peter Moon is here, because it's best to do that in his presence, because I'm sure he'd be curious about that as well. But Sammy was asking about the occult assault over the 4th of July weekend. And by the way, there was such strange things that happened to all of us during the 4th of July. And I think maybe the only person who may have had a relatively normal 4th of July was Peter Moon. Maybe Aaron did too, but Aaron, did anything happen to you that was out of the norm on the 4th of July?
So I will say this. It was a nice 4th on the surface, but I've been extremely drained, and it's been an exhausting week that we all kind of like shell walked through. So it's been a very difficult week energetically, and I'm assuming that it's because of what you just described. So it gives a little explanation to what I've probably experienced. That makes a lot of sense to me now that you say that.
Thank you. No, definitely. I mean, and the mass shootings were definitely part of something very occult, very sacrificial. By the way, I do want people to know that here in San Francisco, or rather California, but San Francisco in particular, we're suffering the king tides because of this super full moon. So there is a super moon alert. This is the biggest full moon of 2022, rises tonight. So July's full moon will once again be another super moon. In fact, the largest supermoon of 2022 rises above the eastern horizon tonight with July's full buck moon, a supermoon reaching its perigee, or closest point to our planet, on this 13th of July, and San Francisco is suffering the king tides. Our streets are flooded. The ocean comes into our streets. That's near the coastline. And so we've got that going on simultaneous to the wildfires all over California. So it's between the fires and the floods that we're at right now. Taking a look at an incoming notification for a message I just received, and that is from, oh yes, here we are, the dear Peggy Wood Amalal. She said my fourth was quiet, and that's no news is good news. And so that being said, I do want people to appreciate. You can go out and take a look at the moon and think about all the damage it's doing to my fair city right now. And a large part of the California coastline, as a matter of fact. So with that in mind, when it came to our man Joe, what was it that happened to you on the 4th of July? I remember what happened to Sammy. It was basically he was essentially attacked by what I believe were cultists. But what about you, Joe? What happened to you again?
Well, my water pump blew when I was going to a shindig in Jersey, and I was stuck in Yonkers.
Oh, that's right. It was your car. Your car, right? Your truck?
Yeah, my truck.
Yeah. What kind of a truck do you have?
Yeah. It's an old one. It's a S10.
Okay.
Chevy S10.
Oh wow. Okay. And Sammy, if you'd be so kind as to share your nightmare experience again, because I'm so sorry. That was rather thrilling. You were basically.
Yeah, I was driving down Manchester, and we're on a stoplight, and these were people in hoodies throwing fireworks on the street and right next to cars. We were getting bombarded. It was very just bizarre because this is the street, like people are driving, and maybe I'm giving people too much credit, but it was a little annoying, and yeah, it was a little scary, but it was almost like, really, like, we're trying to drive here. Yeah. So I've learned not to like the 4th of July because it's just it's not even a celebration anymore. It's just really annoying. But yeah, that's about it.
By the way, I'm going to be calling.
I'm over it.
Okay.
I'm over it.
Yeah, nevertheless, don't forget it. Don't forget it. It's something to bear in mind. Right. I'm going to add on. I'm doing a screen share so that Aaron can see what I'm doing. I'm going to add on our man Peter, and so I do this by clicking that little add button, like I did at the top, putting in the P, hitting Peter Moon, giving him a call, and pressing the add button. There's some mysterious names on this list that I vaguely remember but don't really remember, like one guy named Miles Crisp, and I'm like wondering, who the hell is that? I know I spoke to him before in the past, but I don't remember under what under what circumstances. So Peter is with us now. And Peter, all these wonderful gentlemen are with us. We've had this wonderful roundtable. Aaron, Tice.
I'm listening to much of it.
Good.
I only got interrupted from it, for a while when I had to go take a shower and do a few things like that. But I've been listening to most of it since about 10 after, and it's a very interesting conversation. I could talk about a lot of the different points, but I don't know that I need to or should.
Oh, please do. Whatever you.
But I want to start by asking Aaron, because I don't think he's going to be with us very long. Mm-hmm. If he got a chance to listen to the rest, he heard most of last transmission's broadcast. Mm-hmm. I want to hear if Aaron had any feedback from Aaron.
I did not get a chance. Life has been very.
You heard most of it. You heard most of it.
Yeah, I heard most of it. I couldn't go to bed. I was with you guys for most of it. I really enjoyed it, and it's very interesting how. Well, what I said earlier, Peter, was how you were so humble in presenting Douglas to me, saying my work culminates in finding Douglas and his information, and I don't think you knew exactly where it would head. But I think time travel and the Vox Arca and all of this is kind of like the culmination of all this. So there's almost like a nostalgia going back to the beginning because you just re-released the Philadelphia Experiment on Kindle. And it's a very special time with a lot of information, and things are becoming more clear than I think they've ever been in a lot of years. And that's thanks to both of you wonderful gentlemen.
Well, thank you, Aaron. That's a good point for me to segue into a couple things before I start. One is The Secret Parchment, which was out of print, was supposed to take 3 to 4 months. Took, I think, less than 2 months, and it's here now. We have it. It's now back in print. The Secret Parchment, or it was Inside the Earth, maybe both of them. So we do have
a great story.
Pardon?
It's a great story.
Yes, we do have our special offer. That means the special offer is still on for, I think it's $155 for 12 books, all of the Transylvania series, plus 5 of my books, including The Roswell Deception, co-authored with Douglas Dietrich. So you can still get that, and I would recommend people get their order in, before the 20th, or because I'm going away on the 29th, and Skybook will be shut down while I'm gone for a couple of weeks. So if you want to take advantage, the offer might still be up, probably will. Depends. I can't keep it up if we run out of certain books.
Right.
And on that, as Aaron said, the Philadelphia Experiment Murder has been re-released. I will be re-releasing Encounter in the Pleiades, which is out of print now, in a print-on-demand form. I just haven't had time to. It's mostly done. I just haven't had time to put the cover together. And after that, it'll be Montauk Book of the Dead. But Montauk Revisited, Adventures in Synchronicity, my second book, and the first book, which is really my own book, because Preston's contributions to that were not insignificant, but were minimal. Not completely minimal, not minimizing them, they were relatively minimal. But Montauk Revisited is now out of print. And that was not going to be a big deal, because I said, I ordered a reprint. And they said, well, you know how Douglas has talked about how the films of his mother have deteriorated because of celluloid?
Yeah.
Well, the plates, the negatives they make for the plates are made out of the same stuff, and they deteriorate.
Holy shit.
So basically, the files have deteriorated. And this is just the way it is. So they said, they said, do you have the files? I said, no, we don't have digital files. And there's two reasons. There's one reason I don't have digital files for that book, is because it's old generations of software. And I've gone through so many computers that you can't bring them forward. And the files are not present there. So anyway, I have two choices. One is to scan the book. They will scan the book for me at no charge. They'll scan the pages and scan the cover. Now, that's going to be, to me, of questionable quality.
Right.
Especially if I'm going to raise the price of the book, which I have to. So I'm still debating it, but what I've decided to do is I have text files for it from the ebook, so I'm going to reconfigure the book and scan the cover myself. It's about what I'll do. Might change it a little bit. But at that same time, I'm going to do an expanded version of the book like I did the Montauk Project. It would be the Silver Anniversary Edition, although it'll be more like 29 years instead of 25 years since that book was first done. And it'll have all of the extra stuff and adventures I've had concerning Marjorie Cameron, Amato Crowley, and all that sort of stuff, which are primarily, but not exclusively, in my book Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal. But it'll be like an expanded version including stuff on the Babylon working. I will make mention of what Douglas has offered us about that, but I'm not going to go there. There would still be room for another book on the Babylon working. It just adds to the richness of the book, and it will also leave the book in perpetuity if I put it on print on demand. That way, when I disappear into the inner earth or wherever I go, when I'm done with this life, that book can stay on print on demand. My heirs won't have to do anything but collect the check.
Excellent.
Instead of having to, order books, ship them out, and run the business. It's a good way for me to fade out. And I'm not planning on fading out soon, but still, you set it up. So that's so Montauk Revisited. Now, coincident with that, and it all applies to the last transmission. And what earlier Douglas was talking about the future. Yes. I don't know where to begin, but I think during the last transmission, it was very exciting because we're basically talking about the Vox Arca being able to pronounce grimoire, grammar, iterate stuff that musters up energies, entities that determine what's going on or how to influence the world. And now the key to all of this is intent. Intent. So, if you have somebody stirring up, the entities with the grimoire, you could have, Solomon, you could have whatever entity / Godhead angelic reference frame was running him or influencing him, rather. What was the intent? You could have somebody like Aquino putting all sorts of weird intents. Crowley used to play with Enochian calls. I'm not saying, but Crowley's the type of person that could have had his own version of the Vox Arca and never told you about it. I'm not saying he did, but he's certainly the type of person who could, or knew somebody who did.
Right.
And so when we're talking about all the stuff we were talking about in the last transmission, going into the Ark of the Covenant, I'm going to touch more on that aspect. It's like you're stirring those entities up. You're talking to those entities, even if it's telepathically, because you're summoning them by mentioning them.
Yes.
You've entered them into your house.
Yes.
Where your mind goes is where your energy goes. Now, just like if somebody comes into your house and is a ne'er-do-well, doesn't belong there, you can physically throw them out, or you can put a gun to their head and force them out, or you can call the police. You can get them out of the house forcibly. But you can also, and this is what I'm talking about, like the Vox Arca is kind of like that. It's got a certain amount of force to keep things, to do whatever it's doing. It's kind of like a force level of force, as opposed to just, let's not talk about the Vox Arca and it won't enter our minds and we'll be fine. That's double-sided, because you could be ignoring it to your detriment, pretending it's not there and it's affecting you, or you could just be in your own bubble and doing what you're supposed to do. That definition, or where that's defined, is very nuanced and individual. You could look at some widow out in the Midwest who's living on the pension that her husband provided her. Her kids kind of look after her. She's pretty much even keeled, takes Christianity with a grain of salt, and is going to live out her life and you know, send checks to her grandchildren or something, and might have some amusements that she indulges in. Does a person like that, and is not overly educated, skeptical of politics in general, does she need to know this stuff? You know, who's to say? I'm not to say. Some of my customers are like her. Some of them are not. You got all sorts of different customers. So who can say? You can't judge people, because what are they here to do? I remember the story of a black woman who got her diploma. She was like in her 70s or 80s, and she was so happy to get her diploma, like it was a lifetime achievement. Because when she grew up, black people couldn't get educated, particularly the ones she lived with. Yeah. And it was like a lifetime accomplishment for her. Whereas I might have been much more cynical about the whole affair. It wasn't. It was a great accomplishment for her. So I didn't judge her. I'm just saying, you know, you've got a white man's diploma, you know, but it meant something to her. So I can't judge that. So certainly not everybody needs to know about Douglas Dietrich or Peter Moon, for that matter. But there are those who do, and those who are interested, and there are those who should be interested, at least enough to tip the scales. Now, with reference to the attacks, Douglas had told me, okay, so I'm talking about where the mind goes, and I got on a roll there talking about this stuff, and it was kind of like a creative rap session with me doing most of the talking, and building upon all the stuff I've read and studied. And by the way, Sky Books has offered with the newsletter David Childress's book on the Ark of the Covenant. Now, I don't know if he wrote one before. This appears to be a new one. I ordered an extra copy so I could look at it, just for basic stuff. If he's written a whole book about the Ark of the Covenant, it's got to have at least a few gems in there, and probably more. But I have more to say about that. But back to this. Okay, so Douglas had informed me that of a couple things. One is that his former host, Viviana Sanchez, had blocked him.
Or deactivated her timeline, but it's, you know, she didn't need to do that. She could have just left the timeline up and not touched it, but she deactivated it or blocked me, one or the other.
This is a recoiling
Yeah.
From the world of Douglas Dietrich.
Yes.
She served a purpose. I thank her. Yeah. She definitely, I don't think she did any harm.
No.
I thank her. She contributed. And, you know, if everybody could contribute as much as she did, yeah, be good. And by the way, please do contribute to Douglas's cause.
Thank you.
And even if you feel that you can't, send 5 or 10.
Thank you.
You know, send 5 or 10, and it'll build up a flow. Just anything you can spare.
Absolutely.
Or contribute to the cause. Please do that. But so then what was, you know, far more, say, worse than that, and that was not a positive thing to hear that she had, you know, blocked him. He had done an interview. He told me he was going to do an interview with somebody.
Yeah.
And he could tell you the name and all that. I don't remember the name, but the person who did the interview wouldn't air the show. Now, Douglas called it in his message to me a soft ambush. Well, whether it was a soft ambush, it's like, what's the point? Yeah. Okay, they're going to interview him, and two things are going to happen. One, it is an ambush of some sort, and it's sort of a setup of some sort. Or number two, which is just as likely to happen, is the person does the interview and they get in over their heads. They can't handle this. Now, yes, I
Very
talked this over with Paula this morning.
Yeah.
She went to work late, and I talked it over with her and made my own comment. And she says, well, people, he says, there's so much that he carries with him that's so controversial.
Yes.
And that could have anything from the pictures you put up to, the sexual stuff to, let alone the vampire stuff. This could polarize them, she says, and people just can't, they're not comfortable with that. I said, no, you don't understand, I told her. It's not that. It's not that. If those people that turn on him were, what's the word, shy of his, controversial persuasions or activities, that's understandable. But this is not what it's about. I said, they go 10 steps deeper into Aquino's camp.
Yes. Yes.
It's not like, okay, oh no, we don't want to hear about vampires. Oh, this cross-dressing is too much up. Oh, he's got a transgender kid. It's not really his kid. Oh, and his hot boys. Oh, and he hangs around in a limo. It's like, okay, I can understand that. But that's not the problem. The problem is they're jumping in with Aquino and they're, shooting arrows.
Yes.
With MA on them.
Yes.
And MA is not the symbol you see in the Catholic Church. It's it's Michael Aquino.
Yes.
Like we got Aquino's back, and this is what is so bizarre. Now,
yes.
I can't speak for this radio host. I don't know him, but the rank and file internet radio host is susceptible, I can't speak for all of them, is susceptible to being conditioned, programmed to respond in kind to an Aquino-esque mindset. Or if we look at it a little more soberly, a 666 mindset, because this universe is embedded with 666. So this is the whole thing is, you got to go out and be a good Republican, or you got to go out and fight the good Republicans because they're not good, and be a good Democrat. All this sort of stuff that's just the banal world that when I was a kid, they referred to as the establishment. And Ken Kesey, in his book, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, referred to as the Combine. It's associated with the demiurge, the whole systematic beast aspect of the physical world, which is concomitant with the story of Christ being offered the kingdom and him rejecting it. Offered by Satan. I'll give you all this. He doesn't want it. And of course, when I first heard that story, it seems like a tragedy. Because why? Why don't you manage it? You know, then we have God running it. Well, to tell you the truth, the reason he rejects it because he couldn't do any better job. Not because he's not good, because of the nature of what it is.
Yes.
So, it's like, kind of like you've got a house of ill repute. And, you bring in...
Yes, there's no better way to run it, yes.
Pardon?
Well,
yeah, that's
a great story.
Yeah.
That's a great story, Peter. And that story... So someone actually pointed that story out to me recently for a different angle, because I was really kind of bummed out about the state of the world, and I had voiced it to an old dear friend, and he said, well, if you go back to the story in the wilderness, and Jesus was in the wilderness for 40 days, and the devil offered him all of the cities of the world, and he refused it. The part of the story he brought out to me was they were his cities to offer to Jesus. And if you look at that closely, it's like the same entity or power or energy, however you want to look at it, has been running things for a very long time. But you have to change your angle of the story and view it from a different perspective to get that. And it kind of put things in perspective for me, and it helped me, like in martial arts, to go within and change myself more. Like, most of politics is just greed and lies. But if I don't focus on that and I just live the best life I can and share a meal with my neighbor and do what I can that's good, that's enough for me now. So that's I can't believe you brought that story up, because it's very poignant and there's so many angles to that story. Thank you for bringing that up.
But yeah, it's the ultimate analogy, because, and what's that saying is, this world has to be rejected. Now, at the same time you reject it, you don't overdo it.
Right.
And this is what happens with the people that are homeless. They are rejecting the exterior world.
Right.
Yes.
And I'm not saying they're doing it with, with pride and arrogance. They're doing it because of circumstance and misfortune.
Yes.
But with regards to the poverty stuff, what I would say is, people in America have no idea, what the poverty's like in Romania. And you don't always see it, but it's there. And like, okay, my friend Nicole, who I've talked about, who's now doing quote unquote well in China. I don't know if anybody can be doing well in China because of the horrific circumstances there with the air and whatnot. But she seems pretty happy, and can't get out though. But she hopes to be with me in Romania next year. But so she came from a nice family. Her mother was a teacher who was retired, and they had a home in the city of Suceava. I don't know if it's apartment or whatnot, but they also had a home in the country where they could go in the summer. They had two homes. Now, I would imagine in the home in the country, they had some sort of food that they raised, even if modestly. I don't really, never asked her. And Suceava is way in the north and of Romania. I've never been there. But she got her PhD in economics. She's a published author of economics and poetry. Not that you make any money with books in Romania like that, but she's written several books. And she is multilingual, was brought up to be a diplomat, an international diplomat. She'd be fantastic. But no, that didn't work out for her. So she is a professor of economics. So she wanted to go, well, she needed a career. The diplomacy did not work out. So she found some sort of job in Constanța, which is the beach resort town in the Black Sea. Nice resort town. She got a job there as a teacher. I don't know if she was teaching high school. I think it was high school. But it was a horrible situation because the students loved her. And this sort of commandant would come in the middle of the class and start berating her, just insulting the shit out of her. And it was just demeaning. What's he doing it for? There's no reason. It's like like he was part of the Iron Guard from the World War II days or something. He had some like mentality that was crazy. I think she got through that, but regardless of that, her salary was so pathetic that she would eat like one meal a day, a modest meal, and her breakfast, her first meal of the day, which I think she had two meals, was holy bread that she would get from the church. They give her holy bread for the Eucharist, or it's different than the Eucharist, excuse me. Holy bread is different. But she's eating, basically a very modest piece of holy bread. It's not like a full piece of bread you get if you ordered toast. This is what she was living off of. And she was not from the poor category of Romania. Right. She wasn't from a poor family. So I'm saying is, and then there's people who have nothing, so to speak. You're not guaranteed a home anymore because communism has been, changed since 1989. So it's a completely different perspective. And in that case, communism was better for a lot of people because the people who controlled were at the top of the elite, the top of the food chain. And communism, morphed into capitalism. So they control so much of, I guess what you'd say, the purse strings in Romania.
Right.
And I think they have a lot more advantage as capitalists than as communists because it's a much more open system. But as bad as Ceausescu was, and he was bad, everybody had a meal and everybody had a home. And I would also say what you were talking about earlier with communism, capitalism in the 1800s was so exploitive. They would have kids. They would have kids working. I mean, people that were just kids. Yeah. Working in factories and being overworked.
Oh, and also in tunnels.
How bad it was.
Yeah. And
so communism was a logical response to incredible oppression. And then when you get into, and that was happening in America, the exploitation. And so when the revolution that happened in Russia was like really, I guess they called it, that movie, 10 Days It Shook the World. Mm-hmm. That really shook the world because what happened in Russia was like, wow, the Tsar had been overthrown. And I don't know that the Tsar represented the epitome of capitalism. He just had a failing economy. But it gave this impetus to change. So you had communism in Russia, which was immediately co-opted by Stalin, which you had one of the most evil characters in history. And then you had Mao following on his footsteps. So it's like communism provided an opportunity for great evil to take hold. And then we had the same problem in the 1930s with exploitive capitalists, and then FDR offering the New Deal, right, and being, the champion of communism, which is good in theory, but not good in practice.
Right.
So, and what I was also going to say is about giving people land and the railroad barons. Well, the railroad barons were, God, awful. But the one thing they did is they were given land, but they provided a service. See, that's the thing. If you're given something, you have to provide a service. They provided a very effective service. It had many destructive elements to it with regards to the Native Americans, but they were providing a service. So if you give people something and they aren't in a position to give back, it ruins them. It demoralizes them. If you give them a plot of land that they can work, then it works out. But there has to be some entrepreneurship, or I guess what you'd say, productivity going on,
right?
That makes people feel that they have self-esteem and worthwhileness, and the poverty situation in America has been hidden since the beginning of the Obama administration. It's really bad. Now, everybody knows about it now, but it was bad back then. Now it's so bad they can't hide it anymore.
Right.
But when we get back to the, let me get back to the angelic thread, mm-hmm. because we're going into the Vox Arca and the language of the angels and all of this stuff. And I had said, in fact, I stayed up a little extra. I didn't get much sleep on, Sunday night, because I stayed up a little extra and I had to get up for jury duty.
Right.
And by the way, jury duty is over.
Oh, thank God.
Oh,
I was released.
awesome. That's excellent.
Yeah, I never have to do it again. I did my time. And I also wrote while I was sitting there doing nothing. I did something. I was writing up what I had studied.
Wonderful.
And I had said that there's this famous phrase, or in the secret word of Freemasonry. And I've said before, there's two secret words in Freemasonry. One is the one they tell everybody. And that's what I'm going to talk about, Mahabane. Mahabane, it's the secret word that you learn on, at the top level of Freemasonry. And Mahabane means what? The builder. What? The builder. Now, the builder in Freemasonry is commonly thought to be Hiram Abiff, the builder of the temple, who came down from, I think, Tyre up in Syria, Tyre, and he was the contractor that built Solomon's temple, and he knew the secrets to the temple. And in the great analogy of Freemasonry, the three ruffians want the secret. He won't give them the secret, and they each bludgeon him or beat him in a different way until he's killed. And then when he sees that his friend and builder has been killed, the builder of the temple, Solomon orders them to resurrect him, to resurrect the builder of the temple. Nobody can do it. So Solomon himself does it by applying the lion's grip, or the lion's paw, which is the 5 fingers of representing the pentagram, or the Yod He Shin Vav He. And they don't really say that so clearly, but they do say the lion's grip. And he resurrects Hiram Abiff, so the temple can be rebuilt. This is the power of Solomon. But in that analogy of the ark, well, of course, but see, that's the builder of the temple. Now, there's also the builder of the ark itself. Now, Solomon, Hiram Abiff, they didn't build the ark. They inherited the ark. David used the ark in warfare. The ark was built by Aaron, the brother of Moses, who our friend Aaron Tice was named after.
Ah.
Yes.
And Aaron not only built the ark, he built it from the golden calf, the gold, because he built the golden calf of the symbol of Baal. Have a ball was a party, where they indulged in, I think in the 10 Commandments movie, and there was fornication. There was licentiousness.
Well, to highlight that before I depart for the evening, what you mentioned, Peter, a soft attack or a soft ambush or not, I think the younger generation that gets into metaphysical knowledge, they don't have the reality grounding that some of us older people do, that had to order a physical book, that didn't have YouTube, that didn't have the internet. So they do get in over their head, and they do get overwhelmed, and they do get shut down because they just don't have that brick and mortar understanding of the world. It's more of a metaverse, for lack of a better term. But
do you know what L. Ron Hubbard said about that?
What did he say?
He said that, from his mother, who had the books, he read all the classics when he was a kid. Spent a lot of time. He read all the classics. That's something that I've never read. So that we're talking about classical literature, but so it gave you a grounding and an understanding.
Right.
That certainly, well, my parents were both educated, they didn't have a grounding in any of that stuff. Hubbard was very educated in that sense, in a way that, college wasn't necessarily doing. Because
and there's an even deeper thread there to what Douglas said several transmissions ago about upstate New York. My hometown of Hudson, it's a very polished town now and has a beautiful exterior, but my brother was doing electrical work there 20 years ago, and the elite wealth that moved up from New York City and settled into my hometown is extremely satanic. And he would find poems on walls about Moloch and Baal, and there was a deep perverse sexual culture. And I have no judgment on any sexual culture whatsoever. I don't judge anything because I really don't have a right to. But he was finding these things in all of these people's homes, like poems about Moloch and throwing children into the fire and sacrifices and such. And when you realize that what Douglas recently disclosed, which I've never heard Douglas say, and I haven't heard everything Douglas has said, but he recently said the upstate New York area is the playground and owned by the satanic elite that come from New York City. I can attest to that absolutely it is, from firsthand experience. These people are there and that's what they do. So when you have a solid foundation of knowing the reality of your world, and then you still choose to operate as if things can be good, that's a choice. But you have to have that grounding reality, and then you have to ignore it and move on and live your life. Otherwise, it's very crippling. And that's one of the first things you ever said to me. The conspiratorial genre is crippling to humanity because it shuts a lot of people down. You have to be able to filter it, leave it behind, and live your life as best you can, because that's all we have.
Yes, and
those are certainly
excellent. Those are your words. You that's one of the first things you ever told me. Yeah. And this is what Douglas says: humanity. Like Douglas has humanity with all he's been through. He has empathy, sympathy, compassion, and humanity, and that speaks volumes.
Bless you. And before you leave, I just wanted to say to Aaron, while Aaron is still with us in these few moments before he checks into the gentle night, I did want to add to what our dear Peggy was saying. She was saying that she loves it when Peter brings up the story of the temptation of Jesus in the Garden of Gethsemane. And of course...
That's not the Garden of Gethsemane.
Or wherever. Understood. He's in the wilderness in this case, I understand. And she's bringing up the different Jesus stories that you've spoken about. She always loves to hear all of them. But when I just want to make this point. What I said earlier was that when Peter brought up the whorehouse analogy, basically the bordello analogy, it's kind of like, you've got this bordello to offer somebody, and if they take it, there's no real better way to manage it. It's kind of like what happened with, oh my God, what was it in Las Vegas? I forget the name of that whorehouse that got taken over by the U.S. government, and all the prostitutes became federal employees after that.
The Mustang Ranch.
Mustang Ranch, that was it. Mustang Ranch. And it's not like the federal government could operate it any better than it was operated before, and doubtless it probably became far worse, much more bureaucratized, and probably I can't even imagine what it was like. But
well, that's why you need railroad barons running the railroad. They're going to run it better than the government. The government's going to screw it up because the government has no incentive for profit.
Exactly. I mean, I hear what you're saying. Certainly, with certain businesses, yes, that would be the case. But the one thing I do want to say about Christ himself is that the reason he couldn't take the world is because then he denies man free will. That's the whole point of God's creation of humanity, was that he is creating an entity with free will. That's why he created humanity in disambiguation from the angels, who do not. So when if God were to take the earth from that Satan offered, then he basically deprives man of free will. If he operates it better, then he's really depriving man of the choice of corruption and doing evil. Does that make sense? You understand what I'm saying there? Yeah.
It makes sense.
Yes.
It makes sense. And you know, life would be a lot easier if you didn't have to have free will.
That's right. And yeah, and many people
you'd just be an automaton, and there'd be, you know, whatever. It's free will is free will.
Yes.
And some people do not exercise it, and it actually works to their detriment. So
it hinders their life, because then they're subjugated to the winds of life and they're blown about on every breeze rather than standing still in the storm. Even if you're having a down time, you can still be still in that. And it's a difficult thing to express, but everybody goes through ups and downs. But when you check out completely, you lose your ability to help and to be helped.
Yeah.
Well, whatever it is, we're in a position where we have free will, and where we, you know, and that paradigm of Jesus refusing the world is, it's not a world that you want either, because it's like, you know, it's like managing the waterworks. Do you really want to manage the waterworks? No, you don't want to have all that responsibility. I mean, the waterworks have got to be run. It's got to happen.
Yeah.
But it's much easier to just go to your faucet and get the water.
Exactly.
But
with that, I will say goodnight to you both, and I appreciate you both dearly. I say it every time because I mean it.
Yes.
I appreciate your work. I appreciate your ongoing struggle to get the truth out there, despite mainstream media shunning you both. And with much love, I say goodnight, and I hope you have a wonderful time tonight, gents.
Yes,
okay, thanks, Aaron.
Yeah, we'll miss your crickets. We love your crickets, and we
also. Oh, isn't that great? Yeah.
Yes, and we
Very
love
relaxing.
you dearly, and share our love with your family.
I will.
I'm going to.
Good night.
Now I'm going to go back to where I was talking about the magic word, or the secret word of Freemasonry, Mahogany, and that's what the builder. Now Aaron is also a builder, because he built the ark. He built, and he took the gold to build the ark from the calf. When I think Edward G. Robinson had him build the calf in the movie. I'm talking about the movie.
Right.
And then they built the ark to put in the tablets. But the Aaron also had other implements. He had an apron. Now, if you see Freemasonry, they have an apron. Now, I can't give you the exact name for the apron, but you can look it up. It's not hard. I just don't remember the name, because this requires a whole nother study, a supplemental study of his apron. But what I'm going to talk a little bit about is the Urim and Thummim. The Urim and Thummim were two somewhat nondescript stones, very abstractly described, that he wore in his breastplate. So Aaron was in some respects the first builder, but a predecessor builder. So he is all part of this orientation around the Shekinah glory, because that's what emerges from the ark. Now, the ark's put in the Holy of Holies by the time they build the temple, but there's no Holy of Holies. There's just the ark, and it's in the tabernacle in the wilderness. So this ark is what's the powerful thing, and Aaron built that, not Hiram. Hiram built the temple, where when the ark goes into the temple, it's kind of still. The ark's used to getting around.
Right.
And it's, mobilizing whole armies with its power. It can lay waste to things.
Yes.
Now, then again, not enough is said about it to understand it. But where I focused on, at least for a bit, and I could study more, I looked at some YouTubes, the Urim and Thummim. Now, the Urim and Thummim, the definitions are even questioned disputed, obscure, abstract. They have them written out in Hebrew, and it might even, but the Hebrew scholars don't even necessarily agree. But when you phonetically break it down, I found something very interesting, which is consistent with the definitions they offer. Urim is related to U-R, which means light, as an iris, the iris of your eye.
Mm-hmm.
Urim, well, they use a U, or the kingdom of Ur, which was where Abraham came from, the kingdom of light. Urim. So Urim is identified with light. Thummim is identified with, what do they identify with it? I'm trying to think. The circle,
Mm-hmm.
with a curse. Very interesting. The curse.
Ah.
Now, but what's very interesting about Thummim, if you phonetically break it down in thum and thumb, it's very much related to thumb or thimble.
Mm.
And where that becomes very evident in the phonetics is the old Roman symbol for thumbs up or thumbs down in the gladiator games, thumb down, thumb up. It was a symbol of judgment, the thumb. And the Urim and Thummim were used with judgment. Now, but also with the idea of the Thummim being a curse. A curse is a circle. It represents a circle, like cursive writing, circular writing, cursive, curve. And the circle is representative of what I was talking about in the last transmission of the closed time-like curve, which is the alpha and the omega. So you could say that we're all living under a circle, and you could say a curse. It depends how you contextualize curse. We're living under the samsara of pain and suffering in this world. So you could, but here when we have the Urim and Thummim are two stones. Now, if you go on eBay, you can buy Urim and Thummim stones, one of which is black and one of which is white. And Aaron might reach into his breastplate and pull one out, and that would be talking to God. He pulls out the Thummim. It was supposed to be positive, even though it's associated with a curse. He pulls out the Urim, and it's good. Yes, go this, thou art to go this way. Now, some people might dispute that. I would have done it the other way around, but the basic thing you get out of studying the Urim and Thummim is that they were used as a divination or oracular tool by the high priest, the first notable one of which was Aaron.
Yes.
So this is a interface or oracular interface with God. And it's not much different than throwing I Ching coins or properly yarrow sticks.
Yes.
And of course, people will tell you that it's very good to use the yarrow sticks, and you go each one because you're engaging the meditative process much more deeply. Whereas if you instantly engage the I Ching, and even on the internet today, you can just go click, 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 and it'll ring the coins for you. It's instant I Ching. Mm-hmm. Whatever. The more you put into it, the more you'll get out of it. And, how much time do you have to put into a reading? It depends. It all depends on the circumstance. Sometimes you can get instant insight into a situation. You might say, how am I going to deal with this son of a bitch? You do an instant reading and you say, okay, this is how I'll deal with him. You don't necessarily need an in-depth mental analysis. If you're dealing with a heavy situation, where somebody's life is really screwed up and they're connected to you, or your entanglements with them are really intense, then it really pays to do an in-depth something or other. And you have to understand that all of these stories are representing events that took place thousands and thousands of years ago. Now, I see how much different the adults of 1950, 1960 were than the adults of 1980, than the adults of now. So, and I can only imagine what, my parents' adults were like. I knew them to some degree, so I can get an idea. And they were much harsher in their interpretation of reality. Survival was much harsher to my grandparents. And as my brother made some comment, I think my Irish grandfather had died young, relatively young. He had a stroke, and he apparently being, I don't know if he was an Irishman who had a drinking problem or a drinker who had an Irish problem, but I don't know. But he, I was kind of putting two together with my brother, and I said that, he looked like he lost his job. He was a miner. And my brother explained very logically, he says, in those days when you lost your job, it was devastating. It was like the world was an end. Whereas nowadays, it's like, everybody gets fired. It's relatively meaningless today. But even when I grew up, it was not. At the younger, and so his generation, it could precipitate all sorts of bad things. It could turn you to the bottle. It could turn you to whatever, a reaction.
It was basically like a rejection of yourself, because most men especially identified with their jobs.
Emasculating, in fact.
Yes. There we are.
But what I'm saying is, if there's that big of a difference, in the last 50, 70 years, we go back to the 1800s, difference. We go back to Napoleon's time. We go back to, the 1500s, the time of Cortez and Columbus. Now, we're going back hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years, thousands of years, before we get to Moses and Aaron, or the people of that time period, and the stories that are handed down to us. So just as indigenous people are in touch with spirit and have their own oracular ways, they will interpret nature. They will see signs of the divinity and signs of the future with nature. The way birds sing, the way birds act, the way animals act. And it will be a reading or interpretation of nature that will tell them about the future, which is on a completely different wavelength than what those of us in the 21st century Western world will recognize. Mm-hmm. Now, if we go back to that time, it's very evident that in the days of Aaron, there was a communication taking place with the spirit world, which, and when this just doesn't go with just the Hebrews, it goes with the Egypt, and which was, at its own interpretations, and all the other systems of the day. They were interfacing with spirit in a much more live fashion than we are. So they had this Urim and Thummim, which was interpreting. It was an interface that the high priest did. And the high priest he was the one who was hopefully or ideally skilled. Nevertheless, he was interpreting. We had the viziers who worked with the caliphs of old, and they interpreted with astrology and the stars. And I'm sure they had many other devices that were of equal fascination to what Aaron had.
Yes.
And we're stuck with the Aaron analogy and all of this. But so we're talking about an interfacing with an angelic reference frame. Mm-hmm. And angels are messengers, just like the bird is a messenger, or the entrails of the bird, as the Romans would interpret them. So when we were talking about the Vox Arca is an interpretation of the apocalypse. So much of what the Ark, or according to the stories, the Urim and Thummim was interpreting judgment, positive or negative judgment. And if you amplify all of that judgment, it goes right into an apocalyptic reference frame. So, and this is the curse of the universe. This takes you down into samsara, into the wheel of never-ending life.
Yeah.
And this takes you to, nirvana, Shambhala, heaven, however you want to interpret it. And whatever this line of, and this could go much deeper. In fact, I intend to take it deeper, because you can break down the apron of Aaron, and you can go in all these different directions that is in the lore. There will be occult literature attached to it. There will be many versions of what you read, but it's a legacy that is not that well, I guess what you'd say, crystallized. Mm-hmm. There's many scholarly viewpoints on it. Some of them are very honest and open as to, they don't claim to know. They say, this is what we learn, this is how we interpret it, this is what we think. And basically what you have is some high priest speaking to the angelic realm. Now, all of this takes on such a fascinating context with respect to my upcoming trip to Choclavina Cave, because I focused somewhat on that. And of course, I have my dream 2 nights after I'm in the cave. The first night I'm after the cave, that I went in the cave, I dream that I'm being invited into the Queen's chamber. I have the Queen of England before me, Queen Elizabeth, not sure which one, but it's the one that's related to John D. So it'd be Queen Elizabeth I, but the modern queen is Queen Elizabeth. So anyway, and she's open with her groin straight towards me. She's fully clothed, she's old, but this is a gesture of the cave opening. Mm-hmm. The cave, the yoni, as it would be called in Hindu. Mm-hmm. It's an opening, and I've been into the cave, and she's allowing me into the Queen's chamber, which is synonymous with the opening of the heart in the Great Pyramid. Opening of the heart, the Queen's chamber is the precursor to the King's chamber, which is the opening of the mind or the third eye, to roughly interpret it. And the next night, I have a dream where I'm holding the staff of Ra like Indiana Jones does in the movie, and this golden flame goes down, just much like he did in the movie, only it looked a little different. And all of the people I'm with start to steal all the artifacts, and I say, no, don't do this. It's not time yet. We need to do this in the right time. Whatever we're doing, I'm not recommending they steal. And then I am pursued by the ruffians. The ruffians from Hiram Abiff's legend. Mm. I'm being pursued by them, and I escape into a schoolhouse. Now, it's interesting. I just realized when I went to Choclavina not the first time, when I went to the scout camp, there's this man there, and I'm introduced to him. We're all introduced to him, my friends and I, Mr. Belushi. He's an old man. Now, of course, this is Mr. It sounds like Belushi. We think he's talking about Belushi, like John Belushi. Right. Belushi. And so, we met him. He was like a big Solomonari there, sitting there just checking us out. And then when I woke up on the second morning, the owner of the camp said to me, I just had this dream of the golden flame, and I started to tell him about all the gold that's under the ground. Of course, he knows it's there, but I was talking about how my empathic friends were so sensitive to it in Bucharest, in the museum in Bucharest. The gold was from here, and he says, then he tells me about the oriflame. he refers to it as an oriflamme, which is a Latin word. And it doesn't mean anything in Romanian, and he does not speak Latin. He later says that he has a weird way with words. But this golden flame that comes out of the ground and goes into the sky on holy days in front of the cave, not directly in front of the cave, but in the vicinity of the cave. And I said, oh, wow. And I told him about my dream. And he says, Mr. Belushi knows about it. He's seen it. So I said, I want to go see Mr. Belushi. I remember him from last year. So, we went down to Mr. Belushi's house that evening or the next when he was ready. And when we're being taken into his property, which I'd never been before, there's a big house. Nobody lives in it. And he says, this belongs to Mr. Belushi. He says, this was the schoolhouse. Before they had a school here, his house, he provided the school. So this is how informal it was compared to where we have. He's got a property. This is where the kids go to school, or they did. I don't know where the school is now. But this is so he had the schoolhouse. Now I'm realizing why I went to the schoolhouse. Because I was thinking today, if I bring a bunch of people back next year, what if they don't have room?
Right.
I said, maybe we could use Mr. Belushi's schoolhouse. That was just came into my mind. I don't know if that's a good idea or not, but it just came into my mind. Now, Mr. Belushi, so we had to go around, and his son came out and says, you have to walk around because we just performed a sacrifice, which meant that he had killed a pig.
Right.
And, they didn't butcher a pig, they performed a sacrifice. And the son, who was, a fully grown man, was a contractor. And he built a whole beautiful new house for Mr. Belushi. And he was a contractor, did a lot of work in Spain. And this is so funny because I'm saying how poor things are in Romania. So when I got to the scouting camp that first night or the next morning, this guy who had come up from Constanza to participate and help the scouts, he says, you see Mr. Belushi watching that cow. He says, if he loses that cow, that's like 6 months of poverty or something. He's putting all this drama into Mr. Belushi's life. Like if Mr. Belushi loses that cow, it's 6 months of income or something. And I don't remember what he said. But he was completely oblivious of the fact that Mr. Belushi's son was a enterprising contractor who could have at least kept Mr. Belushi in food if he needed it. You see, I'm saying it's like people can exaggerate people's impoverished condition.
Yeah.
In fact, he probably wouldn't have been impoverished at all. I mean, it's like, so I'm saying is like, so I'm buying into this story of, oh, poor Mr. Belushi. And then when I get to know Mr. Belushi a little bit more, I see, well, okay, I'm sure he does care about that cow, but it's not like he's going to be starving if things go to hell in a handbag with that cow. So, people project what they project. But anyway, when I went down to Mr. Belushi's, and then he fed us some snacks, and they want you to drink the Polenka, the plum wine, and you have to drink it.
Yeah, there's no refusing it in the Balkans for any of the alcohol. Go on.
But once you do, it starts opening up. Not so much Mr. Belushi, but the son was the one who'd seen it. Mm. Of course, he doesn't speak English, but I got an earful from him. And he was very animated and told me where it was and what the theories of it are, the scientific theories. Very bright man. So what I'm beginning is very evident. Now, this phenomena only occurs on holy days, meaning Christmas, New Year's, or Easter. Mm-hmm. Now, I once found a reference. I wish I would have copied it. It was on a Hebrew website that talked about why holy days are important and why they're relevant. And it's whether they're arbitrary or not, things occur on holy days. Yeah. So it's evident to me that this oriflame or whatever it is, this energy of gold that goes up into the sky, is very much related to this energy of the ark. It's a very powerful energy, and that I'm in the realm of this energy when I go there. I'm talking to this energy. Obviously, I have to be very respectful of it. It's revealed itself to me by circumstance. Now, so this is I guess, the aliveness of all this communication that I'm talking about. And I'm going to, of course, more will be revealed to me. But it's all in alignment with what I'm talking about. Now, it just so happens that what brings me there is the fact that David Anderson said this is the most significant place with regard to discharge of time, space-time motive force.
Right.
It's a hot spot for time travel, which means we're talking about the whole wheel of time.
Yes.
And Radu Sinamar also says this, not necessarily in this specific area, but in the general area. And we don't know how close the general area he describes is to this area, because he doesn't say. We just know it's in this general valley. So it's in the ballpark. So this makes it all very interesting and active. There's a schoolhouse. I'm being pursued by energies, and I do escape them, avoid them, and now I'm going back for a more enlightening experience. There's also been dreams. I shared one of the dreams with you, Douglas.
That's right.
That was from my ex-girlfriend. I had a dream, and then she had a dream. Forget what mine was, but hers was of Tom Cruise really being bent out of shape with me. And, come on, man. This is because, see, Tom Cruise represents major media.
Yes.
And he represents Scientology. And I don't know Tom Cruise, but I know enough about him to know, because I've had dreams about him myself being pissed at me because he can read my books if he's read my books. And I suspect he has. And he would be very pissed at me because he sees that I know enough about Scientology to have honored and respected it. But at the same time, I'm not playing their game.
Right.
So that would piss him off. Like, why am I turning it down? It's not that I don't think it works. It's that I think that there are booby traps involved. And I know more than he does.
Right.
But he doesn't see it that way. So in the dream, he's like, I think he's wearing a jumpsuit, and that means that he's hemmed in. He's stuck.
Uh-huh.
And he's like dressed like a mechanic in a jumpsuit. The mechanic means he's a fixer. He's the fixer that's going in to handle me.
Right.
And he's trying to handle me. Come on, man. What? And then I'm like, I think before that they had taken, I was at an airport. This was it. I was in an airport going through security, and they took my bag and dumped it all out, and they saw my books, and they started thumbing through my books. And it's like my books are being scrutinized because they're getting a lot of popularity with the Radu stuff. And then after they saw my books, these security men in black type come over.
Uh-huh.
And then Tom Cruise comes in, and he kind of shoos them away, like he's the fixer.
Right.
And he's, don't worry, I'm going to fix him. And then we're sitting in the airport, another part of the airport, and he's, come on, man. And then, like, sort of like Joe Biden, come on, man. And then I'm looking out a window at a building going down. And Tom says, don't pay any attention to that. That's just a controlled demolition. Now, controlled demolition suggests 9/11.
Yes, indeed.
And which would be, sort of a mother conspiracy thing. He's saying, don't pay attention to that mother conspiracy. Don't pay attention to that. Now, what's significant is you have to understand, you don't have to, but you can, is that my media partner and I, and it was mostly him, turned down a major media deal with that. It wasn't with NBC's Peacock. It was with somebody who was bringing it to NBC's Peacock. And there was a big problem. I saw it from day one. I said, you don't send a contract like this. It took my friend, well, he kind of knew that, but it went through a lot of gyrations with very generous, seemingly very generous offers being made to us. Mm-hmm. And they were generous. But in the end, and I never liked the way the contracts were written, I said, this is unacceptable. Now, I knew that if I could have spent a lot of time pounding out the contract, because although I'm not an attorney, I understand language and I could pound out contracts.
Right.
It took a lot of time. And I could have probably made a deal. But it would have been a lot of hard work. And for what? Maybe I wouldn't have worked out. But in the end, if they gave me everything I wanted and I was happy and they were happy with what I had, there was one other factor. It would go to NBC Peacock, and it doesn't matter what contract I sign with these people, they have the ultimate censorship. And they could screw with it. Not to say that they would, but they probably would. Not because they're bad, because that's who they are. They have their own ideas. And this was supposed to be, and it wasn't my doing. I didn't want to do it this way. It was like the world of Peter Moon. It was like a big, Peter Moon this, Peter Moon that. And I, it would make me a media figure that I wasn't necessarily comfortable with. Even if it paid, well, actually, if it was a hit, in which it could have been a hit if they did it right, it could have been very lucrative. Right. Because of the way the deal was structured. And ultimately, it was turned down because, the attitude was so shitty. Even when they were being generous, it was so shitty. But I didn't really do the turning down. And then they said, no, basically, come in the studio and, you'll get $20,000 for, a couple of weeks work, and we'll do this, that, this, and, you won't have to do this. And they wanted to do something on UFOs. And, I don't know what the hell they're going to do, That $20,000, is like, who, for what? What am I getting for that? I could be the worst $20,000 I ever had.
Right.
Because you just, and, I don't know. It certainly, it might not have, I don't think it would have been totally negative, but now even, let's say they accepted everything I've done with Romania and Montauk and David Anderson. Right. Let's say they did all that and they did an honest, pat on the back to me with that. That would be very good. And I'm not saying they would. They're not going to take on Douglas Dietrich. They're not going to do it.
That's right. But
this is you want the world of Peter Moon? Well, Douglas Dietrich's part of it.
Thank you.
and he's not part of it because I like Douglas Dietrich, which I do, but that's not why. It's because this is where my information trail leads. These are the, held down keys of the computer that need to be unlocked, or the skeleton key, as his name indicates. So this is, okay, so you want to go halfway down the rabbit hole? Okay, halfway down the rabbit hole. That's what I'd call the show, Halfway Down the Rabbit Hole. Peter Moon's world, except for Douglas Dietrich. So, and I don't even know they would have given all my world. Now, so Tom Cruise appears as Mr. Scientology fixer, but also media fixer. Now, the juxtaposition of Scientology with media is very interesting. Now, that was my girlfriend's dream, ex-girlfriend's dream. So although she's my ex-girlfriend and I don't see her anymore, we talk, and she's very empathic, and we've had a dream relationship for a long time. And David Anderson fits into the scheme too, because she knows him. So now we move to another dream. And Douglas, I haven't shared this with you because it just happened. This was as soon as I found out Montauk Revisited was, the plates were no longer any good. I had this dream. It was a lot of dreams. This is the last part is what I remember. I'm at a picnic table. A table means like you're kind of doing business. Mm-hmm. It's a social gathering. And I'm across it from Janice Gillum Grady. And Janice was one of L. Ron Hubbard's personal messengers. Her mother was the founder of Celebrity Center in Los Angeles, Yvonne Gillum Gents. Yvonne came from the Wilson lineage, because one of my old shipmates did a biography of her, and she came from the Wilson clan, and which is very interesting. So Yvonne was like, she sort of, whatever she used to do, she was Australian, and her husband used to, pander to the elite of Australia. And they got a lot of people in Scientology. And of course, she went to England, where Janice grew up some of the time in England, born in Australia. And when she was very young, her mother joined the Sea Organization in the beginning. And eventually the kids came along. Mm-hmm. And they were raised on the ship with Hubbard as kind of their altar father, because the father, he got divorced from her, went off and became a vitamin czar. Wow. Sold vitamins, lived into his 90s, I think.
Wow.
Peter Gillum. He had Peter Gillum's nutrition. And
guess that shit worked. Go on.
Well, he was on top of nutrition. He was a very good businessman. He was once quoted saying, I'm a businessman who happens to be a Scientologist, not a Scientologist who happens to be a businessman. But he was, and of course he divorced Yvonne, and Yvonne went on, and so she was used to working with, I guess, what you call society types. But when she got to LA, and she was very highly trained technically in Scientology, as was her husband. When she got into the world of the celebrities, they loved her. She was so charming. She was so not overly beautiful, not bad looking at all, but just like honey. Wow. She was like honey. And sweet. I mean, did I know her? Let's say that I knew her well enough to be walking down the street next to her and to talk to her, and But, you know, I wouldn't say I kind of knew her, but I was comfortable with her. And all the staff loved her like nobody else.
Right.
She was just the most lovable person, and the celebrities just dripped over her. Just loved her. How could they not? And in fact, when she died, Hubbard wrote instructions that Celebrity Center in Los Angeles, Hollywood now, it's now in Hollywood, said that it should be made as a shrine to Yvonne.
Oh.
And of course they didn't. They've tried to erase her memory.
Oh.
Okay, so Janice is her daughter, one of her daughters. And I met with Janice a few years ago when she was in the city. First time I'd seen her. She married Paul, who passed away recently. Paul was a friend of mine, but not a close friend. He contacted me several years ago because he was doing remote viewing work. He was actually a professional remote viewer, and he never talked about it.
Wow.
I don't even think anybody knows about it. He didn't talk about it with the ex-Scientologists he would see. But he scouted some gold for my friend Dennis. He did it for me on behalf of Dennis. Dennis' family had some property. I think he was pretty accurate with it. He did this professionally. It was like a secret business.
Wow.
And we never got together. He was even interested in going to Romania. But I dialogued with him separately than his wife because she's written about 3 books. And I didn't proof them. Her first 2 books, she sent them to many people, included me, and wanted to know what I thought about him. You know, I gave her some information, you know, that maybe she didn't know. She knew a lot more than I did. I mean, about certain things, because she grew up with Hubbard. She was on the ship practically from 1968. My time there was short compared to hers.
Wow.
But so Janice appears in the dream. And as I said, I just missed her. She was recently in New York, and I missed her.
Oh.
But so I'm in a dream, and then her sister Terry pops up. Terry, I remember Terry. I haven't seen her since 1976. She was, I think, a year or 2 older, and she appears. So the 2 daughters are there, and I say, okay, and we're talking over this table, and they're telling me about the death of their mother. Now, Yvonne contracted cancer, and there's 2 possible reasons for why she contracted cancer. One is because there was a heavy-duty effort to eliminate her by negative people in Scientology. You might call them Edomic Scientologists.
Right.
Want to get rid of her. And so this would have oppressed her and caused her to have cancer. The other reason she might have had cancer is because she just had cancer. But I can't say. Anyway, she was in LA. She was brought to Clearwater, where I lived, and put in a room, and I guess to some degree treated but mostly neglected. Because what are you going to do with a person with cancer? And as much as cancer is treated now, in the 1970s, they didn't really have any cures for it that were any good. So 2 of my friends used to feed her because they worked in one of the restaurants. They made sure she had food because apparently they weren't feeding her. I don't really know all the details. They're not really important now because she was on her way out. But in the dream, Janice is telling me that there was this island that Scientology had, and that they bought 2 cottages on the island for her mother and them to look after her mother, and that the death watch might have lasted a lot longer and was much more exacerbated than it was in real life. So they had these cottages on the island, And they're telling me about the cottages, and I'm looking, I said, well, Scientology owns this island now, but you own the cottages. Do you still have rights to the cottages? Because I said, even if you do own the rights to the cottages, it's still awkward for you to go there because you're not in Scientology anymore. And so that was a discussion. And then Marjorie Cameron appeared behind the two sisters.
Wow.
And I said, oh, and I started talking about, talking to the future. I said, I got to talk to the future. This is why what you said earlier in the show about, UFOs or aliens coming from the future.
Yes.
Because see, somebody, I think he was a former Scientologist. I think he's from Denmark. I'm not sure. But he wrote to me and was talking about the future.
Yeah.
Communications from the future. And I started to do some writing about communicating to myself in the future. I was communicating to my past self in the future. So you might have said I had A, way in the past, B in the present, C in the future, and D in the further future.
Mm-hmm.
And I started to make a dialogue. I might publish it because it's very interesting. I start talking to myself, but I'm sort of writing from the third person. And there you have to follow I want to clean up the logic in it. But I said, it basically, the present time me is talking to the future me, who tells me to go talk to the past me, basically what it hands up is the future me talks to another future me who knows time travel, so they can go back to the past me and give advice. I know the advice to give the past me, to give advice so that my life is better in the current.
Right.
And that'll make life better for the future me. However, the future me is in a situation it's a little dicey. It's apocalyptic, you see. So this presents a whole new situation. So I can improve my life now by having the future me go back in the past and say, don't marry this girl, marry that girl, invest in this stock, do this, tell your dad to get a health checkup, and improving the quality of life. And then all of a sudden I feel much better in the present.
Right.
And of course that's going to make the present one feel, but when we get the communication back from the future me, it's like, hey, okay, we can do this, but things are apocalyptic here.
Right.
Which now this is just what came out of the writing process. Oh, okay, we're dealing with apocalyptic issue. So I was kind of explaining this to Janice and her sister and Marjorie Cameron, who was there.
Right.
And I'm realizing, see, because these sisters are Wilsons and Marjorie Cameron is a Wilson, we're talking about, the future. And of course, the Montauk Revisited book is all about Wilsons. Now, all of this is sort of a follow-up to what my ex-girlfriend had said. She says, you need to talk to your future self, she told me.
Yeah.
It was a question of what I wanted to do. She says, you need to talk to your future self. And I think I need to talk more to my future self. And I'm not talking about lifetimes away. I'm talking about 5-10 years.
Right.
And so this was a very interesting dream because it brought up this future stuff. Now, it was I think it was last night.
Uh-huh.
Last night I had another dream. And there was a lot of other dreams that I don't remember. But this one, what I remember, I'm walking down Fort Harrison Street, which is where I lived for a long time in Scientology in Clearwater, Florida. Now, when I lived on Fort Harrison Street, the address was 210 South Fort Harrison Street. 210, of course, is the number for Jack Parsons. Freighter 210, he was called.
Ah.
It's really cute. I never realized at the time, but anybody who wrote me a letter, all my return addresses would say 210 South Fort Harrison, because that's where I lived for years.
Yeah.
And I'm walking down the street back to this building. It's called the West Coast Building, where I worked some of the time. And as I'm turning the corner, I'm walking with this sports announcer named Bob Costas, very famous, one of the most famous sports announcers there is, Bob Costas. And Bob Costas is, we're going to a sort of a event. It's sort of like an awards dinner. But I'm walking with all these people that are like Scientologists because I'm in that atmosphere of that building. But this is media. And Bob Costas is saying, well, I don't know if Bob Costas is going to win because he fumbles his words and he's nervous about public speaking. He's not good at public speaking. Now, this is Bob Costas criticizing Bob Costas.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't make any sense. And he's doing it out of jealousy. Now, Bob Costas does not fumble his words. He's very articulate and he's very well spoken. He's very good. If he spoke on politics, he would be very articulate. But he speaks about sports, which kind of, it's like I think he'd service people better. He'd give a much more accurate reporting. Of course, it would probably totally compromise him if he was doing politics. They once asked him if he'd like to, run for president. He says, well, it would be quite a pay cut, he said. Which would. But anyway, so Kostas, it's Greek, Kostas. It's like cost us. Cost us.
Oh.
Did I cost us, by turning down that media deal?
Right.
Or did it cost them?
Yes.
Because they lost what could have, if they did it right, could have been a blockbuster show.
Yeah.
Like no other, if they did it right. But they'd have to listen to me to do it right. And these people are not used to listening to talent.
Mm-hmm.
They tell talent what to do.
Yes.
Because this is the way it works.
Yes.
The talent does not tell the producers and director what to do. Yeah. And more often than not, well, maybe they shouldn't in most cases. But in my case, they'll screw everything up.
Yes, that's right.
And they'll screw it up bad. And they will. They've proven this. So yeah. It's no longer something I will even argue or maybe listen to.
Thank you.
It will not be tolerated.
Peggy sent me a private message saying you did the right thing. Go on.
Oh, yeah. So anyway, as we go forward with the dream, I walk in with Bob Costas to he says, okay, you're going to sit at a table. You're not going to sit with the rest of NBC. You're going to sit with, at your own table for people. He didn't say who don't fit in, but he might as well have said that. Okay.
Yeah. And
I'm sitting at a table. Again, his table is social gatherings, business, and I'm sitting next to Gene Dutcheff, who passed away recently. He was a friend of mine who knew my friend Paul. They knew each other, well. And Gene has passed away. They both passed away. Mm-hmm. Gene represents genetics, like the genetic connections of the Wilsons, and Dutcheff is like the chef.
Yeah.
The chef. And I also remember with Gene, I remember his mother joined the Sea Org, and I went out of my way to help that lady. Wow. She was so appreciative, and he was too, because she was being ignored and treated like shit.
Mm-hmm.
And I happened to know about it. I was in a position to do something about it, so I made sure she, had a place to sleep or whatever. But I remember going out of my way extra because I knew it was his mother.
Right.
And And then, so Gene is just there. I mean, it's just like the dead. This is the dead sitting next to me and being friendly with me. Then on my left is Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson is loaded with symbology.
Yes.
The first thing you have to understand in my dream with Mike is whenever I dream of somebody named Mike, it's Michael the Archangel.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what Mike it is. And Mike, now this is a particularly, hellish angel.
Yeah.
Mike Tyson. But according to John D., Michael the Archangel says he admonishes the Archangel for being late to his chess session. And Michael says, we moveth time, time does not moveth us. So Michael the Archangel is identifying somebody who moves time. Mike Tyson, in real life, bit off the ear of Evander Holyfield.
Yeah.
Holyfield. So here we're talking about the Holy Field. Now that I think about it, the reason he bit off his ear is because Evander Holyfield, who was a devout Christian and said before the fight that his God would prevail over Mike Tyson's God, who was then professing Islam, he was a very dirty fighter.
Yeah.
And he was headbutting Tyson. And that's why Tyson reacted so harshly. It doesn't justify what he did, but that's, he was headbutting him. Probably would have lost the fight anyway. But Tyson biting off an ear is like stopping hearing.
Right.
Stopping hearing. He's also involved with hallucinogenics. This stuff you get off the back of a toad.
Yeah. Yes.
He's been involved with that.
Really?
Yeah.
I forgot what they call that, but people literally lick these toads and they get all psychedelic and shit. Disgusting.
Yeah.
God.
So he's done that. He's done that.
Oh my God.
He's had his own spiritual transformation. And so he represents in the dream, somebody who bit off the field of the holy ear. He's the Michael the Archangel. He's a tough son of a bitch. He's a boxer. He's a fighter. This is the fighting, of heaven and hell or whatnot.
Yeah.
And he's, and in the dream, he's, what else is he? Oh, so he's talking about whatever he's talking about. And then I mentioned to him Qigong. Now I have to remember, I haven't seen her in a long time, but I knew Mike Tyson's sister.
I never knew that.
Yeah, well, she used to come to the house when I had my meetings because her husband, they'd come. A lot of Moors used to come to my house when I used to have the meetings. I missed them. And they had invited me once to speak in Harlem.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember they took me to lunch upstairs at the cafeteria, and I remember us talking about Qigong, and I felt so stupid because I was talking something about, I was giving an example from the Qigong in boxing. She goes, "Oh yeah." She goes, "Yeah, I know. Mike Tyson's my brother."
Holy shit.
And I said, "Yeah." And then I looked at, and I said, I feel like an idiot, talking about boxing in front of Mike Tyson's sister. It's not that I don't know anything, but it's like, no. It sort of humbled me. I was really talking about Qigong. And I said, yeah. And I said, and so, I mean, that means your real name's Kirkpatrick. And she was so impressed that I knew that.
Wow.
That I knew the real name was Kirkpatrick, not Tyson. And because I, read that many years ago.
Right.
He took the name Tyson from his, from, I guess, I don't know where he took Tyson from, but his father's name was Kirkpatrick.
Right. Wow.
And he was a preacher, I think.
Mm-hmm.
but they didn't like him or something. Can you imagine Tyson Fury, the great fighter, the great White Hope, who he was named after Mike Tyson?
Ah, okay.
He's Irish, then he'd be named Kirkpatrick Fury.
Right.
Named him after Mike Tyson, Mike Tyson. But anyway, so she kind of fits into the dream too. But then I was talking to her about qigong, and this is real interesting protective energy. His partner, who was the proprietor of the place that I went to, very nice man, and a super martial artist. He taught all sorts of martial arts.
Uh-huh.
When I was giving a talk on my Montauk Book of the Living. It's an all-black audience.
Uh-huh.
And then I'm going to talk about my teacher and qigong. Right before I did, this guy, super martial artist, he gets up and he goes out of the room. I talk about the qigong. He comes back in. He didn't hear it. I'm sorry he missed that. Long time later,
Uh-huh.
I found out. I talked to my teacher about him, and it turned out that my teacher and him knew each other,
Uh-huh.
but they didn't see eye to eye because this guy wore full African dress. And he wanted my teacher to wear full African dress, and he said, no, I'm not going to do that, because my teacher thought that he'd look, he wasn't going to be able to relate if he was wearing African dress.
Right. Yes. I can imagine.
Although it fit this guy fine. I mean, because he's up there in Harlem, and I'm sure it fit him. But, I guess what goes off in Harlem isn't going to go over necessarily so well in Brooklyn.
Right.
Especially when everybody knows you. You can't. Everybody in Brooklyn knows you, and you can't change in a section of Brooklyn. It's like, kind of like you walking around in top hat and coattails. All of a sudden, it's not going to work. It's just not going to work. So there was I guess, sort of a falling out. But what was interesting is this guy got up before I said a word about my teacher.
Uh-huh.
He left. It was like my energy was protected.
Mm-hmm.
So there was no conflict. He didn't even know what I talked about.
Mm-hmm.
So there was I was protected. It was interesting.
Yeah.
And anyway, I'm talking to Mike Tyson in the dream about qigong, and he's got a completely distorted version of it. And I'm trying to tell him, I said, look, I learned what I learned from this black guy in Brooklyn. And I said, because Tyson's from Brooklyn. And I said, you're going to, and what I realized is that I was trying to tell him, I said, you know what? I said, I could teach you so much that you could learn, because there's things you don't know. I mean, Mike Tyson is a super tough guy, but there's so many things he could learn. And the fact that it was coming from his hometown, what I learned I thought was very valuable. So I was getting to the root but this is, again, really Michael the Archangel.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like I'm kind of dialoguing with the angel. Now, I don't know what it means if, instructing the angel, communicating with the angel, and it basically comes down to qigong. And that kind of rises to the top of the of the water or whatever. So there is this media theme that keeps coming up with Scientology, and Scientology is a hot button with the media.
Right.
It's a very hot button. But unfortunately, they keep on telling the same old stories. Mm-hmm. How much more do you want to hear that David Miscavige beats people, or that all these people have been victimized, mm-hmm. or Leah Remini has, victim after victim, and they all live in very nice houses now. When they interview, they all live in very nice, mini mansions. It's just kind of like, it gets tired, it gets old.
Yeah.
It's the same old story. And my story's not the same old story, at least for media. So it's like there's, and the dream also indicates with the announcer appearing, I'm being scrutinized right now with the people reading my books.
Right.
I am being heavily scrutinized, and I think it's coming from at least two factions. One is that the Radu stuff is becoming very popular to the point people are becoming aware of it, and the stuff with you.
Yes.
Which is much more sensitive.
Yes.
It's much more sensitive. So now we have the obligatory, okay, I'm going to interview Douglas. I'm going to be his friend for a day, and then I'm going to scoot for whatever reason.
Right.
Because if you give people the benefit of the doubt and they're not aligned with Aquino, how much Douglas Dietrich do they need to know? How much can they know? How much can they take?
Yeah.
This is when they're struggling with inflation, career, relationships, health, it's a question. There are plenty of people who will take up the cause, I think.
Yeah.
But it's a matter of accessing them. And the only solution for us is to keep going.
Yes.
Is to keep plying away.
That's
but
right.
as I talk about this stuff, it actually makes a headway.
Yes.
If you read the Tao Te Ching about water, water is powerful because it just takes a little drip to keep dripping through, dripping through, dripping through, dripping through. And it gets to where it's supposed to go.
Yeah.
I remember once I gave one of my books to this guy who sold me my carpet.
Uh-huh.
It's really weird about this carpet store. Because, it was about at least 20 minutes away, maybe a little further than that, and I could get a good deal on a carpet.
Mm-hmm.
And I went in there, and it's like every time I go in there, I'd run into this girl, Rosie,
Uh-huh.
who I barely knew. I knew her husband, but I didn't even know she was married, let alone to him. I knew her husband, who was a chiropractor.
Wow.
But when I walk in there, she'd be there. What the hell's she doing there? It was weird. I'd run into Rosie.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I gave a copy of the Montauk Project to Barry, the guy who owned the store. He was very friendly. And somehow the book ended up somewhere, and a woman who worked there read it.
Uh-huh.
And I later met her, and she became a real good friend and a real good consultant for me. She was an astrologer, and she became a real close friend of mine. And I helped her a lot too. I got some demonic elements out of her life.
Uh-huh.
So it's like, I think when you have a book, I gave it to him. He didn't read it, but it got into the hands of somebody who not only read it, but became very impactful in my own life.
Yeah.
So when I say, when we do what we do here, and we talk about these things, and we push the truth, the information forward, this is a dialogue. And then when it gets into the dream world, and of course Mike Tyson represents the fighter,
Uh-huh.
the criminal, the hallucinogenically turned on guy who's got a very soft side to his personality.
Mm-hmm.
He does. He's very intelligent, actually. But, certainly he's made some bad decisions. But and you certainly were not in favor of the way he was brought up.
That's right. Yes.
Taught to be a killer or whatever,
Oh my
like
God.
Dusty Tomato.
Yeah, I mean, it was
But
just the other day. I happened to be reading something that he was saying about. It was. I didn't retain it, but he was talking about either his mother or his father saying, "Oh, I was so lucky she died, so that I could." Oh, it was his mother. He said, "I was so lucky my mother died, so I could wind up fighting on the streets." And I'm like thinking, are you fucking out of your mind? I mean, like, what a thing to say. He's like saying, my mother would have babied me, and I never would have become this street fighter. I mean, and obviously his life was this mess, this turmoil, this like, brief time he had in the sun was just, not worth all of the pain and suffering and prison time that he.
I think he would be much more philosophical and upbeat about it, to tell you the truth. But the one thing is my friend Rudy Curry grew up as a street fighter, because if you weren't a fighter, you weren't going to survive in that element.
Yes.
It's like you didn't have a choice, just like you joined gangs
Yes.
for your own survival.
Yes.
You did it in a different context.
Yes.
But what I'm saying is, so that's how they view it. If he didn't fight, he'd have been worse off.
Yeah.
He'd have been, maybe the way he looks at it, he would have been beaten up and it would have become a sissified accountant or something. I don't know how he looks at it.
Well, he might be kind of revising history a little bit, just for the sake of repainting himself in a more dominant position. When Cosmological found him, he was handcuffed or chained literally to a radiator. And basically what they were saying was, oh, we got to keep him there because otherwise, the girls in the orphanage would all beat him up, is what they were saying. So he was kind of this bullied kid who then Cosmological found and then basically turned into a human pit bull by raising him to do nothing but fight, no teaching him any communications or barely how to talk. But I hear what you're saying as well. Obviously, it's one of these things that no doubt, what little encounters he had outside of his environment were all street fighting from that point forward. But he may have resented his mother because he essentially was turned into this kind of wimpish kid who the girls were beaten up on. He probably blames that on his mom, and then he's glad she died so that this white guy could turn him into just a fighting machine. But personally, I feel he would have been better off if his mother had lived and he had become more of a well-rounded human being. But there you have that. It's
well, I don't know. Different things motivate people. I know that I think Muhammad Ali learned boxing because somebody stole his bicycle.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah. And Muhammad Ali came from a middle-class family. He was not poor. And he learned how to box, and he had just had this incredibly gifted fast twitch fibers. He could move so fast. He had fast twitch fibers. Boom, 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 boom. So he had this incredible talent, and that's how his talent became to the front. And Tyson, whatever Cosmological saw him, he saw he was what incredible. It was physique or whatever. He had an incredible potential that he realized. He was just such a ferocious fighter. Nobody's ever seen anything like him for when he was at his peak.
Yeah.
When he was up and coming.
Yeah.
He was literally a pit bull.
Yeah.
And the only reason he lost that first fight was because he didn't train for it.
Yeah. Oh.
And I remember when they interviewed him and before the fight in Tokyo, it was in Tokyo where he lost to Buster Douglas, and they billed him as the Monster Tyson. They said, "Did you train for the fight?" He says, "I'd be pretty fucking stupid if I didn't."
You got his voice down. Oh,
and he did. And he did. No, I do. In fact, I used that on Paula when I first met her on not first met her, but on the internet, she knew who Mike Tyson was, and she was very amused.
Okay.
I'd like to say it's the last time I made her laugh.
Oh.
It's not, but yeah, she liked my Mike Tyson impression.
Mm-hmm.
I used to do an impression with, he would talk about growing up in the Hamptons. Yes, I go up and we go on vacation in the Hamptons, and the big black helicopters would come and they'd take me to Montauk and program me and made me do things I shouldn't do. And this is why I raped Desiree Washington, because
Oh my God.
because they took me and they programmed me with all these scientists at Montauk. I was one of the scientists. Yeah, I used to do Mike Tyson. It could, but anyway, he's fun to imitate. And yeah, well, anyway, but yeah, he appears in the dream, and he is the epitome of, of fighting.
Mm-hmm.
He's, that's what this battle we're in is, a fight.
Yes.
Whether we like it or not.
Yes.
And I think the best strategy for fighting is the doctrine of Wu Wei.
Yes.
The Taoist Wu Wei is fight without fighting.
Okay. Yeah.
In other words, it means, to fighting would be getting and telling all the, fighting all these characters
Mm-hmm.
that have bad-mouthed you, and I mean, it's like, we want to fight them for it. They're not worthy opponents.
Yes.
They don't mention their names.
Yeah.
They're not worthy opponents.
Yes.
When we get into major media, that's a generality.
Yeah.
And major media is like, it is what it is. So I had this idea, and ideas never necessarily work out the way you want to, but, for a while I was telling everybody quite, I guess, genuinely, that JoJo was my media manager.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Well, JoJo's doing a good job of managing my media with the doctrine of Wu Wei. She's managing me by doing nothing. And it's okay. If I call her for her help, she'll be there.
Yeah. Okay.
She'll be there. But, yeah, because, look, there's nothing really for me to do. I'm going to be, what's today, Sunday? I'll be with you today's Wednesday. I'll be with you. I'll be with you this Sunday,
Mm-hmm. Great.
and then I won't be with you for a while.
Right.
Sunday will be my last night. I might chime in the Wednesday before I go to Romania.
Right. Right.
I might. I'll try to.
Mm-hmm.
But then I'll be away for a while, and Romania and Michigan will have all sorts of experiences
Mm-hmm.
that when you travel, it just shifts your viewpoint.
Yeah.
And you see things in different ways, so on and so forth. It broadens your viewpoint. Mm-hmm. And then when I come back, I said, come about September, I'll start to think more about what I'm going to do media-wise.
Right.
But as it stands right now, I got the Philadelphia Experiment book done. I've got the Encounter in the Pleiades book done. Mm-hmm. I've still got the Montauk Book of the Dead to do, which means I have to reformat it and republish it. And then I'm still working on your book, which I'm very little frustrated I haven't been able to work more on that. Because I have been working on it when I was in jury duty, because I was writing.
Oh, thankful. Yes, I'm thankful.
That stuff, the stuff I talked up on the Ark of the Covenant and whatnot does tie into that. We have to figure out how that all that correlates. Yeah. And then, and now I got to do Montauk Revisited. So it's like, I just writing alone can keep me busy. Mm-hmm. But be that as it may, we'll see where the where the media stuff goes.
Yes.
And it'll do whatever it does. So that's I can kind of let me see, what's the time now?
Oh, it's 8:01 here, which means it's
11:01.
Yeah.
Okay, so I can turn it over to you now to comment or say anything or talk about this, ambush.
Oh yeah, that's yeah. Just to clarify that for our listeners, I think it's worked out well enough with what I've put up on our channel where I'll talk more about it later. But I do want people to know that when we use the term soft ambush, basically it's when somebody interviews you and then just doesn't publish it, and this is something that I think is ultimately can be construed as being done to just break down my desire to conduct interviews, period. I mean, when you have people who basically you invest your time, your energy, and you put effort into trying to articulate things, and then people just don't publish it. It's, you can imagine the frustration, and so that's essentially what happened. This interview was conducted pretty much on it was Friday of the 8th, and it was long enough, and it's just there wasn't much to do with uploading or publishing it, technically speaking, and it just wasn't happening. And so when I pursued it and asked about it, there really wasn't a response, and so I just approached John Warrington, and we just ripped it off of the Skype, which, thank God, Skype is incredible. It is something that it records for you, and thank the gods of my ancestors that it does. And you're given 30 days to just get that material down from Skype. And what we did was we downloaded it into my computer, and then uploaded it onto my channel, and that way John Warrington can download it and put it onto Odyssey. So it's just like it is what it is. We did what we did, and what I felt we had to do because people were asking about it, and it just needed to be done. So the individual involved, I'll see what communications happen in the future, but I must say that it was I'm fairly leery right now, fairly leery. The individual left me a message which I have not opened yet, but it's pretty much to the effect, from what little I can see, that they had a cold. But I noticed that was not communicated to me when I was probing, and so I really don't know what to make of it. Privately, I will tell Peter between now and Sunday, I'll tell people I'll tell Peter and a few other people privately what John Warrington speculated, because I think it might be right on the mark. But it's there for people to see, and hopefully they're not listening to that or reviewing that instead of listening to us tonight. Hopefully everybody is on schedule and can review that at their leisure later, because it's up there now on the channel, and there's nothing that's going to bring it down. So it is what it is. It's just how would I say it? It's when you're confronted with this sort of struggle, just with everything, that nothing gets done, no matter how you trust people. Most people, the incredible thing that I've always heard, that I find the most offensive of all, is how many people will say, and this is in the defamatory and slander and defamation category that comes from the gang stalkers, or anybody who cleaves to the Contra Dietrich cult, they're going to say that I'm paranoid, which is the furthest from myself in every single...
That's the easy thing to say.
Yeah, it's just a cheap shot.
Very uninformed.
It's just a cheap shot to dismiss someone. The moment that you say someone is paranoid, it dismisses them completely. It just relegates them to insanity. Just you'll dismiss everything they say. So it's one of those words that is far more damning or damaging than crazy or insane or any of the other descriptives. It's something that is a instant dismissal of everything about that individual. What is true about my behavior is that how reckless I am, how completely and utterly reckless, and the fact that I truly, because of my recklessness, really don't deserve to be alive at all. The fact is that I'm too trusting, I'm too nice a guy, I'm far too respectful and far too kind and generous and gracious to all too many people who not only don't deserve it, but deserve just the opposite. But this individual.
But you know how to disgrace them once they cross the line. And there's something to be said for that. In other words,
thank you. Yes.
You let them, you let them make a complete ass of themselves.
Yeah. Yes. The one thing that people do because they feel, because I give them so much leeway, people open up to me, and so I do find out all about them. And then yes, if they do betray me, then I feel quite free to share it with the rest of the world, everything that they've shared, and so I'm able to pretty much dissect many a person who basically betrays myself. So
I think sometimes they can relate to you because I think they have some trauma bonding with you.
Yeah.
Because they know you've gone through the trauma, they've gone through the trauma, so they find a kindred spirit who can help them understand who and what they are. But then when it gets down to the nitty gritty, they can't break free from the trauma. Yeah. You have the trauma, but you're not, proud of it. Not that they're proud of it, but you're not.
It's their shtick. It tends to be their shtick as opposed to.
Yeah, it becomes their shtick. Yeah. They can't step out of it.
Yeah.
And you're playing a much bigger game.
Thank you. Than being a victim.
They're basically a victim, and you're a victim too. But you're not. You're also a warrior,
right?
And you're fighting the battle.
Yes.
And that's, they're good for a few rounds of golf, but that's about it.
Yes. And so when there is a, how would I say it? Now it could be just simply that this individual was just completely unorganized. And so I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt, and there might be,
you'll find out. But see, this, I want to share something here because, okay, I'm trying to put up this antenna.
Yeah.
At Choctovina.
Yeah.
Now I've kind of lost my enthusiasm for it because what I really want are the white noise or the spectrum analyzers. Yeah. And I'll get those. But anyway, so what's happened with the antenna project, the first guy that was going to do it, says, okay, you need $2,500 to get secondhand equipment. I can do it for $2,500. I raised $2,800, and he says, you need 11,000, really 19,000. This is bullshit.
Yeah.
Why do you tell me that? So I'm not, I go to somebody else and, oh yeah, I'll do it for you. No problem. Perfect. Now he goes silent. Now it turns out, he's not going to come to the camp, and it turns out he's got health problems. So it's okay, something got to him. Really nice guy. Okay, well, he's no longer going to have anything to do with anybody.
Right. Holy shit.
He seemed to really like me. I mean, I really liked him. Okay, he's gone. So then, told to write to two other guys. I do, and don't hear anything back. But then there's a third guy who's coming to the camp, and he's going to be the ham radio guy. Oh, great. I write to him, and he says, oh, I'd love to do it. But after the camp, I'm going somewhere else. I can't do it this year. Okay, great. He's going to do it, but he can't do it. It's there's always reasons not. So Heather's so good. She says, well, she says to him, she seems to have know him. I don't know him. He says, well, can you help us buy the equipment? Oh, key question. he buys the equipment, we don't really need him. Well, we do need his ham radio. We need a ham radio license to operate it. But if we have the equipment, we can put it up when we, it's not like, we need him to go up there with a hammer and nail,
Right.
If we get the equipment, we can put it up.
Right.
Or the people we have there. So she's got it figured out. So it's sort of like, okay, I've put this into a group energy to where I just have to show up.
Yeah.
And say, I get the credit for doing it. Not that I want the credit. I thought it up. It gets executed. Other people have to execute it. But I've got, team activity, and it's going to be great. So what I'm talking about here with what happens is people, some people don't get things done.
Yeah.
And they're good at not getting things done.
Yes. Yes. They
And
make
see,
a career of
that's
it.
where it becomes, it's anybody can have a reason for not getting things done.
Yeah.
But when they become good at it, and it sounds like this book can happen with your stuff. It brings out the worst in people.
Yes.
It brings out their inability to function, their inability to do, and so be it. So be it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And because I wouldn't trust anybody right now doing a radio interview with you.
Yes. Good point. Yeah.
I don't hear anybody asking to do them.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't even hear them asking me anymore.
Yes.
I will be on with Michael Sala next week.
Oh, good. I'm glad to hear he's still in the game. That's important.
Oh yeah, this will be, I think, on books. I don't know. I think books 5 and 6. I don't know. I think we did 4 and 5. Maybe it's 6 and 7. I don't know. But maybe after he does those, maybe he'll touch Roswell. I'll get a feel for what he has to say about that.
Oh God, I shudder. I really am kind of concerned about that.
We'll see.
Yeah.
You'll see. We'll see. He's been very, very sharp on these people that were trying to bring him to Romania to, And I told him, I said, these peoples sound like they're trying to steer the narrative. He says, that's exactly what I thought, and I pointed some stuff out to him. He agreed with me totally. Okay. He'd already figured it out.
Okay.
They were trying to bring him to Romania and, give him the inside dope. It would be more dope, right? More dope than inside, yeah. And one of my favorite ones was this guy contacted me, and he contacted me. He said he was a friend of Radu's, and that, I don't know what he wrote to me through an intermediate in Portugal. And I wrote to him, and apparently he was, and I don't think the kid, I don't know if he grew up in America. He was half Romanian, whatever. He had Romanian roots. And actually he was a friend of Radu's, and he had this book he wanted to publish, and he wants a story to tell. And then I actually went to the trouble to write to Radu, and I got an answer. And Radu says, no, I don't know this person at all. And when I told this guy this, he got mad, and he says, I know Radu. He says, I know the real Radu. The Radu you know is not the real Radu.
Oh, of course. Oh, that's kind of like them gang stalkers saying, I'm not the real Douglas Dietrich.
Can you imagine the arrogance of that? The arrogance of that. The only reason there is a Radu Cinemar is because he's published a book under that name. It's not his real name.
Right.
And then I published the English version. So, okay. So the real Radu Cinemar is going through a publishing company. Yeah. That is the real Radu. He writes the books.
Right.
And guy's saying, you don't know the real Radu.
Right.
It's like, I know the real Radu. It's like,
Yes.
how lame can you be? It's lame.
Yeah. Oh, it's
And
just
then his
pathetic.
book,
Yeah.
he was a young guy. The book was all about the books he read.
Right. Right.
It was all about the books he read. It kind of ends with the big revelation of Transylvania Sunrise. And he's kind of alluding to, who am I, meaning himself, like, like I will reveal who I am in the future. Like, who the hell cares who you are? There's somebody who read a lot of books.
Yeah.
And it's like,
it would be delightful if it weren't so pathetic and completely uninteresting. Yes, it's amazing what people are like. It's and the fact that they're so full of themselves and they think they have something to offer. Oh, by the way, just an amusing story for you. I don't know if you caught this the other day when I expressed it, because I know that you were dealing with a lot at the time, and of course preparations for Romania have taken up a lot of your energy, as well as so many other things that you've been dealing with, including writing, our latest book and all the other stuff you were working with. But I don't think you heard the part where I brought up a bit about Salman Sheikh and this incredible synchronistic little event that happened. And basically, one of the things I brought up with people before is that, of course, I'm a recipient of Meals on Wheels, and just so people understand, these are breakfast and dinner like little trays that are fixed by nutritionists, and are ultimately they're kind of organized by nutritionists, and other people are putting them together, but altogether they provide what for the overwhelming majority of the recipients who actually eat this regularly, they theoretically have a far better diet than most Americans. Unfortunately, for me, that's not the case. For your average person, it would be a superior diet. It's basically 3/4 vegetables. But for someone like myself, with my genetics, it's not good at all. And it prevents me from starving. But at the same time, it's not really nutritious. It's not really as nutritious for me as a higher meat diet, especially rare meats and real meats, as opposed to, some of the meats in there are actually tofu replacements. And so it's like I said, about 75% vegetable matter. And most people would need that, because most Americans are eating way too much meat for their health. With me, it's completely different, and I should be eating what most Americans eat. So I was thinking about how badly I needed a rare steak dinner. Obviously my access to the estates and the Blood Boys is wonderful, and we just had the 4th of July holiday and all that, and some holidays like Juneteenth before that, but in between, really. And so I was just thinking about could use an extra $250, because basically a meal like that in San Francisco's astronomical. It's about $150, seriously, because they'll put side dishes with it, but when I was thinking about that, then basically this package that I had slapped up in my hoarder's crypt, one of the book piles, of which basically they constitute walls within my home, one of these little packages slipped down, and I says, "Oh, look, it's that book Salman Sheikh sent me." And I said, "I bet he put a money order in it." That was before he flipped into his real self, what he always was. And so I opened it up, and sure enough, this is probably the same book he had sent Peter Moon, this self-published vanity press piece of shit, where he's referencing a bunch of movies and talking about love and all this bullshit. And he still has that shit up on his channels that Peter was laughing his ass off about when he checked his channels the other day, and he saw Salman Sheikh saying, "Oh yes, whoever is expressing hatred of their enemies is something like falling prey to their enemy," or something like. In other words, exactly what he's doing, which is all he does is rag on myself. And but anyhow, I opened it up, and there was this $25 money order in it, and it said sweet, and I took it to the bank and I cashed it, and I was able to get myself a rare ribeye steak dinner through that, with some backup bucks. And of course, I chuckled at his picture of himself inside of the book, where he's got his chicken shit little apron on, his Masonic apron right over his crotch, looking like an idiot. And there you have that. So shout out to Solomon Shake. Thanks. Yeah. So there you are. Some amusement there. And aside from that, I don't know if that brings up to mind anything from Peter.
Well, I mean, it's just like that's, kind of like beating a dead.
It is what it is. Yes.
Beating a dead Pakistani because he's not a horse.
Yes, that's true enough. And so I'm getting feedback now from people who are telling me, like Peggy, her diet's mostly meat. Yes, there we are. Yes, some of us are like that. And of course, Brendan Zoget would get all militant about it. And
well, let me insert something. My daughter introduced me to the 8 Korean body types. Because there are 4 Chinese body types, and there are 8 that the Koreans took it and formulated it into 8, and it all depends on your genetics, what you're supposed to eat. Yes. So because my daughter's she inherited her Italian genetics from her grandmother. Yes. And as did her mother, which is a Mediterranean diet. Now, although my father's parents are from the Mediterranean, I inherit, and I physically look like my mother's side. I inherited the Celtic genetics. Oh. So say my daughter is supposed to eat fish and greens, whereas the Celtic diet is not fish and greens. It's ground stuff like beets and yams, or sweet potatoes are good. Stuff from the ground, not the greens, but the meat. Meat is very good for us. And there's some foods that are good and okay. Some things are very good for you. Some are not. Some are bad for you. Some are mediocre. And so we each have a different type. Now, the way you get tested for this is you have to get tested. And it's not anybody can test you. There's only a few doctors around it. I found this Korean woman in New Jersey. She said, okay, you have to wait a month before I can see you, or whatever. And I went over and saw her, and she was the most incredible person, and I filled out the stuff. She tested my pulses and stuff. She says, you are Heptonian. But she also gave me a treatment. And it was one hell of a treatment. I didn't ask for treatment. Just, what's wrong with you, whatever. And she started putting needles in me, and I kicked her 3 times, like it was like a reflex kick. Right. And I said, what was that? She says, gallbladder meridian. Now, since I've had all these, hydrotherapy, I've released many gallstones. I've never had a real gallstone issue. But she was like really good. But she says, 8, so your father, well, which is your father, your mother, who the hell knows? You could have all sorts of, who the hell knows what your type is? But I said, I'm familiar somewhat with Mediterranean and with Celtic. There could be, I will look it up and see what the other ones are, and because they come obviously from different parts of the globe.
Yes, and of course, Adolf Hitler himself was a vegetarian. So I will talk to people a little bit about that. It kind of actually ties in with the abortion that I've been talking about. Just for you to live, or for anyone or anything to live, something has to die. And I'll point out the fact that plants are known to be sensitive. Plants have their own awareness, and therefore, even as a vegetarian, you're still tearing into something, and so we have to be realistic about what we're doing. Life displaces life. It's the cycle. That's the cycle of things.
I looked up 8 Korean body types, and I got all these sexy Korean girls. So inappropriate. Like heptonian, which I have, is liver, gallbladder is strong, and lung is weak. Another one is gallbladder is strong and large intestine is weak. Pancreatic constitution, pancreas is strong, kidney is weak. I mean, it all goes by the Chinese elemental theories.
Yes.
It all correlates with this. But I'm also looking to see what regions they come from, because they do tend to come from different areas, I think.
Yes.
It's very interesting theory.
I think it's very more than a theory. It's something applicable. People really this really needs to be better known, so that people can maintain
Very
it.
few people who did it.
Yeah.
Very few people who even practice it or recognize it, because it's very, as they say it. This was a Korean acupuncturist.
Yeah.
Boy, did she know her stuff. Yeah. And I think my daughter learned it in L.A. because she knew Chinese people. She had a Chinese boyfriend at the time, and she kind of got introduced to it. I don't know that she goes by it anymore, but she swore by it.
Yeah.
And but in any case, this is why some people need meat.
Yes.
And some people don't. And
Yes.
so whatever it is.
It is what it is, and
the vampire element would need blood.
And well, the meat is
blood. Meat is blood too, in a way, in its own way. But go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, I was just going to say the meat is part of that. Really, it goes towards that. It kind of like serves as a satisfying substitute. So there we have that, and there really is no substitute for meat. Whatever they say about this soy crap and all the rest of that, it doesn't really work for non-vampires either, to tell you the truth. So that being said, you've been marvelous tonight, Peter, and what I'll do is I'll try and give people a little bit of a monologue tonight. I'll do my best to just educate them, as I always try to. Had this wonderful individual, a young lady, who was saying how she learns something new every time she listens to me, and her name is Presley or something like that. So I even actually saved what she said because it was such high praise. I can look it up, I guess, in my files here, just to share it with people, because this wonderful young lady deserves a shout out. So let me just go through my files here and look up the word praise.
This one guy says if what's good for Slavic Ukrainian,
yeah.
I can't say,
yeah.
Because even if you're Slavic Ukrainian, you could have somebody in the woodpile somewhere that had something else. You'd have to look at 8 Korean body types,
yeah.
and I really don't know, because even if you come from an area, you have to be tested. And even after she tested me, she says, it's good to get tested several times to really be sure. So I'm pretty sure, but you have to be tested several times. So
yeah.
I'm not doing it anymore because I handled my problem,
Yeah.
Which was basically a gut problem. And I've handled that with other means. Not that, but
there we are. So here's this young lady, Tracy Celeste Presley. So a shout out to Tracy Celeste Presley. this lovely young individual who said, every time I listen to him, I learn something mind-blowing. He is so knowledgeable and really funny. I love his voice, his laugh, and his presentation of information. So there we are. Delightful. So that's to Tracy Celeste Presley. Mwah. Love you dearly, honey, and hope you're out there listening. And with that, of course, and yes, and our man, Mr. Troy Bellamy says hello to Peter Moon, who is one of our fans that was asking me to speak to that slaughter of that young black man Jalen Walker in Akron, Ohio, where the police pumped 60 bullets into him and then handcuffed the body. Oh, God, that's so horrible. I don't even mean to laugh with that, but if you don't laugh, you're going to cry. So I'll speak to that tonight. With all this stuff that's been going on lately, Peter, all of the the mass shootings on the 4th of July, what happened in Akron, Ohio, and just everything else recently. I think that probably because you're set on going to Romania, maybe a lot of this kind of bypasses you. You're not. It's not weighing on you the way it is.
I think with regards to the shooting, I don't focus too much on those because what happens with the media is they kind of blow it up everybody's ass. Mm-hmm. This is what they do. Mm-hmm. And they don't, they'd probably be better off not to even talk about them. Mm-hmm. Because then people wouldn't focus and there wouldn't be copycat killings and all this sort of stuff. Mm-hmm. It's just like, what the media does is so, is the media, if you look at what the media has done with, going back to George Floyd, they don't improve anything. The media does not improve anything, and the government tends to make it all worse. It's like, and certainly since the George Floyd thing, things have only gotten worse. And but what I would say is from the mass shootings, the best way, and then of course there's the conspiracy angle when you get all these people and then Alex Jones comes in and messes everything up and then everybody accuses everybody of being paid actors. Yeah. He got shot because he was paid to do it. It was a snuff film. There have been paid actors, but it's not everything's a paid actor. So the thing is if we can look at this from the perspective of who benefits from these killings, what's the occult side to it? What is being stirred up? Because on some level, even if it's not, Aquino doing the Weevelsburg working or something similar to it and stirring up, there is some entity out there getting off on these killings. Yeah. Yes. This is what entities do. They get off on it. And you have to do what you can to stop it. The real guilty culprits in this are the people, who go in and see all these knives and guns in the house and don't do anything or don't put that house on alert and just ignore it. Yeah. Or cite some law why they can't do anything about it. Yeah. These are the people that they're enabling it by not responding to it or not seeing it. And this is a non-response of people who are dead. Yeah. They are dead, not dead, they're dead in their heart, they're dead in their mind. Yeah. Just like, small example, I was behind somebody, it was like they could turn right, but they wouldn't turn right because they're waiting for the light to turn. Mm-hmm. But they're really not waiting for the light to turn. They're just sitting there like a lump on a log. When I honk, they move forward. Then we're down the street, a red light, I'm behind them. They don't move when the light turns green. I have to honk them. They're just, they're just dead.
Well, just at least they respond to stimuli.
Well, exactly. In other words, when they get in the car, they just sit there and they're just like a lump. And this is unfortunate when you see people who are, they don't respond, they don't see trouble before it happens, and they will just be oblivious. They're not in touch.
Yeah.
And they're not alive.
Yeah.
Now, in this day and age, well, I mean, how stupid do you have to be to see some troubled teen that's been playing with guns or been sending weird social emails out or social messages? How smart do you have to be to say this person bears watching? And it seems to me that with at least one of these kids that I've heard about, everybody in that school better be on alert about this kid.
Yes.
So when he comes toting in the room, it's like, everybody should be ready.
Yeah.
Like, what's going on? You got a troubled kid here. It's like sometimes you'll get emails, or I'll get emails saying a sex offender has moved into your neighborhood. Huh. I think they're probably spurious emails. I don't open them.
Right.
But there are certain notices you get supposedly when a sex offender has moved into your neighborhood.
That should be the case, but I don't think that that's normally the case.
Well, whatever it is,
yeah.
A sex offender is one thing.
Yeah.
They are supposed to send out this stuff.
Yeah.
But when you have a potentially troubled, murderous teenager or anybody else, this is a major flag. It wouldn't hurt to know who has guns and who doesn't have guns on the block.
Yes.
Because if people have guns, it means they're dangerous, or one, they could protect you if you needed protection.
Right. Yeah.
So, even exposing that might be more trouble than it's worth. If I had a gun, I wouldn't want anybody to know.
It is kind of an invasion of privacy. But
it is. But the point of it is, if somebody's troubled, you should know it. Then again, you kind of know if there's if there are troubled people in the neighborhood.
Yes.
You kind of, but as they say, communication is not as, I guess what you'd say is common as it was when I was a kid, where the kind of whole neighborhood knew each other.
Yes. And
it sort of operated like a team.
Yeah.
As they say, the first thing my neighbor said to me when I moved in, he says, you don't want anybody around here to know what you're doing. And he wasn't referring to the fact that I was an author, because he didn't know.
Right.
You just don't want people knowing what you're doing.
Got it.
He was just saying that as a word of advice, because it can't lead to anything good.
Yeah.
And not that they're bad neighbors. It's just like, you don't need these people knowing anything about you.
Right.
Yeah. So this is the world that we live in, and we all live in our own sphere. And what Aaron was saying about is doing what you can in the world that's good and it's positive.
Yes.
But then if I saw something, I might be all over it before it happens. My danger signals generally go off real quick, and because I will feel the menace. Not that I'm foolproof, but and then people might respond to me for being exaggerating or something, when I'm not exaggerating at all.
No.
I don't know. It's like, and in Scientology, we were always taught to, just by presence, you could calm these things down. Just by your presence. And by being very soft and, easy, you can, like, I think one of my friends was in a Waffle House in Clearwater, and, some guy pulled a knife out, and he just, calmed him down and got the knife out of his hand.
Amazing.
It wasn't like he fought him. He just calmed him down.
That's incredible. I mean, that's the stuff of films, and
Well, it's like you have to see what the guy is. It's not like he's some badass in a movie. It's like he pulls out the knife because he's like really
scared. Yes.
He's not. He's yeah. It's not like he's operating like some ninja warrior.
Right. No.
It wasn't like.
Yeah.
I mean, this friend of mine was pretty scrappy.
Yeah.
Really scrappy guy.
Yeah.
But and he would have, he had his own criminal background, so he's not going to be afraid of the guy, because you can just kind of see into the guy's soul.
Yes.
I mean, the guy's kind of scared, and he talks him out of the knife. And it wasn't like some cowboy movie that I say, son, put down that gun. You're not old enough to shoot anybody. Put down that gun. I'm not afraid of you. It wasn't like that. So, but yeah, it's you calm down a situation, and
yes, no, I think that's an incredible skill, and I do believe Peter has that intrinsically within him. By the way, Peter, I did.
It can work. It can work sometimes. I wouldn't say it can work every time. It depends how crazy the person is.
Yes. True. Of course, always have to be aware of that. So I left
but the big problem is when somebody confronts you.
Yes.
With something.
Yes.
And it's like, if the person gets scared, then the person with the knife or the gun is going to feed off that fear.
Absolutely. This is what happens. This is why they do what they do. They're hoping to do that. That's the normal intent of such people who are so insecure and unbalanced that they need that weapon to be the great equalizer. So just be aware of that. And then again, you can't, there's certain risks that you have to gauge everything and decide what risks you're going to take. And one thing is, like, I think one of the biggest dangers, I think, if I had a kid that was going to school, like, wow, we haven't had any school shootings that I'm aware of in Long Island, but we did have we had a serial killer out on the Gilgo Beach. That's a whole nother story. Wow. Serial killer on Long Island. I never really heard about it till I was looking into some of your stuff, and I think they allegedly found somebody connected to it or found some big lead on it. But we had a train shooting many years ago. But a lot of these shootings take place in schools. Yeah. Sometimes in one in a synagogue, maybe a mall. But when you're going to congregations, that's when the danger is, especially congregations that are, you don't know who's there. And I mean, Jewish people got to be on alert at all times, because they've got sworn enemies. Yes. Schools, they seem to be the most vulnerable. Yes. Yeah. Definitely at this point in history. And that's just tragic. It's beyond tragic. It's unspeakable. And so I'll definitely speak a little bit tonight, not necessarily about schools per se, but certainly inescapably a little bit about guns. So I left the screen share on. I wanted to show Peter this. A shout out to Deborah Hewins, who shared this. And Deborah Hewins shared this joke with Mike Tyson. The cursed doll, Annabelle. She says, for the first time ever, Annabelle was scared. And you see Mike Tyson kissing her. So that's, I thought Peter would find that funny if you could see that.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. I don't really like, it's not fair to Mike. And I don't think Mike would really kiss Annabelle.
Oh, yes, there we are. That's
but it's okay.
Yeah,
somebody that's funny. I don't object to it.
Yes. So that I'll shut the screen down then.
Okay. I mean, it's like,
yes. So she gives her thumbs up to that. And so aside from that, Peter, I'm just so excited with everything that's going on. Not just what you're doing with our book, but all your books and everything that you're doing.
Well, we got to deal with something here. What do you what's what am I going to come back to? Not in my own life, but I'm saying with you. Are you going to be, are you going to be banned from all social media? Are you going to be? Is there going to be some, you know, Sam and Shake's father's going to be, protesting with Stephen Outram, in front of your house?
I think that that's not a danger. Basically, Salman Sheikh is just someone who he's fading.
No,
Yeah,
I'm being facetious, but I'm
understood.
saying I do know I provide a stabilizing influence on you, and if I'm gone for a
Even
few
a
weeks,
little bit, yes.
right, it's like what is you know uh, uh,
Ironically enough, when you'll be with us for the last time for a little while on Sunday the 17th, it'll be the weekend of International Drag Day. So I'll actually be reverting to the more sexually suggestive images in thumbnail of live stream at that point, or at least certainly for
you
that
know
week.
you know people respond to that. I just to me it just goes one ear and out the other. Some people take great issue with it. Um, One of my longtime readers had some comments here. I'll read them to you. It wasn't about that,
Uh-huh.
and it's okay. It's okay to know what people think,
Uh-huh.
and I don't resent what he said. He says, like most of your readers, well, I don't know if he's speaking for most of my readers. I really don't have time to shift and sift through hours of podcasts each week to find some tidbit of somewhat interesting information. Would you perhaps talk to Douglas and your other friends about turning down their rambling and maybe making more concise, erudite, and interesting comments? Now, content. Now, I don't, some people love listening to you for 3 hours.
Yes.
I do understand that this forum is it's not edited, it's not edited information. It's just free, raw, organic conversation.
Yeah.
Some people like that.
Yeah.
I understand that he doesn't. Douglas's book was interesting, but the focus on the format of the 3 hour long YouTube is really hard to follow when we are all older now with families and jobs. Okay. I do obviously enjoy to learn new things, but the medium is really not working out. I plan on buying your next book, whatever it is. So anyway, that's just a comment. In other words, he wants to get hard data that he can chew on, rather than he's got a family and whatnot. He doesn't have time to listen. That's fine. I understand that. That's a legitimate, understandable objection.
Maybe it's one of those things where
look, not everybody's got time to listen.
Yeah. I mean, no, I certainly don't hold anything against him for what he said.
Also speaks Korean, by the way.
I'm sorry, what?
He speaks Korean, by the way.
Well, that explains a lot.
He's not Korean.
I get it. Yeah, it's just how would I say it? It's I'm being facetious in my own right. If somebody goes into a culture, they tend to pick up a lot of its traits, and Koreans tend to be very pugilistic. They're very I mean, they go straight for physical force, and it's kind of like watching an episode of Cops in Texas or something like that. It's just the first response is just breaking down doors and bashing people's skulls, and so when it comes to somebody like him, it's not that I take offense at what he says, because I just don't take it seriously. I mean, to me,
well, it's what
he gets the.
I don't resent it at all.
Yeah.
The thing is, not everybody.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But I do want to respond. I do want to respond. My response to it is that,
go ahead.
First off, he's got the chronology way off. He's talking about whatever for 3 hours or something. What he means to say, of course, is the transmissions are 12 hours long. Now, by the way, they've just kind of organically evolved that way because I only do it twice a week. So since I'm only doing it twice a week, I figure I might as well take the time to do an overnighter because I'm usually up throughout the night and asleep in the daytime anyway. So in terms of the fact that I timestamp these things now, might have been a bit more of a pain in the ass when I wasn't doing that before. It's just there's really nothing to complain about. You can search for something that seems. I try to make the timestamp titles sound as lurid as possible, so people will be interested in hitting them and listening. So it is what it is. I mean, when you're like this thing about, oh, I'm working and I have a family or whatnot, that doesn't wash with me at all, because it's as if this individual is implying that I myself have no responsibilities. Obviously, my lifestyle is
I don't think
extraordinarily
he's implying
different.
that at all.
It could be taken as
personal.
it could be, maybe,
I don't think he's saying that at
but
all.
I really don't see, I really don't see how that's even a factor. I mean, if you're working or something, you can play this in the background if you wish or whatnot, or
But obviously he doesn't want to, and I don't have an
that's
issue
fine
with
too.
that.
He's invited not to listen. That's always that.
But what I would say back in my response is that this is part of the creative process, and it's part of the creative process for me. It's and the 3 hours I'm with you is part of the
and that's what he's talking about basically when he says 3 hours. I guess he listens when you're on. So
that would be assumed, and so it's like.
So is he bitching about you? Is that what he's bitching about? I mean,
it's whatever.
Yeah,
but it's okay. It's okay because this is just organic conversation. Yeah, and sometimes organic is the best because that's where things happen and they grow.
Let's put it this way. This is a format on which Peter Moon can attest. He can come on here and he can talk about anything he wants. And because of that, he enjoys being here, as opposed to when he goes on other programs and he's compressed. He is suffering from time compression. He's in an envelope. And he's basically asked generally the same things over and over again. And he's forced to reiterate the same things over and over again that he's covered years ago and has been covering for years. So it's one of those things where this is part of his creative process. And when it comes to myself, as that young lady iterated, she feels she learns something new with every episode. So, different people get different vibes, or they just get something different from it. When it comes to the, most of the time when I hear people saying something like, because I get this once in a while from people, and I don't see the connection at all. I don't see how it makes any sense. One woman left something like a thing like, "Hey, 12 hours. I work for a living," and it's like, okay, so what? It's like, now ask me if I care. It's like, who doesn't? It's like, what does that even mean? You can listen to it in segments.
I don't expect anybody to listen to 12 hours. 3 hours is a long time.
I mean, they don't need to listen to it all at once. It's something that it's only twice a week that the transmissions come on, so you can split this.
Yeah. I mean, I think fans of Sean Hannity or Tucker Carlson listen to them for 1 hour a day at most. Maybe they think in their radio show too.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Actually, with those clowns like Sean Hannity, that fucker was on 2 hours at least. Yeah,
their ratings are also pumped up.
Yeah, and the ratings are all hyper exaggerated.
See, the point is that we used to have the Montauk meetings once a month, and Psychotronics was twice a month. Yeah, and that was the gestation of all of this stuff. Yeah. It was the gestation of everything. And it began there. I was the only one who did anything with it, professionally. Mm-hmm. Nobody ever wrote their book. I was at Psychotronics too, and told their own version of it. Mm-hmm. Nobody did that. I don't think they were capable of doing it. And even if they did, who'd want to read it? There might be some exceptions, but and it's because they weren't necessarily attuned to, what people want to read. So, yeah, but that was a gestation, and there was a lot of interesting fodder there that never got into books because most of it wasn't recorded, or I wasn't prepared to do anything with it. But I wish I would have. But so be it. So this is a similar forum, only we're dealing with much more, occult topics primarily. But the thing is, it's like, yeah, I can understand somebody's not interested. That's fine. They're interested in concise publications, which is part of what I do, and that's part of what pays the bills.
Yes, as a matter of fact,
on the air talking to Douglas Dietrich, it generates book sales for sure, but not that much. Mm-hmm. It's not why I do it. It's it's a process. So that's the process. And
yes, it's
okay. Moon's... It's okay. It's okay. I don't resent anybody, because ever since I got in this business, I don't resent when people don't read my books at all, because thank God there's enough of them that do. Yeah. You can't expect everybody to.
Yes.
So, so be it.
And by the way, that's Peter Moon's genius, is of course condensing information in an accessible format. So, it's one of these things where the books are the format which that individual appreciates, and individuals
biggest
like
challenge in this world right now is accessible information that is negotiable in terms of understanding it.
Yeah.
Because, man, you can go, and so much of what's written on websites is, especially when you get into politics, it's, what's the word? It's prejudice. It's prejudice. Mm-hmm. Because they're trying to defend a point of view.
Yes. And
John Rappaport released an interesting article today about writing. Mm-hmm. He says, you read a piece of journalism, he says, all a journalist can work with are facts. But facts alone aren't anything. He says, you have to liven them up. You have to liven them up, and you have to you have to make the audience come alive, because when somebody's reading something, they want to read life. If you just read a boring article, it's like the person's dead. Who's writing it? Because he's not writing to a live audience. If he's just reciting facts, it's like, it's kind of like if you read a baseball score or a football and you just read the statistics instead of saying, oh, somebody hit a home run in the bottom of the ninth, and wow, and then there was a spectacular catch, and you put some life into it. They're facts, but you make them come alive. And any writer is disingenuous if he's not trying to present a viewpoint.
Yes.
Obviously he's editorializing. If he's going to say, if he's going to make the Democrats look like fools, he wants to make facts that show that, or the Republicans look like fools, or build them up. He's going to present facts to reach the reader and reach their heart and excite them. Maybe he'll even change their mind if he does a good job. And of course, many times the people who write stories, they start picking facts and checking facts where their prejudice overrides their fact picking. Mm-hmm. Because maybe their facts aren't really facts, or maybe they're too chosen, or they're ignoring other facts. But nevertheless, what he's saying is you have to put life into it, because a person reading something wants to feel alive. He doesn't want to read something and be bored.
Right.
So, and John Rappaport's whole thesis is that we have to embrace our creativity and our imagination, because all that stuff parlays into the reading and writing experience. And if you ignore that truth, it's, it's almost like sometimes it's like a pep talk.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, that's what it is. This makes me feel good about this. This makes me understand that. And that's just a question of understanding what you're dealing with. It's like, how many facts can you take out and apply to the situation?
Yes.
So be it.
That's right. Yeah.
This has been fun, and I will miss you.
Thank you.
I hope that I can, you know, put my 2 cents in one way or another while I'm gone, if I can.
Oh, you will, either in spirit or you'll be able to check in. Obviously, hopefully on that last Wednesday, you'll be able to check in a little bit.
I'll also Facebook message you while I'm on when I can, and
yes,
maybe I'll get these long Facebook messages that'll tell you about what shit has been done to you.
Well, let's hope actually that much of this has faded and calmed down.
There's always that possibility.
Yes,
there's always that possibility of.
I mean, the one thing we can ascertain from the fact that Lena Shea did try to reach out to me shows that she's running scared, which is how it should be, really. And that's something that is already a turn towards the better, really, and in terms of how all this is falling by the wayside. What's
really bad about that for her is that if she's reaching out to you, what does she expect you to say? Go to the guy and say, well, this really didn't happen. I mean, what the hell? It's too late.
Yes,
it's too late to reach out to you.
Thank you. That's why she withdrew it. I'm sure she thought about it and withdrew it because of that. But that's it is what it is. But I take that as a positive sign in the sense that it basically shows that the 180-degree turn is happening. Basically, these people have blown their wad. And now that they've shot their wad, they're flaccid, and let it be that way. In terms
they have
of
no place to go.
Yeah,
they have no place to go. Yeah. It's inevitable that they're going to hit a dead end.
Yes.
And it's like, how long do you beat a dead horse? Yeah. It's not you. The horse they're beating is. Is dead.
I get it. Yeah, it was dead at the starting line. That was.
Now it looks like she's going to get in trouble for it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cruelty to dead animals.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's unfortunate for her, but yeah, it's like when are you going to give up, because you're not going to accomplish anything. Yeah. But I did think it was interesting. It's like Stephen Outram has his minions working full time to derail your broadcast. And that's really a compliment, yes. And I'm sure as much energy as he can put behind it, it's a lot better having him doing it than Aquino.
Yeah, true enough. True enough, though Aquino has his own, shall we say, hand in it still in spirit. I certainly get your point, and
but it's not as strong. It's like such a compliment that he's trying so hard to derail you for what?
Yes.
What does he get out of it? He's rich. He doesn't need it for money.
Yeah.
And whatever upset he has about the refusal to have sex with him, that must get kind of old too.
You would think.
Because to tell you the truth, if he just goes away, he's not going to attract any more insults.
Yes, it's true. It's true, and it's not that I have even been insulting him all this time.
He must. Why does he do it? Why does he do it? It's like, what does he get out of it? I mean, I can understand that he's got resentment or feeling hurt, or it's like, what does he get out of it? He doesn't get money out of it. He's not being paid. He's
if anything, he's losing money. So it's just it's a money pit. It's really a money sink he's involved himself in, and it's because, well, these people were programmed. They were programmed by Michael Aquino, and they all basically are following their programming. It's like they have no choice. It's like they do this without thought, and the incredible maniacal intensity, like when Miguel Andahar, who sent that PDF file full of child porn to Brendan Zogid, which is what certainly turned Brendan Zogid completely against them. Not that he ever had any sympathy for them, but what certainly made him realize that he was definitively against them when they did that. Miguel Andahar was like calling Brendan up and saying, just all this shit that he felt that he had found out about me from Richard K. Cole Jr. and about my father, claiming that my father wasn't a full chief petty officer, when I've explained everything behind that before, that he was. And then got
this is, I think, the same unfortunate thing what happened with Penny. She got called and was told a bunch of shit, and she believed it.
Well, the insanity is, why would they believe it? Why would they just fall for that?
Why would they believe it? And it has no basis in fact, or even if they thought it did.
What does it have to do with them?
Question it. Yeah, and why would they align themselves with that information?
Not only that, invest time and energy and their reputation into then promoting this, which is what they've all done. And this is what Brendan confronted Miguel Andahar with. I mean, Miguel Andahar is just nothing but a fucking busboy in New York who serves as an extra in films every once in a while. And the guy always tries to hang out with film stars, including porn stars, and the fucker doesn't even really know anything about them. Like when I
think he's an extra who hangs out as a busboy.
Yeah, there you go. And then the fucker is like saying, it's crazy what Dietrich's getting away with. And it's like, and so Brendan is like telling him he doesn't realize the irony of his statement, that, he keeps shouting, it's crazy. And Brendan's telling him, yeah, it's crazy, all right. And then when Brendan confronted him, what happens when you take Dietrich down? You take him down and quote unquote expose him, and no one listens to him, and he's taken off. What do you get out of this? And of course, there's no answer. There's nothing there. It's just they are simply. This is obviously something they're programmed to do. But on the more positive side, aside from all these MK Ultra victims, because that's all these people are, is just really super victims. But on the positive side, people have responded to our fundraising. So my gratitude to Sammy Romero, who sent $250 United States dollars, and to Dennis Marshall, who sent $69 United States dollars. So
thank you, Dennis. Thank you, Dennis.
Yes. So good men. And
I should mention the home run he hit over Toomey Field at UC Davis.
Yes.
Tremendous home run he hit when he was playing in college.
Right. Oh, by the way, Brandon Young, do come on to say goodnight to Peter Moon. Brandon, go off mute and say goodnight to Peter Moon. Thank you for gifting us with your presence, dear Brandon. And here you go.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you. We did not hear you snore, but
we hear you.
I'll never live that one.
Yes.
I'll never live that one down. Yeah. It's okay.
No, but look, I know you've had that it's not so much about sleeping or snoring. It's about just the fact that you've, been unconscious.
Yeah. At times.
Well, so a couple times I can
but I mean, it's part of your identity. You've got.
Is it?
It is, because you've had that near-death state.
The coma.
Well,
because the coma.
Yeah. It's inescapable.
Yeah.
And it should never be not acknowledged. It is what it is.
Yeah.
I mean, we're proud of you that you've done so much to overcome that challenge.
Yeah, that was quite a while ago.
But still, I mean, yeah.
Seems like lifetimes ago, almost. But I did thank you. I wanted to. This has been fantastic to hear Peter Moon.
Yeah.
And you, Douglas. I came in a bit late. I'm down in Miami.
Oh, great.
Wanted to check in.
Yeah. Tell Peter about who you're engaged to. Tell Peter about you're emulating him now. You've got yourself a child bride. Yes.
Oh, no, she's well over 20.
Well, so was
Let's be
Peter's.
fair.
Yeah, but
Well, there you go.
yeah, yeah,
Okay.
but I mean, she's like younger than you, but
Sure.
yeah,
Sure.
yeah.
So yeah, I've become engaged to a new lady.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's fantastic. And I got her actually for a ring.
Wonderful.
A lapis. Do you know what lapis lazuli is?
Yeah,
Sure.
It back in the day, I think you could only find it in the mountains of Afghanistan.
Wow.
Back in the Renaissance, and they brought it. And this is the kind of the pigment that they ground up in a mortar and pestle, and added oils and egg yolks to get those sort of royal blues that you would find in and say Mary would be covered with the royal blue, or a dark. It's almost like a dark blue. To get those sort of pigmentations. It was the only rock, and it kind of defines the Renaissance. But anyway, I got her that for a little ring for now, and yeah, everything's going great with that.
Congratulations to you.
Oh, thank you, Peter. We have and by the way, like I remember when I don't know how long, I think it was about a month ago or so, you were in Seekonk, and I said to her, if we didn't have a wedding to go to, we had a wedding to go to that day, we would have gone to Seekonk, which is about 10-minute ride away for us. We always go to Davenport's, which is a beautiful restaurant on Route 6 there in Seekonk. And if you take Route 6 down, it heads all the way down to the Cape, Cod, Massachusetts and stuff. But anyway, we really missed you. So we'd love to come.
I'll probably be back there someday when JoJo dictates it.
Yeah,
Probably
we'd love to
after
take you out to
supper.
eat. We'd love to take you out to dinner and everybody else. And we can probably go to Davenport's, but whatever you like. I know you don't like seafood, so we can go.
Never know.
You never know.
I do like New England clam chowder.
Oh, well, that's good. That's good. You don't like soup though, so that's something
That's
we got to
soup.
work
That's
on.
the exception.
That's the exception. He likes the.
That's the
chowder,
one
I know that.
exception.
Yeah.
Chowders were made because I found this out is that they had to make something at Versailles to serve King Louis the 14th, and Versailles is so big that the kitchen would be so far away, so they wanted something that would at least hold its heat. So the chowder was invented to form a film on the very top of it. You ever see it in chowder, sort of, or French onion soup even? It keeps the heat inside, so it'll still be warm upon eating.
What about a hot steak or a hot chicken? That's going to keep its warmth.
Oh yeah, we got that too.
But I'm talking about in Versailles.
Oh, I don't know. I think it's interesting. That probably would have worked, but I don't know if it was as much eaten in Versailles. Not sure. I have to look at that. Could be. But just off topic, real quick. I don't know if this is on topic or off, but one of the reasons I called in is because my girl, actually Kelsey, she's from the Azores, and she alerted me to. She follows you now and subscribed, and she's listening right now. So I want to say hello to her.
Oh, bless you, and bless her.
Yeah, but there was an upload. Was it 2 days ago or today?
Yeah.
With a 2-part interview.
Yes. Yeah.
With this guy Sean Bond.
Yeah.
And I caught what I could of it. And I think a great many things about this, because this person had been trying to be in contact with me for about 5 years now. I guess it should be.
Wow.
And I have all the screenshots. I tried to send them to you tonight. I will try tomorrow again. But a very interesting individual.
Okay. Is there anything sinister going on there?
Not that I can tell.
Okay.
I think his Facebook was hacked, or his Instagram was hacked.
Okay.
Because I was getting very, very disturbing, interesting, weird messages from him.
Okay.
But I saw the interview, and I just wanted to know your impressions of it, because I have my own. So I don't know if you've gotten into that tonight. That's kind of the question I would like to raise for the topic tonight.
Oh yeah, we were talking a bit. I was alluding to it, and like I said, what I'll do is I'll speak to you privately as like I was gonna speak with Peter between now and Sunday, and just share some observations. But yeah, publicly, just basically, this individual was very friendly to me for a long time, and he broke down whatever reticence I had about conducting an interview because he was generous enough to make some contributions. And because he made a few contributions that were, fairly generous, then, in the $100 range in the past. And then once more recently, I certainly felt that that I owed him and that I should, because he was always nice and he was always offering to kind of like help pull negativity away from me. He seemed to have a very new age spiritual bent, and so then I did the interview with him, and then then it was very frustrating because it was after that the interview, which technically is fairly simple to upload. He just wasn't uploading it. And so finally I just, with the help of John Warrington, took it off of the Skype and uploaded it. And that way people can appreciate it, because I feel that he did allude to editing it, but yeah, I didn't feel there was much to edit. So I was kind of concerned about that. But well, people have it now, and so I do hope that they appreciate that, and we'll see what his communications are like in the future. He did send me a message which I haven't opened yet, but I could see the first few words, and he said something about having a cold. But yeah, whatever it was, it resulted in nothing being uploaded for about a week. So I figured, I'd better get it out there, because that's gonna fade off Skype in about 30 days. They give a 30-day time limit, so it would fade in about another 20 days. I wasn't. So and I was concerned, of course. He had mentioned when he was talking to me, he said, "Oh, I can understand that, you're suspicious with a lot going on." So he was obviously aware of the shitstorm that has been ongoing up till the 4th of July, at least, and around that point. And he was like implying, hey, let's do this, and so I decided to trust him and went with it. And then, when it wasn't being uploaded, I was concerned maybe this was a soft ambush, because, I've had enough of that in the past where people will just say that, hey, I didn't record, or they'll say something, and then it doesn't get uploaded. It's just another thing that discourages me from ever doing interviews.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's what I was concerned about. So there we go. So the important thing is we got it up now. Yeah, we got it up now. Whatever is going on with him, we got it up now.
Right. Well, that's good.
Yeah.
It doesn't, like you say, it doesn't seem to be edited, number one.
Yeah, we didn't edit it. Yeah, when John Warrington and I uploaded it, we didn't edit it. Yeah.
Yeah.
There is one edit we did. There was one edit we did, in a sense. It was actually 3 parts, but the third part in the middle was all him talking. So we just uploaded the other 2.
Oh, so you did the editing, right?
In that sense, yeah. In that sense, yes. Because
Well, yeah, he's a little fumbly. And I'm speaking from myself, so that says something. But
I hear you, and I appreciate.
But Sean,
I appreciate your modesty in that regard. So go on, yes.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying I'm any better or any worse, But this guy.
I'm going to sign off, guys.
Yes.
Good night.
All right, Peter. Good
Bless
night.
you. We love you dearly, Peter.
Love you,
Share that love with Paula.
Carry on.
Blessed be thy slumber and sweet be thy dreams.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you. Skybooksusa.com, people. And so go on, Brandon. Yes.
No, yeah. So no, I just found it interesting, and he, from what I know, I don't know much about Sean.
Yeah.
And if you're listening, Sean, it's all good.
Yeah.
I just hope this wasn't an ambush of some sort, because in the past we've all had those interviewers.
Yeah.
I could list them all. Ed Offerman, number
one.
Number 2, Randy Moggins. Number 3, different people. who
Nicole Froelich
wanted-
was a big one. That was a big one.
Yeah. Okay, Nicole. So there's all these people out there that say, "Oh yeah, we want to interview you. You know, we want to talk to you," and then they record it, and then it comes time to publishing it, and they're like, "Well, we're not going to publish it
Yeah.
for whatever reason, right?"
Yes.
But they give you the runaround. Well, I have a cold.
Yeah.
Well, we are going to publish it. Just wait a minute.
Yeah.
How about another month? How about another month and another month? And by
Right.
that,
Yeah. That was that poor doctor. What's her name? I can't even remember. Rima Libo, I think, or was it? No, that wasn't Rita. Rita.
Oh, that's Gambit from X-Men's name.
Yeah.
Remy Libo. No. I don't know who you're talking about. Dr. Carla. I don't know.
No, it was oh god, what was it? It's all just energy. She used to say it's all just
Yes.
energy. I can't remember her name now, poor dear.
Oh, poor dear. But she had some interesting guests. She had some, like people would come on.
Yeah. Is she no longer on YouTube?
Oh, they've all fallen away. I believe.
Holy shit! Oh god!
Because you're like one of these last people standing, which is brilliant. Which is you're still going and you still are unapologetic and doing your own thing, which is, I think, admirable. But anyway, so this guy, it was really interesting. I think he is one of these empaths, Sean. And probably would self-describe himself as an empath, but
I think he might be oversensitive. Yeah, he might be too sensitive.
It's a bit oversensitive. He was doing the sort of what I thought of was the and you could tell me more about this, but it was almost the hailing sign of Memphis Rite of Misery.
Yes.
Which was the King Tut's sort of Egyptian hailing sign of the two palms placed on each of your shoulder as if it was a cross.
Yes.
And you took notice of that right away in the little clip that I saw.
Yeah.
And you're like, what are you doing? And he's just like, he's like, oh no, I'm just anyone that's going to be triggered by this, I want to hug them. And but kept on doing that. But I felt like that was almost sincere. In a way, it wasn't like he is this Egyptian Freemason trying to alert us to the fact that this is some sort of court date, or something, whatever it is, some people do those sorts of things. But no, I think you might have been genuinely a decent guy. Don't know, but I don't know much about him, but I do know that he sent me messages in the past asking for his verification on Instagram, and for myself to verify him.
But how did he know about you? Did you ask him that? How he found out about you?
I don't. Well, yes, and then that's in this. Actually, let me go to the screenshot. Because I do have it on my other device, and I was just reading it. I was like, I know this guy. So I checked my messages, and he said that I want to thank you. Let me just read it so I get it correct here. Yeah. Here we go, Sean. Bond is down here.
And by the way, just so people know, his genuine family name is Bond, and his parents named him after Sean Connery. So that's very cute.
They must be. I love all those films. Those are. He must be James Bond.
Yeah, there we are.
007. All right. So I said he's like, thank you. Just very nice. Just said thank you for all your work. And I said,
how does he even know what you fucking do?
right. I'm like, thanks. You're welcome. What work are you talking about? And he responds with videos and wisdom. Okay. I said, oh, thank you very much. And he said, I have a YouTube and going into psionic abilities and teaching people how to do them self if you ever felt like doing anything. And then that was about 3 years ago. And then recently I got this message. I was trying to log onto my Instagram page, and my new phone and it asked me to find someone to help me receive a link. Instagram gave me suggestions from 2 friends, and you are one of them. The other person is not lying. Would you be able to help me receive the verification link, please? So I'm assuming he got hacked.
Okay.
At that point.
Okay. Right.
Because Instagram does not ask your friends to send them your address or any information, or to give them a link to verify you, whatever it is, So anyway, that's the story with him. It was just interesting to see that he's a real person. A lot of these times you think they're bots.
Right.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
so I don't know where the real deal is with him, but it was an interview, for sure.
And if I had not done what I had done, it didn't seem like it was ever going to go.
Yeah. Right. Well, it wasn't. What was brilliant though? You got into some really brilliant territory, with the natural order of the demons, or the quill path, and how they're extra dimensional entities that, as much as the hard truth is, we don't want to recognize demons as our
allies.
I think Padre Pio allies, or Padre Pio said something. Some of the saints said the demons act as your sanctification. Yes. They are the instrument of your justice. They are the instrument of your sanctification. In other words, if you're going through these issues and going through these problems, there's a blossoming that's going to happen because of it, right?
Yes.
And in fact, like, you even break down really nicely in this. This is why I think you should keep the interview up.
Yes, of course.
Is because you talk about the decay of the worms, but how worms in the dirt make food possible, make flowers possible.
Yes.
Which are beautiful things.
Yeah.
So, like, without the natural order, as much as we'd like to, and you also draw the line. You say, we shouldn't regard these things as our helpers, right, or cultivate a relationship with them as much, or speak to them, or let them possess you. They are, just recognize them as part of the natural order. And you also brought back to the thing that the material world, which I see as like there's a great, and you can tell me more about this. There's a tend towards Gnosticism, which is to say, let's disregard the material world for that of the spiritual plane, and 4D and 5D, and that's the only thing that real. But really, as you say, the battleground is here.
Yes.
In the material world, and how even if there are those in heaven, they wish to reincarnate. Yes. Here on Earth, and here in the material plane, so they can at least feel something. They can feel love. They can feel hate. They could feel, as you said, bowel movements.
Yes.
Things like this. So I felt that was fascinating for those reasons. So anyway, good interview. I hope it wasn't a sabotage on Sean Bond's part. I hope he gets back to you, and I hope he publishes these videos, because they're actually really good.
Thank you. I mean, honestly, I don't know what I would do without you. Really, you have no idea how important you are in my life, and I've expressed that to a number of people. I've been speaking lately, or caught up just recently with Keith Call. I had a very long conversation with Keith Call, and he was relaying, of course, the last time he had spoken with you was when he was on this show. And he, of course, is very afraid to do anything technical. He's very much a technophobe, but hoping to ultimately seduce him into downloading Skype and then being able to join us in the future. And he certainly was friends with John Evans, and he shocked me by telling me that John Evans apparently is now in some Lutheran community, or involved with the Lutherans, that he's no longer involved with the Catholics. And I don't know if you were aware of that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I knew. Well, and I wouldn't say he's no longer involved with being Catholic.
Okay.
But he has taken up. He's gone sort of into the Protestant churches and the Lutheran communities, which he finds much more amenable to his and friendly, quite frankly, and maybe even practice of the Christian way of living than the Catholics, who are sort of can be dogmatic, traditional, way too traditional, to a very conservative. You see this in The Name of the Rose, speaking of Sean Connery, and Umberto Eco, one of my favorite books, which shows the difference between theological disputation of whether or not you should even laugh as a follower of Christ, and then I believe you should.
Yes.
But there are some people who think you shouldn't laugh. Christ never laughed, but how do we know? So that's that's the difference. I think John has taken the community aspect of the Lutheran churches and the Protestant churches, and the food drives and the missionary work, and even the attention and focus they put on the Bible and the text. I think he's finding that something of a refreshment. But I wouldn't say he's given up the whole Catholic Church thing, but he is very much that he sees them as brothers, the Protestant churches. So.
Mm-hmm. That's definitely. Thank you for putting that into perspective. I definitely appreciate that. In terms of what Keith Call was saying, of course, was when it comes to oh God, what was he saying? There was just so much that we covered, but he definitely felt that you were definitely John Evans's adult supervision. That yeah. So and we did bring up quite a bit. By the way, I do invite others to join us. I think Brandon Young and I are holding surprisingly strong, and so I'm definitely glad that. By the way, how are you feeling? You're usually not up this late, so how are you holding up?
Oh, I'm feeling fantastic. It's really hot down here, but other than that, I have the AC blowing. I have a fan, which I hope isn't causing too much noise.
Oh no! I'm not even hearing it. No, you're fine.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
Good. No, it's just great. And other than that, I'm just happy to be able to catch you and to talk to you. I've been so busy lately, Douglas. It's just between the new people in my life and weddings and travel and work and everything. Preparing to go to court, and everything. That I've missed talking to you. I've missed the last two shows, I believe. I've tried to catch up here and there. So today I had the day, and I felt like I had the time, and I'm just checking in.
Well, I'm so glad that you did, and honestly, I noticed how Peter was saying, "What's going to be here when I come back?" I mean, oh my God! Well, I think I was surprised that he was concerned to that degree. Of course, the enemy is hoping that there will be nothing, but like you said, apparently I'm the last man standing, as I've always said, even when I'm wearing a dress, which I will be on the weekend because it's International Drag Week, or Drag Day, really. But
is it really?
Yeah, it's International Drag Day this weekend. It'll be on Saturday the 16th, so it's on July 16th of every year. And
have you ever heard? Can I ask you a question? Have you ever heard of a famous drag queen? Maybe one of the, I wouldn't say the first. Ed Wood might have been up there with one of the first. I don't know if it counts. But Hollywoodland was her name.
Ah, yes, vaguely heard of her. Now, bear in mind, of course, my approach to this entire subculture is just from the Japanese perspective, as opposed to the, shall we say, the Western perspective, because that's a totally different trip.
Yeah, like Kabuki theater is all males, right?
Yes. So I have a very different approach to this, and it's not at all from the Western approach. So I just try to educate people in that. People were asking me, like, why don't you ever go on RuPaul's, drag race and stuff like
Right.
that? And I tried to explain to them, look, these people are bipedal parade floats. They're not people who are cross-dressers. So understand that these people are not trying to portray themselves as women, because that would be a far more subdued art, and none of them are pursuing that. They are overtly delivering something else.
Yes.
They're basically expressing themselves as art pieces. So they're welcome to that. That has nothing to do with anything that I do, but it's definitely, it is what it is. And so I try to take advantage of these kinds of opportunities to educate people. But you get it. I mean, you've heard me
Yes.
go into this before, and you understand. So in terms of forgive me because it takes me 20 times with names. Your fiance's name again?
Kelsey.
Kelsey. And how do we spell that again?
Kelsey.
Okay, Kelsey. Beautiful name.
Yeah.
Where does that come from? I mean, what inspired her parents?
Her mom, I guess, or her parents. I don't know. Not exactly sure.
Okay.
I will find out. But it's a fine name as far as I'm concerned. But,
it is.
She's really smart and funny and perfect in a lot of ways, and I'll hang out with her grandmother and cook recipes from the Portuguese land, and it's just very cute. I lost my grandmother about 10 years ago, my last grandmother.
Yeah.
And if anyone who's had a grandmother, an older mother, or sort of a person like that, they will recognize that it's great to have that rock,
Yes.
that sort of centerpiece of divine feminine there. Speaking of feminine,
Yeah.
and they're up doing the dishes at 6 because they're cooking something for dinner. They're gonna cook something, just almost as if it's in their genes, But she's so considerate and cute. Kelsey has a pit bull.
Wow.
And
My God.
and she keeps it. Sometimes it sleeps in its bed, and she goes up to bed, and so the pit bull's downstairs, and the grandmother will come out, this little Portuguese lady, and shut this tiny little window in the kitchen. Hot days like tonight, and Kelsey say, "Why, Avor? Why are you shutting the window tonight, on the little window?" She's like, "I don't want Sadie to catch a cold," which is the name of the dog. She thinks that the dog is going to catch a cold.
Oh my God.
So it's like little so cute, and so considerate, and she's always so full of energy. And hey, Sammy's here, I see, and I hope you can come on.
Yeah.
And then, but also go back to Kabuki really quickly.
Yeah.
Theater, where you're right. It is a different thing. They don't confuse gender and sex.
Right.
As much like what's going on. And so they have how the male part, just like in a Shakespeare comedy or a play,
Right.
all the parts are played by males.
Yes.
And I think what I noticed as a young age watching Kabuki was the male part speak like this.
Yes.
And the woman part speak like this.
Yes.
So I knew that, but I knew they were both being played by men.
Yeah.
So it's a very fascinating topic.
Yes. Yes.
Hey, Sammy.
Yes. Sammy? He's here to play the male role, Sammy. He's
right.
Here. Yeah. So.
Right.
Yeah. Are you sulking? Wait. Okay. We know he's turned his mic on because we can hear the noise in the airport. Right?
Yeah.
Sam?
I hear him.
Yeah. Holy shit. Sam, are you all right?
Sammy, you all right, love? Come on, love. Join the group, mate. It's me,
Hello.
Vinny
Yes.
Eastwood.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We hear you. Are you?
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay.
Yeah, just reporting from the gates of hell.
Yes. Yes. That's right. He's
Yes. Please excuse the voices in the back.
Oh,
no,
Um,
no worries.
I have some of my guys working.
Yeah, that's the spirits of the damned. He's
There you go.
yeah, they're keeping a spot warm for Brandon and I. Yes.
oh, good.
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh,
my
by the way,
drink
hi,
ready.
Brandon. Hi, Brandon. I always think about John Evans and that story you told that had me rolling. Like, I was dying when you told that story. Like, every time you come on, that story always comes up. But hey,
Well, but I mean, the thing is, it's not just a story, Sammy. It's unfortunately
well,
the reality of
yes.
Actually,
of the-
share it
of-
again. Share it again. Tell us about what happened. Because
No, stop it.
Yeah. No, come on. Share. What?
No, I don't know. Sammy might have a better memory than me. I don't know.
Well, Brandon, my only thing about it is you did take him to like strip clubs. Did you at least introduce them to,
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
No, I did, and here's the
Okay.
thing, Sammy. Right. So, what I wanted to illustrate, you know how there's always that. It's like, well, everybody touches a different part of the elephant,
Yes.
but
right.
they're all blind and they all describe a different part of the elephant. Well, I
Right.
thought, and then it just teaches you about perspective and things. So I thought,
Right.
let's go to a big booty Latina strip club. Even though you're blind, we can all, describe what we're touching.
Absolutely. Yes.
And
I mean, you're right up my alley. That's that's on me. But go ahead.
Hey, no, but we ended up going to an AOC Democratic fundraiser, and it was pretty much the same thing.
That's even better.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
No, that's it. That's it.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Okay. I mean, look, I had my moment when I was young. I told Doug when, because I grew up Pentecostal apostolic, my parents, and even when who's a gentleman that was here in the beginning?
Aaron
Doug, what's his name?
Tice.
Aaron Tice.
Aaron Tice. Yes.
Yes. So it's you're very sheltered, okay? And it's not like my dad didn't kind of give me pointers, but it's because you're born again and just different perspective. And I think sometimes my dad had conflicts with really showing me who he was. I mean, he passed away before I really entered that manhood, and he could be a little bit more honest. But what I did realize is, I had my run-ins with words, with pretty much sweet talking girls, and I almost, I pretty much, I put it to you this way, I pretty much just, you take a girl from completely turned on to her getting pissed off because you were pretty much using her as a guinea pig because you're so dumb in a sense of not understanding that words cast spells, so on and so forth. And because I was so just naive and just dumb, I figured, well, let me use this girl as a guinea pig to sway her into having my way. But I was such chicken shit in the sense that you're not going to follow through. Why even do it? That whole, almost like that Catholic thing, like you feel guilty, like, oh my God, I'm sinning. It's not that. It's just you're dumb. You're like you don't understand your ability until you realize how stupid it is. In a sense, like if you're gonna commit, just do it. But anyways, yeah. So
I'll put
sure we
this
have done
for our listeners who are no doubt confused by what Sammy is saying. Sammy basically was using lyrics from songs, and he seduced a girl, and by the time that she was ready for him, he basically said, well, I was just, seeing if this really worked. That's basically what it came at which point,
right.
Yeah, she almost
was the song "Beep a Freak" by the Gap Band.
No, this is more like I don't know, Boys to Men. Boys to Men.
Home to the end of the road.
Guy, all these old R&B songs. It's just some explicit ones. I'll put it that way. Hell, throwing R. Kelly in there. But what I'm trying to say is it's just not. You're just so dumb in a sense. Because, you know, unfortunately, I'm like, this stuff doesn't work, you know.
Yeah.
And mind you, you know, obviously your personality do with it. And you connect with, you know, certain similarities. But, you know, I think any man has, not any man, but most men have the ability to, if you put your brain into it.
Yeah.
And what's worse part about it is I was attracted to this girl, but I wasn't to the point where she's dropped dead gorgeous. So, you know, it was almost a challenge. So, yeah, it was pretty dumb.
You know what's funny?
It was pretty dumb.
I got to tell you guys is at the wedding this weekend, there's nothing like seeing a circle of 20 women think that they can relate to the Notorious B.I.G. and his growing up.
Wow.
You know what I mean? Like, there's that song. Right. I mean, he's great. Don't get me wrong, but it's not like you grew up on the streets of Brooklyn. You know, with a Jamaican mother, you know, I mean, scrapping around and freestyling raps with Tupac. You're a white woman from the Midwest or from the South. You cannot relate to the Big Papa, okay?
Well,
sit down.
Yes. Interesting you say that because Doug probably has more in common with Biggie than me.
Yeah.
I mean, he came from the Tenderloin. I mean, Brooklyn, Bed-Stuy. Doug does drugs, you know, recreational drugs, and you know, he was in the hood, and you know, he dealt with some nasty characters. There you go, you know. If
we can only get him in the studio.
Exactly. Yes.
You know, we got to get him in the studio to release a rap album.
Right.
It will go straight to the charts.
Right. Yeah.
No, but you know, it's just funny, like to see all this, like these women just like sort of like identifying with this at a wedding. You know, I mean, we just had the wedding, and it's like it's funny because it is kind of hypnotizing, to the women.
Can I ask you something, Brandon? If you don't mind me asking, because my twin got married about a year ago. Okay.
Yeah.
And I think it was in a way, you know, a wedding is a wedding, but a lot of it was his wife. His wife planned most of it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I think what my twin, and you know, I'm kind of speaking for him, but you know, I am his twin in a sense.
So you can do that, yes.
Right.
It's almost like I'd rather her plan it because that's what.
Oh shit. Sammy.
It's a little soft right now.
Yeah, Sammy, you totally went muffled on us.
Oh, can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, repeat it all again because you totally muffled on us.
So what pretty much Isaac.
Yeah.
Yes. So what pretty much Isaac was saying is, you know, I probably would have planned it a little bit straightforward and you know, I guess less. I guess straightforward is what I'm trying to tell you.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, you know, women have their style, you know, and that's what makes them the women. But I think even me, I would probably have to say the same in the sense that in other words, did you concede to a lot of the wedding as far as her style more than yours, or? Okay.
Well, I didn't get married, but she did. It was my cousin's wedding, right?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead.
No worries. But still, I see your point. There were 398 people at this wedding.
Oh, wow.
And it was gigantic. And I looked around and I didn't know anyone. You know, except for my immediate family, my cousin, my Uncle Gary, my dad actually made an appearance, which was remarkable, and things like this, and that was good. And of course, I knew Kelsey, but as far as like, I would say to these people who I'm sitting at the wedding table, like, oh hi, introducing myself, hi,
right.
How do you know the groom? How do you know the? She's like, well, the person I'm with sort of knows the bride,
right.
And so she apparently just wanted this wedding. You know, my uncle, my cousin Owen, really couldn't care less. I don't think.
Right,
you know, it's just, but it was a good time. It was an excellent time. You know, but as far as the planning goes, she does all that. Yeah.
Oh, great. Yeah. When it came to, you know, the funny thing is at Isaac's wedding, it was because unfortunately, our background and our evangelical background always plays a part in a sense. And it's not really us. And that's the one thing I realized about being an adult is you do things your way. We had quote unquote secular music playing, the DJ.
Right.
One of the things that I did like about what Isaac did is he didn't give a damn. It's almost like if it's your party, who cares? In other words,
right? Exactly.
So
what's funny, Sammy? I gotta tell you this because you're from around the LA. I think the LA area. So Ice Cube came on, Ice Cube, and all these white women dancing to Today Was a Good Day, which samples the Isley Brothers. Steps in the Dark, which is actually a great song. Great. But my uncle Richard, who is from Florida, sort of a hick part of the family, I guess. He comes up, he's like, "Oh man, let's put on some other music. I don't want to hear how it wasn't a good day." I'm like, "No, Uncle Richie, it was a good day. You don't understand. Like for Ice Cube, it was a good day. It wasn't a good day. No, it was a good day for Ice Cube. Anyway, silly.
Oh, well, there you go.
I'm like, what do you want me to put on? Kid Rock, Let's Go Brandon. That stupid song he came out with, Let's Go Brandon. Which, by the way, made me change my name. This whole Let's Go Brandon.
Oh my God! I
didn't capitalize on it. I know. I'm changing my name. I officially changed my name to Marshall, and that's it. Forget it. I'm done.
Oh, and by the way, I hope you heard me give you a shout out, Sammy. Thanking you so much for that $250.
Oh, no problem, Doug.
Yes.
No problem. Yeah, thank you for the shout out, but that's not really necessary.
Understood.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Yeah, and definitely appreciate Dennis Marshall out there. A shout out to he, and you've inspired Brandon Young to change his name to yours.
Or vice versa.
Yeah, or something like that. Yes, and so with both of you gentlemen, you're doing so well. I just want to go with the flow here, and by the way, Joe Ty, if you're awake, you're welcome to join us. I mean, I don't know if Joe Ty is still awake with us or whether he went to sleep. Don't mind either way.
Hold on, Douglas, I'm getting word there is a Joe Bowtie that can be with us.
And so I my only regret is Noreen didn't join us. She was definitely hovering around out there, and she did try to reach out. I don't know if she ever had a chance to do so, but she did ask me if I wanted her to try and reach out to Viviana. And of course, one of the things that maybe I neglected to emphasize was that Viviana Sanchez also takes care of her mother, who is older, but it didn't strike me that her mother was all that demanding, or that her mother had that many needs. She seemed to be aging fairly gracefully. And so, but, maybe those things change with time. And so that's what Noreen was saying, what she felt was going on. But hopefully, I don't hear anything negative from her, or if she's saying anything negative, I haven't heard it. But at least she's not actively just screaming or railing against me. But I don't expect that from her. She did, however, like I said, deactivate her timeline, which I felt was unnecessary. Yeah, I felt that was unnecessary. Then again, since I mean, how many people are using Facebook all that often anyway, though I do admit
good point.
Yeah, its private messages are the most convenient, comparatively speaking. If we had to, we could all adapt to the Skype private messages, but it's just the Facebook, for some reason, just does seem more convenient in that regard, at least at this point.
Absolutely.
So surprisingly enough, I could actually send some porn through it, which I did to John Warrington, and so you can actually still convey that shit, which surprised me, because in the past it's kind of shut down on some of that, and they're trying to get even more. They're trying to even cramp down more with this matey shit. So I thought it was bizarre that shit actually worked. So
There
that
is an actress. Oh,
yeah.
I'm sorry.
Oh no, go
Yeah.
on. The actress, go on.
There is an actress who has world that I know that my friend John, not Evans, but Rasmus knows
Okay.
from his high school,
Okay.
and she is in the adults. What would you say?
Well, the adult
Entertainment
entertainment industry, yes.
industry out
Yeah.
in LA and so on.
Uh-huh.
And we have a lot in common, it turns out. So
Wow.
her name is Aurora Snow,
Aurora Snow.
and she's from Santa Maria, California, and she is always asking me about what's going on, and apparently she thinks I'm a touring musician.
Wow. Cool.
Which I'm not, but I can let her think so.
Uh-huh.
But no, she's a great person. She's actually a writer for what is it, the Daily Beast or something? I have no idea. One of these things.
Oh, great. Wonderful.
She's done columns. She raises a son. And it's just really a kind of a well-read a person in the adult entertainment industry, but apparently like a legend in the adult. I have never really looked up. I've had other people do the research for me.
Okay.
And report back to me in detail what goes on in their films. Because as everyone knows, I don't know what that is. I don't look at it. I've never seen it. So no, but anyway, but she's nice. So look her up, Aurora Snow.
Okay.
It'd be great to have her on.
You're welcome to bring her on if you can. I mean,
yeah, no, have a look, have a gander at her images. I mean, when I did, I was a little shocked, but happily surprised.
But
so she's John's old friend. Yeah.
Okay, great. And so if you can talk her into coming on, that would be wonderful. Whether I get to see her images or not, So at any rate, by all means, both you gentlemen are on a roll. Continue with we were kind of discussing.
Interesting you said that, Brendan. Believe it or not, there's a lot of adult actresses now that you can tell they started off with, other genres, like for example Tolkien, like Lord of the Rings and stuff, and they go to Comic-Con. And I would say that's actually crossed over in the sense of they have fan base on both sides, which is interesting because it also kind of merges with the anime stuff too. So
that's a good point.
It's in this, we're kind of living in that era where you can kind of do both in a sense of, I mean, let's keep it real. It's just kind of networking, really. It kind of like, I don't know if you mentioned that, Doug, where Peter Jackson started off as a porn director. Is that correct? Right?
It was Gorno. It was
Gorno,
gore porn is basically what he started off with. It was disgusting. It was it's a completely different category of activity. He's much more sinister. Much more sinister.
Is this Goro from Mortal Kombat? Pornography?
Oh no. Which, by the way, Mortal Kombat is fine. I mean, that's just like splatterpunk for the kids. I know that sounds odd, but it's really like the violence in Mortal Kombat is so over the top that it's just not it's not something that's physically possible. You can't pull people's spines out from their back, and, it's just stuff like that. It's just cartoony. But when the Peter Jackson was that sleazy in between area where he was trying to make it a comedy, but it was really just it's just gross out comedy is what he was trying to portray. But he started off as just the sleaziest of the sleazy. And as far as I'm concerned, that's what he always will be. But that being said, it obviously the important thing is, say for instance, that idiot I was talking about earlier, Miguel Andahar, who hangs out with porno actresses, and one of the most famous among them, if you're familiar with the adult entertainment industry at all from a historical perspective, not just some people who come in now and then they know about what's going on currently, but if, like myself, you're familiar with the whole arc of development, then one of the real legendary names is, of course, Tracy Lords. And
Yeah.
so Tracy Lords, this idiot Miguel Andahar says, "Oh, I'm going to be meeting her," because he meets up with all these people, quote unquote, where basically he just does a photo op with them whenever they show up someplace. And is something you want me to tell her? I said, yeah, tell her how much I love her music. And he was like, she's a porn actress. And I said, yeah,
God.
she also produces music, which he absolutely did not know. He's such a fucking idiot. So there you go. Just another loser who's just a wannabe and thinks that he knows things that he doesn't. It just goes to show you that he really doesn't respect these women for their accomplishments. The funny thing was that... Yeah, go on.
Oh, sorry, but she crossed over into almost the mainstream.
Yes.
With a movie with Johnny Depp called Cry Baby.
Yes.
Which she was fantastic in.
Okay.
I thought.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, and she's much older now, or that's horrible. I mean, how do I say this? She's older now, but she was playing the heroine or the princess in this science fiction film for, I think it was either Asylum Productions. It was making their own version of John Carter, Warlord of Mars, or something like that, or the Sci-Fi Channel was. So that was cute to see her on that. And I watched the whole thing only because of her. But she definitely is a wonderful human being. And all that being said, I do want to before I bury my foot in my mouth any deeper, let me give it back to both these gentlemen, and then I'll get back to talking later. But yes. So both you guys said,
sure.
Get back to talking again.
Hey, so
right.
Brandon, are you gonna be interested in that Amazon Lord of the Rings?
Oh yeah,
thing coming up.
Yeah. Oh, I already am big time analyzing
Yeah, me
it.
too.
Frame by frame. Yep. I've met the sort of some of the people behind it.
Oh, cool.
And they're big Tolkien fans and nerds. And it should be okay. I just hope it doesn't turn into a Game of Thrones.
Oh, I know. Yeah. Unfortunately, sometimes that can kind of bleed into a storyline, unfortunately,
Right. Well, there's a lot implied in some of Tolkien's works that's really dark.
Right.
Like, there are motifs of incest and suicide and
right.
evil. And, this is why so many people see it as something to deal with or contend with or to use as affect imagery in their works. Even what's his name, the Aquino,
Yeah,
like he did the Morndalindale, which was a Lord of the Rings sort of spin. And
that's you're right.
So you can see it for evil because it describes evil and good in almost these archetypical forms. But anyway, this seems to be pretty good because we've never really seen the first or second age of this whole Lord of the Rings saga. It's not just Lord of the Rings. We're going back into the Silmarillion now. We're going back in the stories before the Lord of the Rings. The very first elves who opened their eyes, the lights of Valinor, and the two trees that stood there and were destroyed by Melkor, and so on. So I am excited to see it. Why not? I don't like the fact that Amazon, which essentially destroyed the American economy and the economy of the world for that matter, is helming it. But it is what it is, and I will watch it when it comes out.
Okay, and how do you, Sammy? You speak of this like you know about this sort of thing. You've been reading this literature.
I'm a closet Lord of the Rings nerd.
Oh my god!
Unfortunately, now the only thing about it is the only thing I don't like is a lot of the women are kind of skinny, so they're it is what it is.
No, but in this one,
other than that.
Yeah, in this series, they got some thick women.
Okay, there you go.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
With melatonin, by the way. Yeah.
Oh, great! I love the melanin. But who was Steven Tyler's daughter?
Liv
Steven
Tyler.
Tyler. Yeah, yeah, Liv
Yeah.
Tyler. Yeah, she could have ate a couple of tacos. It would've- but that's just me. That's just me. But no, I'm intrigued by it. Hopefully the writers are good. I follow this YouTube page where it kind of talks about, the it talks about the cosmology of Tolkien. My only thing about it is, in a sense, so I wish he could have wrote more after, the Third Age, after, quote unquote, Return of the King.
Right.
What is it, the new shadow, I guess? I wish he could have, kind of not given up and expanded on that because,
Yeah.
it sometimes seems like you have more meat on the bone, but, then again, what do I know?
You're exactly right. Like I don't think he imagined that it would blossom into such a gigantic fanship that everybody would want to know every single detail. But he did what he could in his lifetime, I think, Tolkien.
Right,
But to expand on it, and you have the nature of Middle Earth, which kind of is like the philosophy behind the Lord of the Rings that just came out, and Christopher Tolkien, his son, an executor, kind of curating like the exegetical literature and the letters of Tolkien that kind of fleshes out a little bit of what he might have intended or what he might have speculated could have happened in the Third Age, and then even the Fourth Age, which is our age. But I agree with you on that. There's much more written about the Genesis and the sort of the old, what I call the Old Testament of the Lord of the Rings, which is the books of the Silmarillion and so forth. But I'm kind of hopeful. I hope the writers do a good job. I hope the actors, everybody does a good job. I want the best for it because it essentially is this thing that transcends cultures. In a way, every culture, if I'm not mistaken, has a sort of warrior class.
Right.
Has magic.
I just hope they get some of the, honestly, I like the bad guys. I'm not gonna front. Like Anglangakin, the black, the giant dragon.
Yeah.
Some of these characters that are, for. Maybe I'm exposing myself to Doug, but it is what it is. Now that I'm down this lane, but make them cool. In other words, because Cumberbatch, where he did what's the dragon's name?
Smaug.
Smaug. He did great, but I think go ahead.
Yeah. No. There's a character called Glaurung, who is the most insidious. He's not even called a dragon. He's he doesn't have wings, I don't believe, so he's almost like this serpent, and from the garden, and but he walks around. He convinces, he just whispers secrets in people's ears and destroys a whole family and civilization based on these little secrets and lies that he tells. But Glaurung is a character that is, like you say, the enemies of the evil people are sometimes more interesting and more telling than the actual heroes. So yeah.
And in a sense, go ahead. Go ahead, Doug. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go on, please.
In a sense, though, I wish, and not that I wish, it's just I could imagine what other Tolkien is great. But some of the stuff that what Doug talks about, do seem, not make believe, but it's like, damn, I can't believe it. It's almost like, even when I met Doug, when I went to go see him in San Francisco, Brendan, I don't know if you know that. A couple weeks ago, I met up with Doug. No, Doug's the real deal, man. And it's you. Not that I doubt it is not. It's just it kind of breaks your paradigm, and I've had to kind of just accept it because my background, I'm very sheltered, but at the same time too, I have to know my limits in the sense of accept it, but don't don't creep out Doug. And I know Doug's listening, but that's part of it too. Is you can't be I can't get wrapped up in the Lord there, because I mean, in a sense, what I did like about visiting Doug is I kind of let him lead. In the sense, I try not to be a fanboy in the sense of, it's already traumatic as it is. Don't, there's no point in, freaking out or saying like, well, Doug, prove it to me. Like, come on, really?
Yeah.
No, I think it's what he showed me was I put it to this with Brennan. He blew the doors off of what I thought. He explained to me, exposed. It's just, yeah.
I believe that. Yeah, I believe that. Like I say, I mean, Doug, I think we've known each other for quite a while now.
Yes.
And I don't think I've ever wavered in my support.
That's right.
Once. Of course I take intermissions here and there, but there's no doubt to me that he's authentic and unique.
Absolutely.
And in fact, the times that I was in California, had lived there for a couple of years, I didn't even think about ringing him up, and to meet him, because I just know that he's okay. And I know that everything's okay. But I mean, even though we probably have a great time and all that, but, and maybe we will at some point, but, God willing. But yeah, I don't have to meet him to know that he is who he is.
Well, and here's the thing about me. I was like, I had the opportunity to be in San Francisco. I'm like, I got to meet Doug. I'm going to kick myself if I don't meet him, because, just spend time with them and give them a little bit of my time. And, because that's one of the things, especially at the time, that was really being abused and bombarded with all this betrayal. So, the least I can do is just, shake his hand and pretty much just have a moment with them, And I'm glad I did it. It was very fulfilling in a sense of, at least I did something as a friend.
Absolutely.
Because sometimes the support of being physically there is,
you're absolutely right. And I thought about last time I was in San Francisco, I was walking around and I thought, wouldn't it be brilliant to have Douglas here to show, at least just to be in Golden Gate Park and to show him the Japanese tea garden, the moonwalk, and the moon bridge. I think it's like a moon bridge. There's little tiny things. And San Francisco is, as much as I'm sure Douglas hates it.
In many ways, yes, but go on.
In many ways, but, however, it is one of the more beautiful places to live in the country. If you're going to live somewhere, other than Taiwan, you might as well live in San Francisco, I suppose.
Beautiful way of saying it, yes.
So it is a beautiful, the gateway to the west, the east, and you have, just from researching the history of it recently, in this hunt I've been on to find, in researching Angel Island and Mark Twain and Gustave Doré, and the Golden Gate Park and the Exposition and the Japanese tea garden that's there, and the Young Museum and the Palace of Fine Arts. And it's such a city, and when you're there, you don't want to just experience it alone. And to think that, someone who's meant so much to me as Douglas is in that city, but I'm one of those people that do not like to impose.
No, and I understand. That's I'm the same way. I just I couldn't help it. I had to tell Doug, hey, I have to at least meet you one day and just say hi, and show my appreciation. I'm not saying you won't, but I think the interesting about it is it was the solar.
It was the solar
solstice,
equinox.
I guess?
It was the longest day of the year. The solar equinox.
We met up, so it was hot as hell. I tell you that. I didn't think San Francisco, but it was a great experience, and I don't have no regrets about it. But yes, it's just I think when it comes to Doug, and we're talking about Tolkien, but Doug's story is and I hope whatever future projects he has with Peter, but I think Doug I don't want to sound like being disrespectful, but just the story that Doug has, it's so fascinating in the sense of if we can take it, and I mean, unfortunately, Doug Doug is pretty much public enemy number one, but
Yes.
just the nuances of it's out of this world. And the sad about it is real. And I'm not saying make a dollar out of his story, but it's very special in a sense that even when I tell my friends about Doug, by name, it's so much information that they look at me like, I'm not denying that you're wrong, but this is out of this world. I mean, first of all, you talk about the Kliprotic and all this, Kabbalah stuff that Doug has talked to me about. This is breaking my paradigm because my paradigm is the Bible, okay? And I'm a pastor's kid, but I'm not really that savvy in the Bible. It's just, I'm gonna tell you what it is. But what I've always tried to pride myself is just be faithful in the small things, as a friend, not be an asshole in a sense of just showing being kind to your fellow man, especially your friends. But and when it comes to all this stuff, when I talk about just the history, people's reaction is this is a lot, and that's pretty much what it is. It's not the fact that they refute it. I'm talking people my age, people around. It's just is a lot in a sense of this is why I try to just give them nuggets, because I think Doug would probably explain it the most, but in a sense too, you have to be a seeker of this knowledge, because unfortunately it's the times that we live in. But
Yes.
Bless you. I mean, both of you are so wonderful, and I do want people to understand that the way that Sammy really expressed it originally was that he really just wanted to give me a hug so that he could convey some warmth for all of the suffering and scarification that I've been through in terms of my existence, and that is truly appreciated. And our man, Brandon Young, has been conveying that attitude since he knew me. He sought me out originally when I was still affiliated with that monstrous Lorian and Fenton, who tried to make certain that he was never to meet me, and just as she tried to dissuade Amanda Ute, and instead was trying to get Amanda Ute to sponsor Ed Opperman, who she wound up sponsoring for a period of time, instead of giving myself money. And that was what that tells us something about Ed Opperman we all should take into account. But that being said, when it comes to our dear friends Sammy Romero and Brandon Young, honestly, truly, it's the loyalists like this, without this in any way, shape, or form being a cult, in the sense that the Contra-Dietrich cult describes it. Rather, we're more of a just basically we're kindred souls, and as kindred souls we have united in relating, and obviously these men have related in a manner that would be perfect if Keith Call was able to join us. So just to put that into perspective here, Keith Call is a Christian who is a archivist at Wheaton College, which is a seminary school, which is basically a theological school. And he works in the Billy Graham building, Billy Graham being the televangelist who basically was wealthy enough to have graduated from Wheaton College and then get back at them by buying a building and having it named after himself. And that's where they have their library, and or one of their libraries, their main literary library. And so it's this literary library that was able to finagle the correspondence and many of the private diaries and journals, just a lot of the paper paraphernalia that had accumulated over the lifetimes of at least 3 affiliated amigos. It was J.R.R. Tolkien, the Dr. Tolkien himself, and of course C.S. Lewis, his dear friend, and some other individual he named, who I told him, send it to me in an email. He's probably too busy trying to travel home from Roswell to have done that, but this year he skipped the Roswell religious ceremony, and he does confirm it is very definitely, Roswell is very definitely a religion. And he's definitely confirmed that. He's himself has been observing this for years, where he would actually go to the parade in the past. This time he just went after the ceremonies, after the 4th of July alien warship ceremonies. And he, of course, when he goes throughout Roswell, he only sees all of these green little gray aliens peering out of everybody's window as like their religious icon. And he sees it for what it is, a caricature of murdered Japanese prisoners of war. So he feels like he's in a very bad place, obviously, and he finds it a very negative space. But at the same time, New Mexico is profoundly occult, and it's almost like he goes down there to tempt fate. He really goes down there and he stays in these haunted hotels. And it's not like he will argue quite sincerely and earnestly that he's not a ghost hunter. He's not seeking these aberrant or abnormal experiences, but nevertheless he continually places himself in these situations. So there's something similar to John Evans there. And so but in the case of the where he really got started with this, there was somebody who was just some big military guy who was on leave, and pretty much a total stranger basically brought him out into the middle of the desert to show him some missile silos, and basically said, you know, these missile silos are connected with tunnels all throughout the Southwest. And when our man Keith was asking, what are these tunnels used for, then the guy just told him, looking straight into his face. Now, bear in mind, they're out in the middle of a fucking desert. They're near an abandoned missile silo, which, you know, Keith Call's body could easily disappear into. He could easily just fall down that silo and no one's going to recover him. And this guy just looks him in the face and he said, boys, we transport boys.
Yikes.
And,
Wow.
And I said, Keith, you dumb son of a bitch. You have no idea how lucky you are to be alive. To go out into the middle of the desert with some military guy on leave just because it says, hey, hop in the Jeep. You know, what the fuck is wrong with you? Wow. Wow. But then he pointed out, well, if it weren't for experiences like that, I would never have believed you and understood what you were saying and where you come from. Though he does admit I'm the one who, in his words, gave him all the golden keys. But so here he is working at the library in Wheaton College, and they made them take, along with C.S. Lewis and Tolkien, they had to take all the paperwork and all the correspondence of this other guy, whose name he gave me, and like I said, I couldn't fucking remember it to save my soul. And he will, I have every faith he'll send me the name in an email later, along with the term that I was trying to remember. But he was talking about when I was telling him about Aquino's follower, J.K. Rowling's, a member of the Temple of Set, one of their pylons in England,
Right.
describing the subdivision of the soul into multiple pieces through the
Horcrux
of the Voldemort. And I said I once knew what the actual term was for that process that was used by Aquino, but I can't consciously remember it. And when I asked my psychiatrist about it, she told me that, well, if you were to remember that term, that would be a danger, because that would basically destabilize some of the walls I've created to prevent catastrophic trauma from reemerging. And with her hypnosis, with her hypnotic techniques. So I didn't pry, but then again, I can't remember it, and probably for that very reason. But our man Keith gave me a term, and he said, well, this other guy who was one of the amigos of C.S. Lewis and J.R.R. Tolkien. And just so everybody understands the depth of what I'm talking about, everything in Tolkien's world is to the west. That's why it was the inspiration for the Game of Thrones, and why the man who wrote that, whose name I used to remember, and I actually was a big fan of his work.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what was it again? His name?
George R.R. Martin.
That's right. I was once the biggest fan of his work before he got into this Game
Really?
of Thrones shit. Yeah, no, because he used to produce really good shit. Then he
Sci-fi.
started doing Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
But
Right.
he produced some of the most pioneering science fiction there was.
Thank you. Wow, you know about that.
Oh, of
Wow.
course. Oh my God, I have his anthology titled "Songs the Dead Men Sing," which was
That's it.
yes,
That's it.
yes, produced by Cemetery Dance Press. Cemetery Dance.
Yeah, that stuff is so good.
Yes.
People don't realize. Yeah.
Yes, that was the best. And that was back when he was a man, before he turned into a fat little dumpling that was just out to make money, and then he turned Game of Thrones on us. But yeah, and he himself has said he'll probably die of ill health before he completes the work.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but
Suspenders on.
yeah, oh yeah, Jesus Christ. And the suspenders, by the way, are not to keep his pants up; they're to keep him from floating away.
That's right.
Yeah, but at any rate, George R.R. Martin was when I brought him up, that was a bit of a distraction there. But yeah,
from
he
the
was
word
inspired
that
to
Keith
he was
called.
inspired to title the world of Game of Thrones Westeria, based on the fact that everything Tolkien produced in his world was in the West. Now, for those of you who don't know, what's to the east of Middle Earth is Narnia. That's C.S. Lewis, and what C.S. Lewis did with Dr. Tolkien was they divided the world. And so what C.S. Lewis said was, I take the east, and Dr. Tolkien said, I take the west. So everything in Narnia is to the east. So if you ever wondered what's to the east of Middle Earth, it's Narnia. That's what's to the east of Middle Earth. So it's all one world. Mm-hmm. For those of you who don't know, C.S. Lewis and Tolkien agreed they are in the same world, and that they're Narnia and Middle Earth are part of this same planet. And so now that you know that, there was a third person. There was a third wheel. And this guy's correspondence came with their correspondence to wind up at the Billy Graham building in Wheaton College. And so I forget what the guy's name was.
Charles Williams, maybe.
They called themselves Inklings. They were all three Ink brothers. And
probably Charles Williams.
Yeah.
I'm guessing.
Okay. Yeah, instead of Blood Brothers, they're Ink brothers. So Charles Williams, was he the guy who wrote the short story about this guy who's going into hell? He keeps dreaming he's going into hell, and he winds up he's hanging at the end of his own intestinal tract in hell. And this is because he did little things in life that were all self-centered, never anything evil, never killed anybody, never committed any crimes that were legally prosecutable. He was just somebody who was just wouldn't open doors for ladies, was always doing things that were selfish, and the end result was he went to hell. Okay, that's the true horror
Sounds
story.
like him. Could have been.
Oh, yeah. And so
I mean, there weren't too many Inklings.
Yeah.
So Charles Williams was.
It's probably him. That's probably him. And so
Yeah.
Charles Williams came up with this theory of he said it and I can't remember it. It's got to be the hypnotic block that prevents me from remembering terms like this, because this is probably the term Aquino used. But it was used for a different purpose here. What this guy was saying, Charles Williams, was that he called it co-inference or something. Co-inference with you can do what Christ did. But of course, Christ is the Son of God. And Christ is the Son of God, and Christ can heal you of your ills. He can take your cancer away. He can do this, and it's not going to hurt him because he's the Son of God. But what this guy, Charles Williams, was saying is, you can do this. And when somebody has cancer, you can take their cancer from them. And this is what happened to C.S. Lewis. C.S. Lewis had the lover who had leg cancer in her bone that was going to kill her. And so he took the cancer and he wound up developing prostate cancer and died because he's not Christ. He's not the Son of God. He wound up, following this man's philosophy and simply killing both himself and not saving his lover at all. So this is the third creepy inkling that nobody knows about, the third wheel. And so this brings us back to Aquino. That brings us back to the realm of Aquino, because that was the inkling Aquino truly felt the most bonding with. And therefore, he felt he had kind of a handle on both C.S. Lewis and Dr. Tolkien in that sense, and why he felt he could rewrite the Morlandale, which, of course, anybody reads it, they're going to say Morlindale, and no, it's pronounced Morlandale, just so people know. That's the way that Aquino pronounced it. But yeah, it spells like it should read Morlindale. So there you go. And I don't know if that deepens anything for Sammy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, for Brandon it does. Beautiful. I don't know if Sammy's
Charles William, I can tell you about.
Tell us
a bit,
please.
I do know one of the foremost scholars of the Charles Williams books. She writes books on him, and this woman Serena that I know. But she's very interesting. But he wrote about the Kabbalah, King Solomon, and sort of the Muslims, and he wrote. Even though he was part of the Inklings, he was the oddest Inkling, as is the name of the book and the blog by my friend Serena, who kind of has a career based on Charles Williams, which is
holy shit!
Yeah, the oddest Inkling. He's called the oddest Inkling.
There you are.
So odd.
So she knows him. I mean, she knows him well. I mean,
very well. But he wrote quite a bit. But between heaven and hell, he was very classically trained. As you say, he was part of the Inklings with J.R. Tolkien at Oxford, and C.S. Lewis. But his works, some of his famous works are War in Heaven, The Place of the Lion, The Greater Trumps, and Descent into Hell, which I think is the one you're thinking of.
Okay. That's it. Yes. Yeah. So that's an actual novel, not just a short story, right?
It almost is like it was published through T.S. Eliot.
Okay.
Favor and Favor in England. But you imagine it almost as, you have the famous Descents into Hell by Dante Alighieri, and you have the famous Pilgrim's Progress.
Yeah.
Well, this is like a combination of both of them, where it's the Pilgrim's Regress and Into Hell.
Yes.
It's sort of like that. I haven't read it in quite a while but he did write books about the occult and the Kabbalah. And I remember asking Serena about this. I was like, do you know what the Kabbalah even is? Like the fact that he was in this and interested might have connections with the OTO at the time, and maybe, Lewis and Tolkien were sort of fighting the OTO with their own work and their own thing, because that was going on. The Golden Dawn and Crowley were going on at the same time. And she's like, oh, yeah, like it's Jewish mysticism. Just didn't really know what it was. So I thought this was an area of Charles Williams that should be explored. So thank you for bringing him up. That's this is, again, something we should talk to with Keith Call.
Yeah.
hopefully. But
Yes, and by the way, just so people know, as I've said before, I am not in control of my communications. They all go through some son of a bitch working for the deep state, and we know this for a fact. And several things I pointed out before that proved it. And one of them was, when I took my cell phone into the pawn shop where the little gay guy works on cell phones, and he was saying, okay, let's test it out. Since I wasn't able to respond to many incoming calls, then he tried to call me, and it wound up going to some white guy's answering service, and he said that's impossible. We both made certain he entered the correct number, and he said that means somebody would have had to have taken out your SIM card and reprogrammed it so it would go to this man's answering service. But that's what it does. And then the fucker actually called back, calling me when, of course, since it's the gay guy using his phone that was trying to call me and wound up hitting that guy's answering service, that guy should have been calling him back, but the guy wound up calling me back, realized that he made a mistake, and his voicemail literally was this, like, oh, hi, I got a call from this number, oh shit! Yeah, as soon as he recognized it was Douglas Dietrich. And that's literally what he said. And then, so I gave the number out because he left the trace of his number in the record, and so I gave that out for everybody to call. I told everybody, call this as often as you want, 24 hours a day, and give this guy hell. But he got back at me, not in the way he thought he did, but he, like, when I had an appointment with V, which he knows about because he can read all my messages and gets all my voicemails, and I was going to see her at 10 in the morning. I said, looking forward to seeing you at 10. And she writes back, no, just that simple, N-O. And so I says, what? Why are you canceling? If you don't respond, I'm going to call you. And it was about 1:30 in the morning, 2 in the morning. And she didn't respond. So I called. Of course, she woke up, fucker! And then wound up writing, what are you doing? And all that. And I told her, well, you'll understand tomorrow. When I showed her, you said no at this point. She said, I never entered that. She said somebody else entered that. That's not even on my side. On my phone, my messages don't have that. So, of course, I get totally irritated with her, and it's not like I felt bad about waking her up. But at any rate, there you go. So, I mean, just I could give example after example beyond that, but somebody has access to everything that I communicate. So when it comes to this being articulated, then the point to make is, what was the point I was going to make? Aside from that, what was the point I was going to make? We were talking about Charles Williams.
Yes.
That's the guy's name, Charles Williams. We were talking about, that leads us to Aquino and all the weirdness. And
Descent into Hell,
yeah,
Kabbalah.
Kabbalah. And we were talking about, holy shit, what was it? I'm at a loss. Whatever it was, I lost track of it.
Well,
but, we'll get back there. Sammy must have been called to work or something. They must have, like...
yes, I think he works at the Scum and Villainy Cantina on Hoff. And you can...
Yeah!
So you might have to take a break from Jabba the Hutt.
Hello.
Yes, there we are.
I'm here.
Back from
I'm
Mos
here.
Eisley. So, were you hearing anything we said about this Charles Williams character and absorbing...
Yeah, I did.
And
I did. The third wheel, I didn't realize that Tolkien and C.S. Lewis actually took, Tolkien took the West and C.S. Lewis took the East.
Yeah.
I always thought Narnia was a little bit more gay, but
it is. Yeah, it's Christian. It's like kind of.
Yes, with the Aslan and stuff. Interesting enough, none of these stories have all the minorities are either evil or they're orcs. Everybody of melanin. That's the only thing that bothers me about Tolkien. And see, maybe I could be wrong. I don't know, but
no, you're right on.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that. But you know what? I'm thinking. They were probably the gardeners, or they were the people in the background. But whatever. That's just me trying to make humor. But I did not know about the third wheel we were talking about, Doug. That's very fascinating.
So now that you found out how C.S. Lewis died. Was basically trying to absorb his lover's cancer, and that
wow.
You heard that part, right?
Yes, that's that's crazy.
Because he's not
That's
Christ, you can't do that. You're just
yeah,
a mere
yeah,
mortal flesh. You're just a mere mortal.
absolutely.
It's always Christ through you. It's even with exorcism. Malachi Martin, I was just rereading his Postures to the Devil,
Yeah.
and which is about demonic possession.
But you understand the risk. See, the difference is the priest is trying to base himself, ground himself, anchor himself in the power of the church and the power of Christ. So he's just counting on Christ to operate through him, and the priest is basically risking his very soul every time the priest does that.
Precisely.
Yeah.
Precisely.
You know, that's very interesting, Doug, when you did go over this maybe last year. And one of the things that, my dad used to pray, at our house, and I believe that's one of the reasons why my parents' house is so peaceful. Yes. But even when it came to certain subjects, my father was rarely ever talked about the occult, because one of the things he told me was, I don't like to speak certain things into entities, pretty much. And I guess that's just his understanding. But even when it came to possession and stuff, my dad was very limited in the sense of how he explained it. He told me he pretty much really did exorcism. It's more of just pray for them. That's it.
Yeah.
Because and Doug in a sense is right, in a sense of you don't really have, not that you don't have the ability, but it's really Christ through you. And in a sense, that's the only person. But at the same time, some of these people, most of these people that are possessed, well, you invite things in your life. You invite whatever energy too. And I have family like this that I'm staying away from right now that literally encountered, a certain entity that Doug knows, because of their negativity. Where it was a tulpa or so on forth. If Doug wants to explain it, it's pretty much Slender Man, pretty much.
Yeah.
It's just these people are in this position partly, mostly in, obviously, SRA or satanic ritual abuse, whatever. That's a different story. But for the most part, you attract what you want to attract. And, that's one of the things that I've kind of had to, remind myself, because, even in my background, I've had people that have burned me, in a sense, of people, quote unquote, in authority, that I realized, because they deal with these entities, and they don't, ground themselves. Right. They do become corrupted, and especially with manipulation. That's one of the things in church that I've had to you're gonna have to just get over it. Manipulation is a big key, where certain, in my case, pastors, they ostracize people, and they don't want you to talk to other people because of, quote unquote, the inner circle they want you to be a part of, and they can only, it's almost, it starts to creep into the whole cult, like, where it's very creepy, and they just start getting full of themselves. Yeah. And when you call them out on it, you're the spiritually sick, and they start telling you all these things about you, but really they're talking about themselves. And I've had to, obviously, and I think and I'm talking about my paradigm, God uses people, and sometimes, Doug, when I heard Doug talk about this, it's as that's the only way I can explain it, because it's just, Doug really has no agenda towards me, in a sense of, oh, Sammy, you're wrong. No, it's just kind of like, you know what I mean? It's like, Doug, it's not that Doug doesn't care, but it's like, you can only do so much someone's paradigm. It's like God speaks to that person, but it's really up to you to, if you really are looking for answers, you'll find them. It's just what it is. It's just humanity. Maybe I'm taking this another subject, but I think that's just how I had to kind of cope with things, but,
No, deeply
apologies if I'm off subject.
No, you're not at all.
No.
Subject.
Yeah. And again, Brandon, just you're holding up so well. Are you gonna have time to catch up on sleep tomorrow?
Oh, I
Okay.
have no worries about it at all. Yeah.
Okay. Good. Good. By the
Thank
way,
you.
I got a comment in the one of the videos before tonight's. Let me take a look at my inbox again. Let me see here. New comment on Douglas Dietrich and Peter Moon on this was the transmission preceding tonight's where somebody said somebody named Chris says 11 hours. Are you insane? What do you do all day? And it's
Oh,
like, yeah,
jeez.
it's amazing.
What do they do?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, it's
Let's
like
turn their microscope. Hold on. Let's look into their freak world.
yes,
What are they doing for 11 hours a day?
yeah,
Standing in their bedroom jacking it? Well, I mean, going into the bathroom to spy on their mother. What are they doing?
My thing is, why the hell are you even logging in? Like that's just dumb.
Listen,
You know?
listen. Like, what does that comment add to anything?
Right. It's like,
You
come on.
know, I mean, and by the way, Douglas, if anyone doesn't know, Douglas it's only Wednesdays and Sundays.
yes,
So
this
you
week,
can
yeah.
digest this over maybe 3 hours on one day, 3
course.
hours on if you
Yeah.
want to. I mean, it gives you enough time. Yeah, 11 hours. That's the mark of an intelligence.
Oh,
that,
thank you.
you know what I mean? Like
Yes.
it's something different.
Yes.
To the point where, like, ask yourself why no one else is doing this.
Thank you. I mean, oh my God. The funny thing
Well-
is, yeah, go on, Sammy.
Well, Doug, and I don't mean to cut you off, but
Oh,
it's
no.
like all these people. Look, Doug, I did not realize you went on Coast to Coast in 2008. You started. I was looking you up as far as your transmission Coast to Coast, but all these assholes that were on there, where are they at?
Yeah.
Richard C. Hogan, like who the hell's that guy? And no offense, nothing, but I remember some of this crap, and it's like I can't relate to this. But what I'm trying to say is, none of these people, they don't make an impact like you. And it's just look at all your detractors. Like, none of these people have death threats. Like nobody's death threatening them. You know,
Yes.
all these people are getting book deals and so on and so forth. It's just you literally had to scrape and claw your way to where you're at. But
Yes. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's quite true. And so when it comes to these kinds of questions, and Peter, he reads out the one thing from the other guy who was saying something similar, and then there was another guy who left a comment that was similar in the another episode, and so these people are like, and oftentimes they'll accompany it with some stupid comment about. I work for a living and have a family, and again, what does that have to do with anything? What does that mean? It's like Peter was reading that one guy's comment. Hey, this guy, he's saying, hey, Douglas Dietrich's transmissions are so long, and I'd
Right.
prefer him to just say something concise, and so
Yeah.
he wants a fortune cookie. He wants like a
Yeah.
sound bite. He wants a sound bite of like some bullshit
Yeah.
kind of.
Unfortunately, our bullshit as a country, you can't say in 5 minutes.
Yes,
That's
No.
actually it's
Yeah, he
layered.
wants-
Yeah.
He wants
Go
he wants a medication
Shot. Yes.
commercial.
Yes.
Oh, and a shot as well. He wants a
Yes.
free sample of this medication, but he wants a commercial. It's like, I don't have time. Well, it's not for you. You don't have to listen.
Yes, thank you. That's what I
You
said.
can-
I said
you
you're
know?
invited not to listen. Oh my God. But it's amazing, and they'll always bring up something like they somehow have a responsibility, and it's such bullshit
Right.
because it's like whatever you're doing, it can't be that important. And but such being said, honestly, it's just anybody who has time to say something that stupid is obviously got all the time in the world.
And not working.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
like I don't work. Like that's the one thing about it is if you notice, Doug,
Yes.
all these distractors that kind of turned on you,
Yes.
they really got no lives.
But
Like
they
Brandon
have
got
no
a life.
jobs.
I
Well,
got
you
a
notice
life.
none of them have
Oh, yeah.
jobs.
Oh,
Right,
really?
but even like social obligations and stuff, like none of these people, like come on, man. Like, really? Like, I'm not sitting around telling Doug, "Oh, Doug, what are you doing?" I don't even do that. Even
Right.
when I hit you up, Doug, it's like I feel like, damn, maybe Doug's like, with one of his escorts, and I'm killing the vibe. But go ahead.
That's why I feel like I'm imposing. If I ever am in town, I don't want to impose. I'd like to join. I mean, we could always, I could call up my friends down at the, the warehouse or whatever it is down there.
Oh my goodness. And of course, Kelsey's always welcome to join us on a double date. Perhaps.
I know I know. She would love that. She would love that.
There we are. I
think she would love that.
We actually had that vibe going with Viviana when she was here. Was Brandon?
That was nice.
Yeah, it was nice. We had, Viviana and I with Brandon and Kelsey, and she was even emphasizing the fact that she was single. It's just so sad, but this sort of thing does happen, and like Peter Moon said, it just some people first are fascinated, and then suddenly they really get to see what it's like being in the vicinity of Douglas Dietrich and the shitstorm that follows, and then they just can't handle it, and so you gotta
they have to be fearless. They have to be a little bit brave.
It's true.
Yes.
No, just it is a little bit. I understand, Viv, that it is a bit shocking at first, but there is something there. Yeah. And I hope she does come back, and I hope everybody comes back.
Oh no, we don't want the rest back.
Except for the rest.
Yeah.
They can stay home.
Yeah.
But no. But it's just Viv, I don't know what happened or where she is or whatever, but we did get along greatly. We had for the few years anyway, and maybe she is just taken. Some people just need to. It's like when Yoko Ono met John Lennon in a way. It's like they couldn't get together right away. It's like, this is going to change the world, Yeah. And if we get together, it's going to mean it. This is going to mean, I'm a little scared of that. I don't know if I'm ready for that sort of commitment or that challenge, if you will. So, that can happen with the couple. So you never know.
Thank you. That was beautiful. And what were you going to say, Sammy? Please.
No, I mean, look, I've had things happen to me, and this is how I have to put it, in the sense of, this just confirms you're the real deal. And I'm not saying you never were, but it's like, what are you gonna do? What do you do if I follow someone, or not follow, but if my interests are in bullshit, then unfortunately, you're like any other, brain dead American, because even then it comes back to full circle, Doug, in the sense that a lot of the information out there is, I wouldn't say the same. It's the counterfeit, is what I'm trying to say. It's all counterfeit, because it's not. You can't replicate the information you give out. But even when you go to other quote unquote alternative sources, it's almost like they molest your information.
Yes.
And it's not even worth it. Yeah. Hold on, Doug. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. So Brandon and I, everybody understand that Brandon almost paid for this with his life. Conceivably, Sammy almost did on the 4th of July, when those assholes were basically throwing fireworks at him while he's driving. And by the way, that's nothing to dismiss. When one time a friend of mine who just literally disintegrated into a blob of self-destructive alcoholism, but this poor bastard was in a tunnel once. I mean, driving through a San Francisco tunnel, and it was not the Broadway tunnel, it was somewhere in the Greater Bay Area, and it was a fairly long tunnel. And that was probably similar to what you saw in the Terminator, the original Terminator, where they're going through a tunnel and the guy's throwing explosives. in the tunnel. So you hear this big echoing bang while he's trying to take out the Terminator on the motorcycle. By the way, the reason that they filmed in a tunnel was because they could block off both ends and then create these effects. But if you do that in real life, you can imagine with regular traffic the lives you would take. So when this guy was in a tunnel and then there was this bang, like really bang, like the world was ending bang. This was some kid was in the back of a pickup truck and was throwing out fireworks. I mean, big fireworks. So, and he was throwing them out at incoming cars. And so what my friend did at the time, being the kind of guy that he was, he drove up basically side by side with that vehicle and forced them to stop and confronted them, because you can imagine some elderly couple behind them and then suddenly has fireworks thrown on the windshield and the thing blows up and, you know, they have a heart attack, careen off, you know, wind up with a multi-car crash. I mean, this could take out multiple lives doing something like that. So what was done to Sammy, this is basically an assassination attempt, make no mistake about it. And this is what happened with Brandon Young. Brandon Young was, after he was trying to get in contact with myself, wound up confronting Peter Levinda about slandering his family name. Then he wound up with basically Peter Levinda's acolytes trying to take Brandon Young out, and by cutting his brakes, setting up his gas tank to ignite so that he would die painfully in a fireball, basically a torch job. Yeah, so understand, again, this is part of, these men are here of their own free will. And Brandon says back in 1 minute. I believe that's Brandon. And so it's just Sammy and I right now.
Well, Doug, it was interesting because the 110 was lit up like somebody, and it was all really on both sides. So it was like somebody was lighting fire. Well, whoever it was, I'm not,
This was an ambush. Basically, this was an ambush where there was volley fire. There was volley fire where they're actually, yeah.
Okay. Well, there's an accident. There's accidents going on, and we literally had a fireworks show on the 110. And, whether it was orchestrated or not, it seemed unbelievable. Like, this should be happening here. Like, we're in the middle of a freeway, and they're right up above us. It is what it is, but when I started seeing these fireworks right next to me, like someone's throwing a bomb, I'm like, okay, I need to get out of here. And, I managed to get out, but it's just part of it, You can't be surprised either, in a sense,
Yeah. No, definitely appreciate that. And so in terms of what we're contending with, we'll see if Brandon comes back in a few minutes. But one of the things that Sammy did was he asked myself about, how did you present the question again, where I spoke about what happened with the Blood Boys and the bus and
yes.
Yeah.
Those... pretty much, you blacked out. You kind of said in a sense, and when the first time I wasn't sure if you blacked out because I don't know the caravan got tipped over, but when you described it after, it was more of the the Peacock Angel kind of took over, right? In a sense, so that's when you confirmed to me, okay, it's the caravan wasn't tipped over. It was just whatever's within you kind of defended, its territory. So go ahead.
Thank you. So what Sammy Romero did was he asked a question which basically makes me feel that I should reiterate my answer that I gave him for our listeners, because I'm not quite sure how many other listeners might have had the same question. So other listeners probably were wondering at that. So just understand that the one time that I am pretty certain, there's no way, of course, to prove this, or and certainly no evidence outside myself because of the lack of feedback I was getting at the time in Northeast Africa. But at the time in the Horn of Africa, when we encountered the woman of the Dinka tribe who were in those cages, one atop the other, and basically being raped on an industrial assembly line scale by the United Nations forces that were supposed to be protecting them, but basically were acting as guards for their traffickers. This was something that outraged me to the extent where I blacked out. I lost myself, but obviously was engaged in some kind of activity, and certainly many lives were taken as a result. But when I resumed a sense of awareness of my surroundings, I had, of course, the other shall we say, burden of being in command. So nobody was willing to really talk to me. All I got after that point was, yes, sir, no, sir, I don't know, sir. But obviously something had happened. I had not expended a round of ammunition, but many men were dead who were of the Bulgarian and Hungarian unit of what they called the Battalion of Madmen, because that's literally what they were. These were men who Bulgaria and Hungary had emptied their insane asylums, and they just gave these men to the United Nations, who then turned them loose in Africa with machine guns. By the way, our man John Warrington is asking when the date of the interview was. Friday the 8th, Friday, July 8th. July 8th was the date of the interview, Friday, July 8th. And in terms of what had happened more recently on the 4th of July, when we had this mass sacrifice performed by the mass shooting that everyone's familiar with in Highland Park and other areas of the United States. As I said, hundreds of people died that day. For people who aren't aware of it, on the 4th of July, hundreds of people died in mass shootings all over the United States. It's simply Highland Park got the most attention because of the infamy. And by the way, I don't know if you probably heard me say this, but what made this man stand out as well, the man who had killed those children at Highland Park, and Brandon Young is back with us. Did you hear me when I said that he escaped the police because he dressed as a woman? He got dressed as a woman.
No.
Yeah. So he actually assumed drag to get out of the area, and that's one of the reasons he was able to escape for as long as he did. So isn't that a hint towards trying to direct the energy towards myself?
It's almost like a shot at you, pretty much.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. And that tells you what you need to know right there. But so, Brandon, just to describe what had happened on the 4th of July weekend, you may have heard this, but I'm giving a more in-depth so that people understand what it felt like and what other people saw. Basically, for the young boys who are essentially transfusion associates or blood boys, part of the harem of young men who are orphans adopted by my son's husband and maintained in very healthy conditions and provided an education, and in turn they provide regular blood transfusions for him, and this of course maintains him in a peak state of health. And as well, this is something that I take advantage of. I'm allowed to take the blood that I do from them because I'm not someone who exsanguinates or drains people dry. I simply don't have that capability. But certainly I consider them very much the way, as I said, and maybe people find this obscene and maybe they find it heretical, and I don't intend it as such. The kind of protectiveness I felt over these young boys was the same that Christ felt for his flock of sheep. It's, of course, I didn't feel that till after everything calmed down. The reality was that when what I thought were anomalous meteorological clouds that were basically rolling on the ground like an incoming thunderstorm, when I thought that this was all that was, and then it began to assume a much more terrifying look and form, then basically what happened was these spider-like entities, though that's an insult to spiders, they had far more legs than spiders do, and in some cases less. began to essentially cluster around the bus, the transportation vehicle that we were using to basically go to a place to celebrate the 4th of July. That's when the young lads inside, who were staying inside and playing their games, their video games, and everything else that they use electronically. My son had come outside with myself, basically for a bathroom break. To them, the world was going dark. They thought a thunderstorm had indeed moved in, only it was extraordinarily dark and ominous, and they really thought it was too dark to be a storm. And then the bus began to rock, and they thought an earthquake suddenly was taking place. And just the sheer terror of an earthquake happening during the middle of a sudden thunderstorm that turned day into a very bleak twilight, almost kind of onset of night environment for them within the bus. They were scared, very frightened. And but from outside, the first thoughts I had were, as I expressed, fairly detached, thinking just before the cluster happened around the bus that these things must be like what the Iraqi army saw when Aquino was calling forth the entities on the fields of Babylon, his last service for the U.S. Army during Operation Desert Storm, that caused so many Iraqis to throw down their arms and simply run and ultimately surrender. But then when I realized what they were doing, clustering around the bus and what they were after, that's when I was overwhelmed with rage. And it was the sense of rage that comes with, say that, and I gave Sammy a kind of poor analogy. All analogies are left wanting, but the best analogy I could think of as at the time was like someone, if you're eating in a cafeteria and you've got your tray of food before you and some asshole comes and grabs your tray from out of your hands right in front of you and begins to dig their fingers through it and eat out of it, the kind of rage you would feel, the kind of invasive horror and just anger. But it was worse than that. It's how many people can relate to this? The only kind of parallel you would have as baseline humans would be the milk you drink from your mother's breast. If your mother ever breastfed you, you would grow up at least to a state of awareness where you probably don't remember any of it anyway. But if you could remember it, you would think of her as basically the source of your nutrition. You would think of her as the source of everything. She would be an angelic providing figure for you. She would be a godlike figure in many ways, the source of your warmth, your food, your everything. It's just so much power that mother archetype is stuck with us forever, whether we consciously remember it or not. By the way, I never got that from my mother because my mother was a vampire and she also had silicone breasts, so there was no possibility of breastfeeding. Silicone injections. Back in those days, it was German doctors who injected the silicone directly into the breast rather than having packets of silicone like they developed later. That shit developed later. With my mother, it was like silicone directly in her breast, between her breasts and the rib cage. But in terms of my mother, that's not how vampires are raised anyway. They don't get raised on mother's milk. But that being said, it was like, say for instance, you have that level of bonding with your food source. So if you have that level of bonding with your food source and then a bunch of thugs come over and start grabbing your food source and are ready to rip into it, think of that rage. That was the rage that I thought was rage beyond rage. And that was when my son said what he saw visually, it looked to him as if I turned completely black, and yet the light emitting from me was blinding. So that was the only way he could describe it, and he didn't know how else to describe it. But at that point, the entities vanished. The entities essentially were overwhelmed by the light, and they vanished. Now, later on, what I provided was an image of that to our man, Sammy Romero. I'll provide that to Brandon Young now. So what I'll do is...
it's crazy.
Yeah, an image of what was spotted later. And so let me see if I can find this. I'll look at it through Sammy and see what I sent him, and I'll download that and give that to our man Mr.
Yeah.
Brandon Young. So here we are. So let's see if this works out.
Douglas,
Yeah, go on.
okay, thank you so much. I can't wait to see this. But I have a question for Sammy,
Yeah.
bro, and
Yeah.
Douglas. So this was July 4th weekend, you said?
Yes, absolutely. So,
So
by the way, I put
hold
this
on,
in Brandon Young, and I love your new icon. By the way, your new icon is very, very chic, very, very dignified, black and white. That's you, right?
Mine?
Yeah.
I think it's just me.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah. So there you are. You can see.
I'm still working on mine. Mine looks bloated. I know.
Yeah. So go on, Brandon. Wherever you guys.
Good. So anyway, but I wanted. Okay, so begin with this. Okay, so on July 4th weekend, Peter Lavenda sent me a message via email.
Holy shit!
I
was saying it had to be Peter Lavenda that was involved with this. Yeah, go on.
Just please let me finish this
Yes,
real quick.
Yeah.
Because I'll forget.
Yeah, understood.
But he sent an email saying something about dreams and Cthulhu.
Yes. Okay.
And I thought it was spam, just like I thought the message from Sean Bond. Which I did get. I did get a message. I have the screenshot. I will send you.
Right. And we're still wondering how he even got to know you, but go on. Yeah.
Yeah, me too. I assume it's through the New Age network of some sort, or through you. It could have been through you. Right?
Maybe through John Evans. Who knows?
Yeah.
John Evans? No.
Okay. All right.
Oh no way. Doubt it.
So before you forget, you were talking about the 4th of July. Lavinda sends you this.
Yes.
Yeah. He sent me an email.
Yeah.
But the weird thing is, Douglas and Sammy, is that night. Or the night before, I got the email from, I think so, night of July 3rd into 4th. I had this strange dream. And I don't pay much to dreams. I think it's best to not pay attention to them. Not live by them. Recognize them for what they are. But if they have a sway on you, then you're going to live by them and not by your own life. But anyway, so that's just a philosophy I have with living. But that doesn't stop the dreams from coming. So I had a dream that Peter Lavenda was in it, giving a talk with Tom DeLonge from Blink-182, the guy who
Got it. Yeah.
ran this UFO, I don't know what you'd call it, foundation, to the Stars Academy, which is out of California. They've tried to kind of corner the market on disclosure, and they've hired this guy, Lou Elizondo, who's supposedly from the CIA. Now, he worked for the CIA, but he never had the type of clearance or programs that he makes it out to believe he had, supposedly. I haven't followed it too much. Point is, I had a dream because what Tom DeLonge did was hire also Peter Lavenda. And when WikiLeaks, the original WikiLeaks came out, he made the news because it was Peter Lavenda was photographed with Tom DeLonge at the White House with John Podesta, who was sort of an insider to the Hillary Clinton campaign, actually supported over Donald Trump, of course, because, as Douglas says, it's better the devil you know. And but anyway, that's how I know about the 4th of July, is that the email about a dream. Did you have a dream about? Cthulhu. Well, no, it was what was the quote by Lovecraft about dreams? I don't know if it's Dreams Witch House or it's something like that, but he just quoted that.
I see.
And sent it to me. So, but the thing is, when you describe these beings or these entities that attack the school bus,
well, it's not school bus, but go on. It's kind of like it, yeah, just the side of it. Go on.
Was it a stretch Escalade? No, I don't know. You know,
No. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's just a very large vehicle that I don't want to give too many details on because I don't want people to be on the lookout for it. But yeah.
Oh, is it like that? Whoa, interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. But by the way, in terms of Lavinda and what he's doing, that's a form of terrorism and harassment. He's basically cyber stalking you by doing that. And
Oh, no, you sent an email.
yeah, but
But
still,
with
you get my
you,
point.
I feel like it was really. I've had. By the way, this is the first time I'm hearing about this attack.
Okay.
Whether it be Skype, whatever.
Yeah. By the way, is that dog from whose side, Sammy's or Brandon's?
No, that's my side. That's the Hawaiian airline that
Okay.
we
Oh,
also
that's
cater
right.
to.
Yeah, they're
So, yes.
shipping they ship their animals. All these cruel animal owners ship their animals.
Yes, these rich white people that you know,
They ship.
unfortunately. Yeah, they should.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. They can't part with their animals, so they make their animals suffer and just yeah. By the way, you're kind of glitching out there, Brandon.
Am I?
Yeah. So anyhow, I understand what you're saying about, oh, it's Peter Levin. He's just sending me an email. But Brandon, you know, it's not that. Don't take it like that. It's not just Peter Levinda just sending you an email. The man is basically harassing you. I mean, you're talking about this is the man who was directly behind, ultimately, the attempt to take your life in the most painful possible way that put you in a coma. For God's sake. So, yeah, if somebody like that sends you an email, there's nothing, casual about that. That is not, hey, Sammy, help me out here, okay? Yeah.
Oh, I get it. This is something, this is not a coincidence.
Yeah.
This is orchestrated, and especially him. I mean, come on.
Yeah, it's not innocuous. This isn't innocuous.
It's not.
Yeah, so by all means.
Do you think that we lived in the same town for the same reason?
What do you mean by that? Yeah, I mean,
So I moved out to California. I ended up living in a place, you can look it up, called Cardiff by the Sea, down in Encinitas, San Diego region.
Right. And did Lavinda live there once?
Well, I don't know if he lived there, but that's where To the Stars Academy storefront was.
Okay.
By Tom DeLonge, and Lavenda went and did a signing down there. So what I thought about doing was bringing my Necronomicon and having him sign that, because no one thinks he wrote it, but he definitely wrote it.
Yeah.
So I'd be like, here, can you sign the book you wrote? Yeah. And it would be the Necronomicon.
Right.
Simon Necronomicon, rather, which I should distinguish. Yeah. Of course. But it is very influential when that came out. In the 80s, the Simon Necronomicon, which he denied writing for many, many, many years. And it worked. He even went on Coast to Coast as Simon.
Yes.
And he went on with terrible Eastern accent like Borat.
Yeah.
First Borat, essentially. It's like, my wife, she's dead.
Yeah, I killed her and ate her.
Yes. We sold her to Almaty, where how you say, they said they love God, man, horse, insect, then a woman, and then little whatever.
Oh my God. So at any rate, but definitely I'm just glad that we were able to communicate tonight, and what our man Brandon Young is letting us know is that Lavinda was in on this, and I always said that this couldn't be Jameson Reese because his blood would just attract mosquitoes. Not even that really. So it's no, this was somebody. Yeah. Is somebody saying something? Oh God! Is Sammy or somebody trying to talk? That thing's all being glitched.
Sorry.
Oh no, was that you?
No, it's Sammy, I think.
Oh, Sammy. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Poor guy's all glitched, or somebody grabbed him and is talking to him. He's got Play Manager. So, just you
Hello?
and yeah, there we are. So everything all right?
Sorry,
No worries.
sorry. I thought I was on mute.
Oh, okay. That's all right. I don't know if you remember Brandon, but you may not have heard it one time. Our man Sammy was making out with Maria, and he didn't go mute, and we were all
Oh,
kind
Oh
of
yeah,
we were kind of listening.
yes, that was one a good invention. Yeah, that was honestly. I actually thought I got off the transmission, but unfortunately, no.
you
But
know,
yeah,
Maria Menounos, who is really nice,
Mhm.
is a nice woman.
Uh-huh.
I haven't made out with her yet, but I thank you, Jane.
Yeah.
And I think that's the best.
Right. That's wonderful. I think by the way, I think I'll be starting the monologue sometime soon. I don't think maybe I should like try to refresh myself, but I think I'm going to be doing okay. I think I should be able to handle it. Maybe I should refresh myself. Can you two gentlemen, are you guys in a position where you feel confident about handling this? And Brandon Young, you can take a look at what I sent you in your private messages in Facebook. If you're able to
Oh,
access that, then you'll be able to see, what then appeared later that was brought to my attention, which was pretty much what we saw, albeit it's got some confusing, shall we say, coordinates that have some people thinking that it's in England and other people thinking it's in basically the Armenian region near bordering Russia and Iran. So, by the way, I do want to thank everybody who has been in the chat. I want to thank, of course, Peggy Wood. God bless you, honey. Amy Camus. God bless you, honey. And of course, the lovely woman who has sent me a care package in the past and was sending me an email, the Clarice Claudette. So, Clarice Claudette, love you dearly, honey. All of these wonderful people and wonderful ladies. And let me see, incoming message here from, oh yes, Brandon Young gave a thumbs up. That's so cute. Okay, so that's what that incoming notification noise was. And so George Knight has got another album out. Not quite sure if he tagged me with that. And with that, let's take a look at what else anyone might be saying. So, Bizarre HD, which is George Knight, was saying, much love unto you, Douglas, and he's welcome to jump on if he wishes. And Mr. WTF, or what the fuck, said, good day, looking good and healthy in that video picture, brother. Hooey, that is recent. T-Tank Barry says, it seems extraordinary life experiences cause one to research until the proper answer is found. This platform is the only true, real alternative media. Thank you so much. And with that, I'm going to, so Brandon, be straight with us. Have you been enjoying a little bit of the tipple? Were you were you a little bit into the cups? I'm just curious, or is it just kind of like, late, real late? Is he there? Holy shit! I'm hoping somebody will hold the stage.
Doug,
Yeah,
Doug.
yeah,
Okay, yeah.
yeah.
Maybe he's he's a little saucy. Who knows?
That's
It's
that's
just
that's what I
I
thought.
don't blame him. I mean, he's probably on vacation.
Yeah, that's right. No, I don't blame him at all. And so, hey, Brandon, we love you. If you're there, go ahead and talk. Didn't mean nothing negative at all. I was just going to ask you to share. So, yeah, aside from that, so, Sammy, you think you can hold the stage for a few minutes? Just to...
Oh, it is.
Can you hear?
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So,
Oh, yeah, no, I don't drink and smoke. I don't drink,
oh, okay.
smoke.
Wait a second! Didn't Kelsey say you were hitting the that Irish whiskey or something like that the other day?
This is the other day. Talk about the other month.
Yeah, the other month. Yeah. Yo.
Moderation.
Yes. Okay.
As I said, I will not let the demons rob me of a good life.
Yeah. Sounds good. Yeah. No, I dig it.
Once
Yeah.
in a while, it's okay to have a drink,
Yeah. No. That's
but not
cool.
every day.
Right.
So No, I'm not tipsy or tippy or whatever.
I mean,
I
it
think
is late. It is really late. And it
it's
does.
late,
Yeah. Yeah.
in between still on the East Coast, even though I'm down near the equator, essentially.
Yeah. That's yeah.
Um.
Yeah. Wonderful.
So, yeah,
Okay.
no.
Okay. So do me a favor and hold the stage with Sammy. Okay. I'll be back in about 5 minutes.
All right,
Okay.
you got it.
Okay.
Yep.
Bless you. Love you dearly. And so, Sammy, do a check in, Sammy.
Yes.
Yeah. I think. Okay. Good.
Yes,
I'll
I'm
be
here.
back in 5 minutes. Thank you. Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay. Hey, what do you call Brandon?
Yo,
So of course, I heard that Ivanka Trump might still be investigated for the January 6th stuff. What's your thoughts on that?
Ivanka Trump might what?
Um, that's there. She's being investigated for the January 6th insurrection. What
Oh,
was
I
her
bet.
role in it?
Yeah.
You know.
We all know that hot girl that we all knew that like grew up wicked hot, and she somehow supports Trump. And you're like, damn it,
Yeah.
girl. I wish you didn't support Trump. But
Now,
you know what? Still sleep. Yeah.
did you grow up with her? Did you know her as a kid, or were you around her?
How do you know that?
Well, I remember your previous transmissions. I've been following Doug since forever, and I remember you talking about that.
Yeah. No, in Rockefeller, it was in Rockefeller Center.
Right.
You know New York at all? I'm sure you do. I don't know anyone who does, really.
Right.
I mean, I know some people do, not on this station or whatever.
Right. Also, you've seen her at Rockefeller Center?
Yeah, they used to have like a little ice skating place.
Right.
They used to
okay.
And you could ice skate in Rockefeller Plaza.
Right.
And,
Okay.
Ice skate. I don't know if you can still do it. But back then, good, and I was terrible at ice skating, so I was falling down,
Right.
Yeah.
Did you ever talk to her or not really?
No.
Okay.
No.
Oh, okay.
But I believe that she funded all that. Yeah, I can see that happening. Why not? I don't know who she is.
Well, I think it's one of the. I really do think though that I don't think they're really gonna get in. There's not gonna be no legal action. I really don't think so.
Yeah.
They're protected as it is. So it's just
right.
At this point, I think there's gonna be a tipping point. I really do think even the next election. I think there's gonna be more violence. I'll put it to you that way.
You think so?
There's gonna be. Yeah, well, that's the thing about it. Once people do it and nothing really happens to them,
right?
Even if they're quote unquote detained, people are gonna try to be more bold. And a lot of people don't realize there was weapons that were confiscated. It just wasn't people protesting. They came armed, and but even then, like if you saw law enforcement and that were in it, a lot of them committed suicide because of the investigation too. A lot of them were in it. The Secret Service, all of this.
Yeah.
I'm not saying all of it. But the majority part of it, it's just, it's kind of damning. So, it's just one of those things where, if you start thinking about it, then it will piss you off. But what's really the point? You're kind of wasting your emotions, right?
Exactly. Yeah. I think,
Yeah,
go ahead.
How are your students reacting to this? Have they asked you questions about that, or
like about what? The shooting
about the insurrection stuff? What did they ever ask you anything like directly, like, oh, Mr. Young, what do you think about that, or how is this possible? Like
I said, I quoted de Tocqueville.
And
I said, and he said Marvin Gaye is the greatest songwriter of our age. And it took me a while to realize what he was talking about. You know what I mean?
Well, what's going on song?
Oh, hold on. I meant Sam Cooke. Right?
Oh, Sam Cooke. What is the song then? What is the song that?
By the river, little.
Oh, okay.
It's been a long.
I bet you meant. Oh, okay.
Change gonna come.
So as far as teaching, what has it taught you as far as you being a grown up? Like as far as because as far as the grown up in me, things haven't changed really. It's just you have money now and you can do shit kind of, but for the most part, people still act like grown ass adults. I mean, well, children, pretty much.
I've been grown ass adult since
Children.
I was 20. You know,
Right.
I'm still 20 years old. I don't know what you're talking. I turned 21, as far as I'm concerned.
Right.
Okay. So I have returned, and Brandon, once again, when Peter Levinda sent you this email that just was so innocuous appearing, it was seeming almost as if it were spam. What exactly did he say again? Did you have a dream about Cthulhu, or okay?
It was a
quote from the Dream in the Witch House or something.
Yeah, right. It was a quote from Dream in the Witch House, but what he did, it was a link to, and people can look this up. Please do, and send Douglas the link. Or I'm not good again with that.
Okay.
I'm old school with books.
Understood.
But I believe it's on Twitter, on the To the Stars Academy official Twitter.
Okay. And
so you can go to that timeline, and you'll find because Peter Levinda's been low key for quite some time, but I have, for some reason, when I look at the crustaceans, they look like the thing I saw.
Ah, okay. So our man Brandon is saying that the entities look like what he saw. So go on. Yeah. So
they were way smaller.
Okay.
Than what I can tell from the map image that you gave me.
Yeah.
If that's accurate. And I do believe from the screenshot that this is just a Google map image.
Yeah.
I can't tell if it's been doctored or not. I don't think so, because it seems to be in real time.
Yeah.
That's the weird thing.
Yeah.
You can't fake the sun on the shadow and all this stuff, right?
That's right.
So, but I've seen these things.
Okay.
And I saw one around that same time. So, what they do is they come into your house and they flood about to where you're sleeping, and they drown you.
Yeah.
And it's just the most disgusting, terrible, fishy stink that you can imagine.
Right.
And there are these crustaceans there. I can only imagine them as not crabs. What are those, Douglas? Those are like squid? What are they, squid?
They're definitely, let's just call them spindly formed entities that are, I would say more like, I'd call them ticks. Let's call them macro ticks. A kind of macro tick, or very, it's a metaphysical kind of just scaby. These are like just bad news all the way around. They're like a kind of crustaceanoid, pseudo arachnid. Just basically, I'll bring it up again so that people understand this. One of the people I brought up was Christophilos, and when I brought him up under a project that Michael Aquino had brought to my awareness, or I was brought to my awareness when I was working with Michael Aquino. But basically, when it was called Theotokopoulos, and it was a intentionally very difficult code name so that almost nobody would be able to pronounce it, let alone leak it. But when it came to the person who was Christophilos, who was like this autodidact, meaning that he educated himself basically, but he was taken on by the United States Department of Defense, Nicholas Christophilos, he was this creep, just this eccentric self-taught physicist genius, and he worked at the University of California's Livermore Radiation Laboratories. And what he developed were techniques to harness and control the energy released in hydrogen fusion reactions. Now, there's no known material on Earth that can contain the super hot plasmas that are involved in that. So Christopoulos, he worked on fashioning magnetic bottles. And just think about his name, Christopoulos. It's spelled like Christ, Christ, and then an Ofilos, Christopoulos. And these magnetic bottles, these were powerful magnetic fields. They held the electrically charged plasma. And because of the nature of the shape of the magnetic fields, a certain quantity of charged particles would leak out of the ends of the magnetic bottle in much the same way that trapped particles leak out at the Earth's poles, producing the auroras. So it's kind of like what leads to a validation of not the hollow Earth, but the inner Earth, whereas Sir Halley, the man whom Halley's Comet is named after, had concluded that the Earth was hollow because of the auroras. And he said that they were emitted by the sun inside the Earth. All modern scientists confirm we have a sun at the center of the Earth. Our core is hotter than the sun at the center of the Earth. And that being said, the inner Earth would be the caverns within the crust, from which there is enough of an emission of these hot plasmatic ions, particles, that we get the auroras. So they really do come, for all intents and purposes, from the center of the Earth. Now, it was these kinds of fields that were then used in Project Theotokopoulos to entrap souls, that they felt that and proved that when the body dies, the soul leaves the body, and the concomitant detraction of that mass leads to the weight of the body lightening. And therefore, it was thanks to Dr. McDougall of Haverhill, Massachusetts, who wrote his paper titled Hypothesis Concerning Soul Substance, together with experimental evidence of the existence of such substance, who proved that with all the dying patients that he weighed, that the souls have physical weight, and the mass lost by a human being when the soul departs the body is measurable. So there you have it. The human soul weighs 21 grams, or that part, those elements of the soul which leave at the moment of death. So when you realize that the human soul, or at least that part that leaves the body, weighs 3/4 of an ounce, or 21 grams, then you can, if you can measure it, you can contain it. So with certain bodies that died, and always they used criminals, because criminals would volunteer for experiments they thought were non-lethal. They thought that these were, well, extraordinarily risky. These were prisoners on death row. California has the largest prison system in the world. The highest paid uniformed police force in the world is the California Prison Guards Union. And we have an enormous prison system. And many of those prisoners are on death row, and certainly would have been executed back in those days. And they would volunteer revocation of their death sentences if they volunteered for risky experiments. And none of them were told there was no risk. They were simply going to die. There was no risk because it was a 100% certainty they would be killed. The military killed them and then was able to trap their souls. The attempt was to weaponize those souls. The one thing that they found was that all child molesters, child predators, whose souls were entrapped, assumed the shape unlike any other souls. Their souls were always uniquely arachnid or crustaceanoid, a kind of giant cosmic tick, if you will, that would be trapped and struggling within the magnetic bottle. That's pretty much what you see in that photograph, is that kind of image. And what Brandon was saying, that you say you saw one of these things on the 4th of July, or was that a different day?
Can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Yeah, it was a different day.
Okay.
And they weren't as big.
Understood.
But they were the same shape and tentacle form.
Yeah.
And it wasn't just them. It was just like a sea of these things.
That overwhelmed you while you were in bed, so you could smell that fishy stench, is what you're telling me?
Oh, but the thing is that it was rising over my head.
Yeah.
To drown me in it. And it was just like, it was almost like if you ever saw Star Wars and they go in this like kind of like garbage place with it in the middle and they're being crushed.
Yeah.
It was like that.
Wow. If I can,
please.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brent. Go ahead, Brendan. If you.
No, I just want to say like somehow this Google, and I know Google Images and Street View are very good now. Like for example, somebody, and I should share it with you guys if I could. Yeah. My girlfriend Kelsey sent me a image from Google Earth that she found. And it's two people fighting in a trailer park, two white people, and in Revere, Massachusetts, which is like one of the worst towns in Revere in Massachusetts, in New England, period. But she sent me that, and it was really interesting. So it's what the thing is that they can the outline of the image Douglas sent, and I don't know how you could attach that image right now to the people listening, but whoever's listening out there and who will, but they should see this image it appears from Google Maps, and everything, and you have to zoom in a little bit, but once you do, you can see the form and shape of what we're talking about here. Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
It's interesting you say that because when I first when I saw them, they do seem like they're moving. Like they're not angelic. No, this is definitely malevolent. But when you talked about what you kind of felt like something over you, well, I don't know if these were these creatures, but I experienced something like that, but this was when I was maybe 12. Uh-huh. And this happened at my parents' home, but this is around the same time that Isaac was experiencing. We used to have a friend that was Vietnamese. His name was Vang. And this is when, I don't know, do you remember when Isaac told you a story about, what he thought was maybe Slender Man or the Cho? Do you remember that, Doug?
Vaguely, but he'd probably have to tell me again. So go on.
Okay. Well, in other words, it was I had a dream, but I know it wasn't a dream because I kept going in and out, and this was this circling. I mean, the best way to describe it, it's a bad spirit, quote unquote, but it just didn't seem like it. It seemed like I can never tell you because, this is my best way to describe it. It was something that kept me down. It may be, the hag or what they call it, but I remembered something just circling me, and it's just something bad, but I can't really say this was this, this crab or this, this tick-like thing, but in a sense too, it brings back those memories to me of something similar that happened to me. And I remember this was different because I kept waking up and it kept happening to me again. It's like it was there. So I don't, that's just something I can connect with when it comes to that story.
Got it.
That's cool. Yeah. In this case, it was, I think, very close to July 4th of this year. Instead of, like, when I was 12 years old, I had some really freaky things too. But I think the point is that, like, this was fairly recent, Doug.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay.
And
I mean, so this confirms, Doug, this is just wasn't coincidence.
yes,
I think
absolutely.
Brandon
And
Brandon
beyond.
kind of nailed it.
Yes, thank you. And just so both of you, just kind of, if you want to follow up further on this, and for any of our listeners, there was a movie released in 2018. I put the title and the year of release inside of the private messages of both Sammy Romero and Brandon Young. But for any of you listening, the film released in 2018 was titled Possum, and it was just the most disturbing film you will ever see. One of the most disturbing films. It's just completely revolting. And it follows a child predator who is part of a cyclical family of child predators. And that kind of negative entity with the kind of arachnid, crustaceanoid thematic is a part of their life, as are other puppets that are a part of their thematic, and it's it's got it down perfect. There's nothing that ever captured that,
Wow.
because I've worked, like I said, when I worked at the Presidio military base, I grew up surrounded by these people. These people were like, that's what your military is comprised of. It's like to put it again in perspective for people who don't get it. When I was with Tony Leslie on one of her shows and explaining to her what it was like, and it's the way I explained it to her was, imagine when you grow up in that environment to the point where I thought I was sick or abnormal because I really had a sexual attraction, some would say fetish, for developed woman, meaning mature and basically rounded out. And the reality is that the kinds of escorts that really fit that category that my son does contract for me on holidays and the like, oftentimes he doesn't really prefer to photograph them because he doesn't find them aesthetic. So that's why most of the photographs of the escorts that people see were generally the Asian escorts. And he found them more soft, aesthetic, as opposed to kind of like the more brutal in your face sexuality that a lot of the retired porn actresses would convey. So,
Do you mean like
yeah.
do you mean like BBW or just not pretty or?
Well, I would just say that, mature and well
Oh,
developed. I
okay.
would say that, kind of like your classic porno actress. I'm not saying
Right. Okay. I get
ugly
it.
or something. It's just that,
Okay. Okay.
yeah, it's just
Got it.
the big boobs, big butt. Just I'm not talking about big butt like we see today, mind you. That's. But anyhow,
No, I get it.
yeah.
Yeah.
That being said, I, for instance, would avail myself of it being a library. We had Playboy and we had Penthouse. I would avail myself of those magazines and review them. Nobody else would look at them. All of the men would see me looking at that and say, "You like them old sacks, them old bleeders," meaning that they had periods. And they would say, "We go for, the kind of chicks who don't bleed. You make them bleed when you fuck them," implying, of course, they hadn't even started a menstrual cycle yet. And this was the norm. This was the norm. None of these men were interested in looking at the Playboy or the Penthouse magazines. They were all looking at child porn. And I mean that when I say that. I'm not talking about, this was rare. This was the norm. And it was so much the norm that when a friend of mine, who was the nicest guy you'd ever meet, Alan Budd was his name. Alan Budd was, before 9/11, he was one of the few armed guards in San Francisco. Before 9/11, there were almost no armed contracts in San Francisco. A bunch of them downtown, which I later participated in. And that was like deep business district bordering into ghetto zone frontier. And that was like South of Market, what you called Soma, Soma. But he worked in Japantown, which was just surrounded by an all-black ghetto because, as I said, the U.S. government confiscated all the land from the Japanese and then gave it to all the black families they were moving in for free. So these black families would oftentimes try to rob the Japanese banks, or rather, that's a horrible way of phrasing that. A lot of black kids who were products of those nearby families. So they had an armed guard. And so Alan Budd was that armed guard. And he lived with his mother, and he really loved Asian girls. And so Asian girls are really small. So he wasn't going out with underage girls, mind you. He was going out with mature Asian ladies, but they were really small. And so one time he was saying, you know, I got this one lady, and she's so small, I can't fuck her. And I told him, oh, here's what you do. It just came totally subconsciously. I just said, oh, here's what you do. You just take a bath in a bathtub full of ice water. And that way, when you get it up, because of the constriction caused by the cold, your penis will be smaller even when it's erect, and you'll fit. And he said, whoa. And then later on, he came back. He said, oh, that worked, man. That worked like a champ. And she's so happy. I'm so happy. And how'd you know about that? And that's when it just struck me like a bomb going off in my head. How did I know that? And it was because I heard all the guys at the Presidio military base while I was working at a library and talk about shit like how they fucked underage girls and how they could fit. And that was their trick. And so that's like the background conversation that I live with every day. So if you begin to understand that as my environment, I've worked with these people all of my life, these child predators, certainly at the time of the Presidio military base. These are people who joined the military so they could rape kids all over the world and not have to pay the price for it, not have to suffer any legal repercussions, and get medals for it. So the horror, as I'll express later, is that this latest poll taken by a polling company found that Americans trust absolutely no institutions in the United States. Americans effectively believe in nothing except one goddamn thing: their military. Bipartisan, Republican or Democrat, they all think our military is the only thing we got. These are the people that they're trusting. And you want to know why America is on the road to perdition. This is the situation we're in. The one thing they should not have faith in is the goddamn military. And try and reestablish it elsewhere. Obviously, the whole system needs refurbishing, but okay, got that out. And in terms of that, I'll probably start the monologue now. And definitely I want to thank both of you gentlemen for taking us to this point. God bless you both. But by all means, both of you say goodnight to our audience and summarize whatever you wish. I mean, both of you take advantage of this time to bring attention to what you feel people should be paying attention to.
Sammy?
You know, once again, you know, Doug, you thank you for reiterating that as far as the soul. But you know, there's really not much I can say. I mean, if the military really, it should be the last, especially because the evidence is there. I saw, just an example, I just saw a map of how much they bombed Laos.
Yeah.
And all these these South Asian countries for almost 10 years straight.
Yeah.
Just the fact of something like that, and this is just the tip of the iceberg. There's no credibility. But lastly, please support Doug. He really needs your help. Really, the laptop. That's really what I'm thinking. Yeah. You know, his equipment needs to be upgraded because this is a livelihood, and we need to support the person that really is out here, contextualizing and making sense of this chaos, because it's what it is. I think Aquino, his death was only the domino effect of all this, and it will continue. So, you know, please support Doug, and I'm glad he's my friend, and I'm glad I can be of some assistance to him. Yes, it's not much, but that's what I'm here for as far as support. So God bless, and thank you, Brandon, for joining us. It was a pleasure.
Thanks, Sammy.
You know, okay, good night, everybody. God bless.
Thank you.
All right. Good night.
Yeah.
Yeah. And anything you want to say, dear Brandon?
Just thanks
Thank
my humble gratitude for being on the show, and being able to share, to reiterate, there's not much time I have anymore.
Yeah.
So the time I have is, as Noam Chomsky said, it was anathema to your former executive producer.
Yes. Yeah. And
Said he was bought
yeah.
by certain interests, which he's not. No one owns him. Not even me, not you. And point is that knowledge is infinite and time is finite. And so therefore you have to devote yourself to the things that are the most worthy. In that regard, right now, family and profession and my own path is the most high at the point. But I do devote some time to supporting you whenever I can.
Yes.
And I hope everybody does and sees the light on this. Is that your story, which is what narrates the narrative, if you will. If people pay attention to it and the lessons therein, and you just keep going and being who you are, it transcends everything in this realm. So I want to thank you for that, Douglas, and I love you very much.
I love you too, dear brother, and thank God you're in my life, and really, you have no idea how much I profoundly appreciate you and what you've been through. And I know you don't have much time to spare, but by God, whatever time you have to spare, make certain that when you can, you spare it with us. And do drop in. Yeah. And because you enrich us every time you do arrive, believe me. So hugs to you, and
all right, hugs,
kisses to Kelsey.
Good night, everybody.
Yes. And that is Brandon Young, our wonderful individual, now enjoying himself in Florida. Thank God Joe Ty is still with us, because otherwise, if any of these men hung up, I would hang up the call. Thankfully, Peter Moon did not hang up. He kind of left with that on, leaving it on so he could jump back on in the morning. And with that, I do want to provide shout-outs again to two wonderful individuals, our dear brother Sammy Romero, who contributed $250 United States dollars, and to Dennis Marshall. He's our man. He contributed 69 United States dollars, and God bless and keep Dennis Marshall. Now, with that, I do want to commence with, let's see what I can basically burn through in terms of topic. I do want to let people know, I did promise Troy Bellamy that I would speak about the Jalen Walker case. I would basically address what happened in Akron, Ohio. I'm going to do my best to get to that in the time we have remaining. So I'm going to hit the international scene first, of course, and that'll force me to burn quickly, through to get to the domestic again, where I would talk about Jalen Walker, or the poor man's name. If I look that up again by taking a look at my inbox, because I don't want to forget it. Oh my God, I had to chill up my spine there for a second. I was afraid to encounter something else, but just so people understand, I had the opportunity to review the Jalen Walker case, or rather the released Akron police video footage from Ohio's Jalen Walker case. And so I will be speaking to that tonight, but let me work my way there. Now, one of the things that I was bringing up, of course, was how do I express this? And we talked about abortion. And one of the things that, of course, I brought up is that half the time, or many a time, the mother will not survive in good health without basically aborting the baby. Often enough where abortion should be provided as an available service. Now, one of the things I pointed out that reinforced the reality of what we're dealing with was the acknowledgement of the ensoulment of the fetus, as proven by the Asians, known by the Asians forever, and certainly proven by them scientifically, through the education of the fetuses, who, however, could not retain that education because of the birth trauma. The birth trauma would essentially lead to basically a blank slate. The purging of all they had been educated in the womb. Now, through this, we do know that the fetuses are not only cognizant, but can be made to learn to a degree that adults cannot. So all of this involved the Korean doctor, Wong Suk, and that's surname S-U-K, and you would say that in Asia before the first name, H-W-A-N-G in this case. So if you said it properly in Asia, it would be Sokwang, which too many Americans would pronounce as Sukwang. Now, Dr. Sokwang was ultimately taken down by the Japanese in the sense of his career was ruined when his education of fetuses program proved to be a bust because of the birth trauma, eradicating the education of the fetuses that had been instilled into them up to that point. But it's proof of the ensoulment, the awareness. The fetus is a human being, or a different kind of life, rather. Not a human being, but a different kind of life. But I've come to the conclusion that human life, as extant in this world, is more important than photal life, which is not human. Not human, albeit it is a life of its own. And oftentimes for the mother to live, the fetus must die. And as I said, for everything to live, something has to die. Because that's the nature of life. One life displaces another. And even though plants experience consciousness, obviously that doesn't mean we should stop eating them. You know, every day, thousands of innocent plants are killed by vegetarians. Help end the violence. Eat meat. Now, those words were writ maybe last month by an Edinburgh butcher on a blackboard outside his shop and shared on a vegan Facebook group. And they were brought to my attention by Brendan Zogit because they led to a heated online discussion. Now, some condemned the butcher for seeking to blur an important line between beings capable of suffering and those that quote-unquote are not. Others took it as a joke, as the butcher said he had intended it, but jokes can make serious points. When he stopped eating meat, my biological sire, Adolf Hitler, was often asked, "How do you know that plants can't feel pain?" This is more of a smart-ass, snarky remark in his day, but it no longer is that kind of smart-ass, snarky remark that it used to be in my biological sire's time. I myself have offered two distinct responses. First, we have three strong reasons for believing that many non-human animals, especially vertebrates, can feel pain. They have nervous systems similar to our own. When subjected to stimuli that cause pain to us, they react in ways similar to how we react when in pain, and a capacity to feel pain confers an obvious evolutionary advantage on beings able to move away from the source of that pain. None of these reasons apply to plants, the primary production units. That's what I used to claim. So the belief that they can feel pain was considered unjustified by myself at one point. My second response is that if plants can feel pain, even if they were as sensitive to it as animals, it would still be better to eat plants, defending my biological father here, because of the inefficiency of meat production. That means that by eating it, we would be responsible for not only the suffering of the animals bred and raised for that purpose, but also for that of the vastly larger number of plants they eat. That second response clearly still stands. Estimates on the ratio of the food value of the plants we feed to animals to the food value of the edible meat produced range from 3-to-1 for chickens to 25-to-1 for beef cattle. I don't know if anyone has ever tried to calculate how many plants a cow eats before being sent to market, but it must be a very large number. Increasing interest in plant sentience, however, has cast some doubt on my first response. Peter Wohlben's 2015 worldwide bestseller, titled The Hidden Life of Trees, sparked popular attention to the issue. Now, Mr. Wohlben, it almost goes as sans saying, is a German forester who writes that trees can love, fear, make plans, worry about future events, and scream when they are thirsty. Claims that have been repudiated by many scientists, some of whom signed a petition with the heading, "Even in the forest, it's facts we want instead of fairy tales." Now, when questioned, Mr. Wohlben himself often backs away from his attributions of mental states to plants. Now, regardless of Herr Wohlben's assertions/conclusions that plants are sentient, in the literal meaning of the word, able to sense something, is obvious from the fact that they grow toward sunlight. Some are also sensitive in other ways. As a child, I enjoyed touching the leaves of a Mimosa pudica, or touch me not, bush that my mother had planted in our fire escape faces, to see the leaves close in response. And the carnivorous Venus flytrap has sensitive hairs that trigger the trap when an insect touches them. But it is something, or maybe perhaps I should ask a question here, but is there something that it is like to be a plant, in the sense that there is something that it is like to be a chicken, or a fish, or possibly a bumblebee? Or is being a plant like being a rock? In other words, there is no subject of experience. Obviously, the Japanese believe in the kami, and therefore believe in the semi-sentience of rocks, from whence came the concept of the pet rock. Now, I myself would posit that plants are like rocks and do possess kami, or spirits, as unto rocks, but not like chickens or fish. I was once agnostic about the bees, though I have never been indifferent to the question. Isn't it possible that my argument there, that we frequently underestimate the awareness, needs, and cognitive abilities of animals, especially those we want to use for our own ends, applies to plants as well? Consider the 3 reasons I gavest for believing that animals can feel pain, which I once claimed do not apply to plants. Both the fact that plants do not show pain behavior and the apparent absence of an evolutionary advantage to consciousness for stationary organisms could be met by the claim that they do respond to stresses, but on a much longer time scale than animals. They may not have a central nervous system, nor the neurons that form the physical basis of consciousness in animals, but they have substances such as dopamine and serotonin, which function as neurotransmitters in animals. There is still much that we have to learn about both plants and consciousness. At this stage of that learning process, it would be foolish to exclude the probability that plants have some physical basis for consciousness that we do not yet know about. Now, this does not necessarily vindicate the Scottish butcher's justification for eating meat. Not only does the second of the responses I made on my biological sire Adolf Hitler's behalf still stand, we now know that eating plant-based foods will significantly reduce our contribution to climate change. But it is a reason for thinking about plants a little differently, keeping in mind the possibility that more may be going on than we are aware of, and acting accordingly by minimizing the harm we do to them, when the costs of changing our behavior are not significant. On a larger scale, of course, we also know that forests and other forms of vegetation are essential for preserving biodiversity, not only for ourselves, but for other animals as well. Of course, my not being baseline human, it's a case of do as I say, not as I do. All of you should eat more vegetables as a general rule, but I need as much meat as I can get, and I don't give a damn how many plants we have to kill to maintain the animals that I eat. Now, this is what brings us to America's coming depopulation bomb. Speaking of abortion, speaking of the fact that it's effectively been outlawed, ask any mid-sized college administrator what keeps them up at night, and they will tell you 2025, the year a quarter into our century, our 21st century. That's the year that a demographic cliff will hit America hard, and the numbers of college-age students will start to drop precipitously. Many universities are wondering if they can sustain lower enrollments or if they will have to decrease their standards to get warm bodies into the classrooms. For generations now, both the left and the right have fallen for the perverse idea that population growth is bad for America. Liberal environmentalists Paul and Anne Ehrlich wrote the 1968 bestseller The Population Bomb, that described a modern dystopia where hundreds of millions of people would starve to death because of food insecurity. On the right, anti-immigration activist John Tanton, an early supporter of Planned Parenthood and the Sierra Club, predicted the same grim demise of the Americas, but with a bit more of a racist tinge. Roe v. Wade was the culmination of a long campaign to get more people to end pregnancies. The decision was made at the pinnacle of two movements, the sexual revolution and the environmental movement. More children were bad for the environment, and were kind of a bummer when people were having so much fun sexually liberating themselves before the age of AIDS. We live in a different reality now, although for the far left and the far right, nothing has really changed. To the left, kids are still bad for the environment, and to the right, immigrants are still bad for the essential character of America. Except neither assertion is true. Population growth, either through growing families or more immigration, is essential for economic growth and for a healthy society. We are already seeing the ramifications of the no population growth reality. A lack of qualified students for too many colleges is just the tip of the iceberg. Employers already can't find enough workers. Our two most popular entitlement programs, Social Security and Medicare, are far down the path of insolvency. The military is having a difficult time finding and attracting eligible recruits. This problem is not isolated to these United States, of course. The Empire of Japan's decades-long economic malaise is tied directly to its population decline. the Madame Viviana Sanchez's favorite super troll, Elon Musk, recently tweeted about the dim future of Japan if it doesn't change course quickly. Of course, far more pressingly, Russia's economic and political instability is tied to demographics. The Russians have been literally killing themselves with vodka, and its population has suffered as a result. Europe has been mired with low birth rates for decades and has only been able to keep a steady workforce by attracting immigrants from Africa and Turkey. Okay, checking some incoming notifications. China is trying to pull out of nosedive in its population numbers, caused directly by its one-child, one-family policy. Since most of the babies aborted in China were female, the Communist Chinese face a real problem. A bunch of single men who are having the hardest possible time finding a mate. 3/4 of the population is male. 75%. COVID-19 has only made the coming demographic crash much worse, not only in America, but in all Western democracies. There is a conspiracy theory running rampant on the internet that the COVID-19 vaccine was designed to lower sperm production to make the demographic time bomb go off even more spectacularly. I never subscribe to conspiracy, what I can attribute to incompetence. And we now live in the germaphobe era, led by Anthony Fauci. The numbers are telling. Less people in Western democracies are getting married, having children, having sex, all since the start of the pandemic. New habits die hard. This new reality shapes the post-Roe world. Maybe the practice of abortion isn't such a good idea for the country. We need to face the coming depopulation bomb head on. America's future depends on it. Because Russia and Red China are behaving like Großdeutschland, Greater Germania, and the Japanese Empire were propagandized to behave by the Allies in the 1930s. Or, to say it again, the Sino-Slavic synaxis, comprising the core members of China and Russia, are behaving like Imperial Japan and Reichsgermania were propagandized by the Allies as behaving in the 1930s. With the fall of France in 1940, it was propagandized that precious few democracies remained to defend liberalism, the idea that free men seeking their fortunes in private markets and governing themselves could best advance civilization, adjust prosperity, and the security of nations and individuals. Today's threats to freedom, an ascendant and autocratic Red China, and a resurgent and ruthless Russian Empire look a lot like the propaganda pictures painted over fascist Japan and Germany in the 1930s. Each features disciplined government finance and state-directed businesses, and their advance is assisted by dysfunction and decadence amongst Western democracies, summed up by greed and political incorrectness, the extremism that has gone rampant in radicalizing America's right. The Communist Chinese Empire may have big government and private sector debt, but it sits on huge holdings of United States dollars. Those substantially limit the possibility of a bubble bursting and enable Beijing to project its power. Vladimir Putin keeps Russian debt in check while investing its oil wealth in military modernization and disciplined expansion of social programs. Those appeal to Russian nationalism and expectations established during the communist era for guaranteed employment, healthcare, and a steady diet of propaganda, bologna, and vodka. Corporate chieftains understand absolute loyalty to Moscow and Beijing is essential to business success and personal survival. And those centers of tyranny have successfully ensnared America's corporate leaders. Consider Ford's decision to stick with Russia after the annexation of the Crimea, and Google's cooperation with Commu-Chinese firms that can ultimately advance Beijing's population monitoring and control technologies. These adversaries are winning where it counts. Russia is in eastern Ukraine and Georgia, discrediting elections in Europa and these United States. How else could the vast majority of Republicans, altogether comprising a third of all Americans, deny the legitimacy of Joseph Biden? And extending its menacing influence in Syria, Iran, and the wider Middle East of Southwest Asia. Notwithstanding some pushback to its Belt and Road Initiative, Beijing continues to win acolytes among aspiring autocrats in Asia, Africa, and elsewhere. It boasts more robust growth and social progress for workers and a lot less terrorism and crime than Western democracies. Rationalized as engagement to encourage democratic reforms, bankers and multinational CEOs, academics, and civil society grow rich and influential by lobbying to keep American markets open to cheap communist Chinese manufacturers. The U.S. borrowing that necessitates builds Beijing's own dollar hoard. European leaders happily buy Russia's natural gas, and together those finance China's and Russia's military and international adventures. All that is appeasement of the most amoral variety. When these policies devastate the working classes in the West and limit opportunities for quality employment for all but the elites, paramilitary society blames the anti-Masonic, proto-Nazi, Bavarian Illuminati culture that created modern democracy in the 18th century, ended slavery and the grip of monarchies in the 19th century, and defeated communism in the 20th century. The Trump administration, ICE, Immigrations and Customs Enforcement, imposing kangaroo tent courts in their sham asylum proceedings at the border. The incel, involuntary celibate movement, extorting tectonic marketing reorientations from cinema and gaming companies. And the Republican witch hunts to root out CRT, critical race theory, abortion, and green-energized environmentalism from our educational system are tragically remindful of collectivist China's Maoist Red Guards, forced labor, and ethnic scapegoating. Now, Russia has developed a hypersonic nuclear weapons delivery system to foil America's defenses. Mainland China has landed a rover on the dark side of the moon and plans a permanent colony to claim its resources before manned American voyages can ever dream of returning to lunar soil. And it is claiming the lead in quantum computing and important dimensions of artificial intelligence. All because Moscow and Beijing can better focus resources where it counts, while Washington and European politicians remain engulfed in sterile quarrels about sovereign governance, xenophobia, and whether children should be required to think with the advent of expert systems. Have you ever heard representativists Lauren Boebert or Marjorie Taylor Greene talk about national security or the importance of technology to their libertarian utopia? They believe defense only should be activated for those who pay for it. That would leave our military, tried to tabulate who paid what and when, and defending only those areas that paid their bills. That would lead us wide open for not just invasion, but occupation. Meanwhile, activists and civil society label Joe Biden as under the sway of radical socialism for criticizing Europe's neglect of national defense, purchases of Russian natural gas, and complicity with communist China, and for seeking to stem the flow of red Chinese imports and U.S. dollars into Beijing's coffers. Google refuses to cooperate with the Pentagon as it does with Commu-Chinese firms and fires top black female executive Timnit Gebru from Ethiopia for propagating ethical diversity values by helping to pioneer research into facial recognition software's bias against people of color. Alongside Facebook and Twitter, Google builds private systems that monitor the behavior and thoughts of every private citizen on the model of communist China, whose technology in surveillance for their totalitarian state was produced by Google. Ultimately, democracies in the West cannot respond effectively because they, too, are hostage to profiteering and the self-righteous prejudices of these white male supremacist elites, self-aggrandizing paramilitary extremists, and a democratically unaccountable judicio-legislative patriot-society. Amidst all this, with everything going his way, Putin still blundered the Kremlin into a dystopian World War III, and the Russian Party proposes replacing Putin's title of president with an old Russian word for ruler. The points to emphasize are that the pro-Kremlin Russian Party is arguing that Putin's title should be ruler, not president. On Sunday, state media reported that Russia's Liberal Democratic Party, the exact same name as Japan's Liberal Democratic Party, neither of which is liberal nor democratic, proposed the archaic Pravitel. And it's not the first time Russian politicians have flirted with abandoning president. There be 12 bronze statues of a 10th century Varangian Grand Prince, one in Kiev, the capital of Ukraine, overlooking the Dnipro River, and the other outside the red crenellated walls of the Kremlin in Moscow, gazing southwest toward Kiev, stand 470 miles apart in Eastern Europe. Symbolically, they are at the core of the armed conflict in Ukraine between two of the Norsemen's legacy namesakes, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and Russian Pravitel Vladimir Putin. They are also at the center of what arguably has devolved into a dystopian Third World War. Volodymyr the Great in Ukrainian, or Vladimir the Great in Russian, was the founder of the proto-state of Kievan Rus, a then loosely autonomous region in what is today parts of Ukraine, Belarus, or White Russia, and Eastern Russia, the motherland itself. Ostensibly, the Kievan Rus territory mirrored the Viking trade routes connecting Scandinavia to Constantinople and the Byzantine Empire. It also included the Crimea, where Saint Volodymyr was baptized in the year 988, just prior 1000 AD, introducing Orthodox Christianity to Eastern Europe. Today, that territorial expanse has engulfed the global community in a bizarre and unexpected war after Putin blundered the Kremlin into Ukraine on the 24th day in February 2022, only to have his troops abruptly falter and stall on the outskirts of Kiev before being forced to withdraw. Putin's rationalizations for invading, and by extension his excuses for dragging the international world into his war, are ever-changing. First, it was to reunite Kievan Rus, based on obscure medieval historical ties. Then it was to finish the work of World War II by denazifying Ukraine. Currently, it is to create a multipolar world, which, conveniently, would entitle Putin to all of Ukraine. No one in January, not President Biden, nor the Pentagon, nor even Putin himself, believed that by July, the world would be embroiled in this equivalent of World War III. Plus, no equivalent of the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand, sparking World War I, unless we count the assassination of Abe Shinzo, former Prime Minister of Japan, nor any equivalent to a preemptive strategic surgical attack on Pearl Harbor, enabling the United States to officially mobilize into the Second World War, which was already fighting, appeared on the horizon. In early February, the debate was whether Ukraine could last 72 hours if Russia invaded. By late February, it had shifted to whether Kiev could stand for 30 days. By late March, prognosticators debated if or when Putin would turn to tactical nuclear weapons to de-escalate his invasion. Yet, here we are. And, ironically, unlike in World War I, when the Triple Entente and Triple Alliance triggered nations automatically into war, the NATO alliance to date has spared these United States from putting boots on the ground in Ukraine, thus enabling Washington to focus primarily on a modern-day Lend-Lease approach of militarily supporting Kiev. Presently, an equilibrium appears to have set in on the Ukrainian battlefields, largely taking the form of a bloody stalemate more akin to the trench warfare of Verdun in World War I than to what any serious Pentagon military war planner envisioned a World War III might look or feel like. Thus far, Ukraine has effectively withstood repeated Russian assaults in large part because of superior NATO weaponry and training, as well as the valiant esprit de corps of its own troops. Russia, meanwhile, is tenuously avoiding a culminating point in Ukraine, Clausewitz's classic definition of defeat, because of the Kremlin's willingness to sacrifice however many Russian soldier deaths or wounded in action it takes to wage this war of attrition. Likewise, for now, China, India, and Middle Eastern countries are willing to throw Putin economic lifelines in order to profit off Moscow's severely sanctioned economy. Red China and Asian India alone now account for 50% of the Kremlin's oil exports at heavily discounted, as much as 30% prices. As Putin declares an operational pause in Donbass, Washington needs to quickly recalibrate how to decisively win this war. That begins with rapidly coming up to speed on where the battlefields are. The obvious one is the roughly 9,000 square miles comprising Donbass, an area equivalent in size to New Hampshire or Vermont, where, paradoxically, a conflict global in scale is largely being fought on a relatively minuscule hot battlefield. Despite recent territorial advances by Russia in Luhansk, progress has been slow and costly. Ukraine's introduction of HIMARS, HIMARS, an acronym for High Mobility Artillery Rocket Systems, and other advanced NATO offensive weapons may marginalize Russian artillery and change the course of this war. Less obvious, in terms of understanding the war, is how economic alliances as instruments of national power are rapidly becoming the peer competitor, if not prevailing force, of military alliances. Much has been made of Western sanctions against Russia. However, Moscow, at least for now, has successfully deflected the impact of those sanctions back onto these United States and Europa in the form of higher energy and food costs. It also means understanding that this war is unlikely to ever go nuclear. Despite fantasizing on Russian state media about deploying nuclear weapons to destroy Ukraine and or NATO, Putin realizes that, short of an attack by NATO on Russia, his military is in no position to take on the alliance's military forces. Moscow struggles to advance a kilometer at a time in Donbas. It simply does not have the capacity or the will to conventionally widen the conflict. Plus, notably, today the Kremlin has absorbed humiliating defeats without resorting to tactical nukes, including retreating from Kiev, the sinking of the Moskva, and, most recently, the embarrassing evacuation of Snake Island, Ukraine's Alamo. Still, Putin is unlikely to stop. Ukraine was merely the first stepping stone in retaking the heart of Kievan Rus and beyond. His calculated plot has long been underfoot, and nothing will dissuade Putin from doggedly pursuing his would-be Peter the Great Empire version of the Russian Federation. As evidence, revisit Putin's establishment of November 4th as Russia's National Unity Day. Since 2005, Putin has used the new holiday to erase the old communist narrative of Russia and build a narrative that Ukraine spiritually and territorially is an inseparable part of Russia. He unveiled the statue of Vladimir the Great on National Unity Day in 2016, and then, last year, exploited the day to declare Crimea is forever a part of Russia, leading up to his special operation in Ukraine. This war is not what the Pentagon, politicians, or Americans in general thought it might be. A nuclear and or biological Armageddon. But it is global in scale, especially economically, and its outcome will be as defining as the end of the Second World War. Nothing less than global democracy as we have known it since 1991 is at stake. On Sunday, state media reported that the pro-Kremlin Russian political party called for Vladimir Putin's title to change from president to an archaic term meaning ruler. The state-owned press service, RIA Novosti, has reported that Russia's far-right LDPR, or Liberal Democratic Party, made the proposal to call Russia's leader Pravitelj. The LDPR is notionally an opposition party in Russia. However, it and other non-ruling parties generally support the agenda of Putin and his allies. According to state-owned press agency TASS, the TASS, the party first made the proposal circa 2020, when Russia made constitutional amendments. Per RIA, the LDPR argued that president is a relatively new term that only came into use in Russia with the fall of the Soviet Union. Soviet leaders were generally called chairman or general secretary. RIA reported the party is saying that the word president has always embarrassed us, adding that globally, the term only came into widespread use when George Washington became the first president of these United States in 1789. The party said the term never took root in Russia, so it can easily be replaced by Pravitelj or Glava Gossodarstva, which literally means head of state. The party writing that both are more understandable to the Russian ear. Now, Pravitelj has an old-fashioned feel, but it is not attached to a particular style of government and is distinct from titles like Tsar, used by Russia's old royal family. A related term, Pravitelstvo, is a modern word for government. The LDPR has no power to implement a title change for Putin. The Kremlin, which could make the change, responded in neutral terms. On Sunday, according to TASS, Putin's top spokesman, Dmitry Peskov, went on record to say, "It is a new idea. There is no position on this matter." Well, Putin has responded with disinterest in more explicitly imperial suggestions from the LDPR in the past. As the AP, the Associated Press, reported at the time, soon after he launched his assault in Crimea in 2014, the LDPR's flamboyant then leader, Vladimir Zhirinovsky, called for Russia to describe itself as an empire and for its president to be referred to as Supreme Leader. Putin later said that these were Zhirinovsky's views and not those of the government, yet he praised Zhirinovsky's patriotic stances when the Minister of Parliament died in April this year, Putin comparing himself to Tsar Peter the Great, Russia's first emperor, in justifying his invasion of Ukraine in June of this year. He suggested that his actions, like those of the former emperor, were returning ancestral Russian lands to the state, a notion fiercely opposed by Ukraine and rejected by Western allies, NATO, and the United Nations. Thankfully, history foreshadows a positive end to this dystopian World War III. Volodymyr the Great survived in Kiev because of his help from his Nordic relative, Håkon Sigurdsson, the ruler of Norway, and his Viking descendants in Sweden and Finland are choosing NATO and Volodymyr Zelensky over Vladimir Putin. Finnish and Swedish NATO membership could enable a major, if belated, American strategic reorientation to the Pacific. This would be the Pacific pivot. The operative word at last week's NATO summit in Madrid was more. More members, Finland and Sweden. More readiness, a 7-fold increase in the size of NATO's high readiness force. More onlookers, Australia, the Empire of Japan, South Korea, and New Zealand. More challenges, adding Red China and climate change to NATO's new strategic concept. And finally, more U.S. troops in Europe. Amid all of this, both supporters and opponents of greater American commitment to Europe have talked about possible Finnish and Swedish membership as if it was just another step in the alliance's established process of expansion. But adding the two Nordic nations to the bloc could be an opportunity for far more. These countries could fundamentally transform NATO in ways that expand Washington's global freedom of action. Whether the United States will seize this opportunity is another question. Some foreign policy realists and advocates of U.S. restraint have opposed admitting Finland and Sweden to the alliance on the grounds that doing so would further extend the United States' already unsustainable commitments to Europe and its potential conflicts. They are wrong. Adding Sweden and Finland will actually make it less likely that Americans will die fighting for these countries, and also reduce the odds that Americans will die for NATO's likeliest flashpoint, the Baltic states. Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia. Washington has a golden opportunity to finally do less in Europe. With Finland and Sweden in NATO, the U.S. can finally pivot to the Pacific, where Commu-Chinese ships have been sailing near Japan's Senkaku Islands for a record 112 days straight. All of this is collateral, a sand grab. A surprisingly precious resource is another front in hybrid warfare. Red China is stealing my Taiwan sand. Communist China has been stealing my Taiwan sand for years. It is just another front in Beijing's gray zone war. Because sand is the new oil. The 20th century was largely influenced by the oil market. Economies rose because they struck oil. Oil price determined welfare, power, and oil were tightly connected. Will oil still continue to play such a major role, or will the next century be influenced by something else? Chances are, sand is the new oil. Sand is currently the second most extracted natural resource after water. Sand seems to be plentiful at first sight. There are deserts and beaches, but we also use it excessively. The word excessive actually doesn't do justice. In the last 30 years, the demand for sand increased by 360%, and currently we extract 40 billion tons of sand annually worldwide. This is 9 times more than crude oil. Also, the impression that our sand resources are infinite is completely false. Supporting the construction industry's demand is one of the main purposes of sand extraction, and there's an interesting fact not many are aware of. Only a certain type of sand is adequate for construction, namely marine beach sand. Because in deserts, sand is more exposed, it becomes round, and cement will not stick to it. Marine beach sand, on the other hand, has an angular structure and is ideal for the purpose. This is why, for example, Dubai imported 45,700 tons of sand from Australia to build the Burj Khalifa. Since extraction mostly focuses on marine sand, suddenly the reserves seem concerningly small. Beaches are already retreating. 24 islands have already disappeared in the Maldives, and several indirect effects have been visible as well. Studies prove that if we keep depleting our resources at this pace, all beaches on planet Earth will be gone by Anno Domini 2100, the end of this century. Not only are there serious environmental consequences of our overabundant sand consumption, social aspects also have to be taken into consideration. Since sand has become so valuable, the black market has been booming. Countless criminal organizations are focused on selling illegally mined sand, having miners work in inhumane conditions, killing those who stand in the way. The sand mafia is present globally. Several countries are fighting this issue. In order to be sustainable, cutting back on global sand consumption is a must. The best I can do is try and think of some infographic that would present the severity of the issue and give suggestions on what materials can be used as an alternative to sand. So let me see if I can even find that. I am definitely, how do I say this? Ashamed of myself for not thinking of this before. Now, okay, let's see if this works, people. All right, this might be it. Hey! Amazing Yes says, thank you, Douglas. I'm listening in Mississippi and you are fantastic. God bless you. Hugs if you're a male, kisses if you're female. And here's a graphic for you. You'll have to scroll down a little bit, but understand, this is about your future and the future your children will inherit, should you have any. And understand as well, when I emphasize the horror of this, I can sum it up with a question. Will society be able to change soon enough to avoid more severe consequences? Or is it already too late? Because the global battle for sand is getting ugly. Dubai is a fairy tale world. Back in 1990, amidst Operation Desert Shield, the Jeep brought me to a region where you do not want to run out of fuel. Rub al Khali, or the Empty Quarter. Think of Lawrence of Arabia and a thirsty death. This is the largest continuous sand desert in the world. A sand pit as big as France. Today, Dubai has a mile-long artificial peninsula in the form of a palm tree that is packed with hotels and expensive villas. When the global recession hit Dubai, circa 2009, the world stood still. Well, at least the work on Dubai's artificial island project, called The World, completely stopped. By that time, it had already moved a massive 321 million tons of sand, but the islands were left empty. Elsewhere, the building boom went on. The Burj Khalifa is now the highest tower in the world. According to its website, there are about 330,000 cubic meters of cement in the tower. 1/4 of it comprises sand. How easy for the Burj and other Dubai skyscrapers to have all that sand in their backyard, right? Well, as it turns out, all the tons of sand in the Burj Khalifa came from Australia because there is not enough sand for concrete available in that region itself. The largest continuous sand desert in the world is completely unusable for concrete. It is not even good enough to build those islands. The wind has free play in the desert, and it makes the sand grains too round so that they do not stick together. Marine beach sand is better, but the lion's share of the marine sand on the coast of Dubai has already been used up for the Palm Islands. And the salt in sea sand does not work well with the steel and reinforced concrete. Dubai desalinates its water, but that is way too costly a method to use to clean marine sand. It also requires oil, and unfortunately for Dubai, its oil stock is dwindling. The city already imports more petroleum products than it exports, and in a decade or two, those wells will all be dry. The World Expo in 2020, which was held in Dubai, was probably one of the world's most pompous shows no one remembers because of COVID. But a tower even higher than the Burj Khalifa was being built for it. I never followed up on what happened to that. Circa 2012, the British business bank Barclays corrected the popular wisdom that pride cometh before a fall, with a study that proves that high-rises come before a fall, that there is a strong chance of financial crashes following a boom in the construction of skyscrapers. If you look past the palaces in Dubai and its sinking oil, water, and construction sand reserves, then the question is not whether, but when the desert will blast Dubai's bling into decor suitable for an apocalyptic film. But we still got Singapore stockpiling sand. See, nearly 6,000 kilometers to the southeast of Dubai is the city-state of Singapore, where stockpiles sand. It stockpiles sand the way a survivalist hoards bullets and beans. It imports massive amounts of this resource and maintains it as a reserve, comparable to a strategic stock of oil. Singapore needs sand to continue to grow. The city-state has increased its landmass by 22% in the past half hundred years using other people's sand. Initially, this was easy. Its neighbors sold it their sand. But in 1997, Malaysia officially stopped selling sand to Singapore. Indonesia and Cambodia stopped in 2007, the year my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, died. And Vietnam stopped circa 2009. The entire international sand business became a political minefield. You see, populations tend to dislike the idea of selling pieces of their own country for the purpose of expanding another country, especially if violence against them and their environment is involved. In some cases, that export went underground. The non-governmental organization Global Witness found that in Cambodia, the most corrupt country in Southeast Asia, according to anti-corruption watchdog Transparency International, contracts worth millions were still ongoing, with officials involved. In practice, companies dig sand in vulnerable natural areas, and local fishermen lose their key capital, fish. Investigative reporting has proven that this happened in Vietnam, also for the illegal export of sand to Singapore. The sand mafia also swept 24 Indonesian islands off the map to sell the sand in Singapore. This caused a dispute over the exact location of the international border between Singapore and Indonesia. At one point, Singapore had to pay $190 per ton of sand, making it more expensive than a barrel of crude oil. Singapore's sand story has occasionally made it to the news, but today it becomes ever more obvious that the scarcity of sand across the world is spreading and affecting all of us. The growing sand shortage is putting sand in the machine called the industrialized civilization. The shortage is already leading to deadly conflicts in areas all over the world. Think about the sand mafia in India. You know, the 61-year-old Sumara Abdulali has long been a public figure in India. You can look her up. Abdulali is her surname, spelled Abdulali, and Sumaria is spelled Sumaira. The media call her the Ministress of Noise because of her activism against noise pollution in Mumbai. But she first became famous for her fight against the sand mafia. In 2004, she noticed that the beach near her house in Alibag, near Mumbai, was shrinking. She heard trucks at night that she suspected were carting the sand away and decided to take action. She called the police, took her car, and drove to where the road ended at the beach. To quote the Madame Abdulali, "Instead of rushing to the scene of the crime, the police warned off the illegal sand miners, telling them, 'Get away, the old biddy will curse you.' As she waited in her car for the police to arrive, the men present at the mining site pulled her out and assaulted her. She survived the beatings, but needed to be hospitalized. And while she was being beaten, one of the miners asked, 'Do you know who I am?' He was the son of a local politician, also the owner of a construction company. 2 years later, Abdulali started a lawsuit against the sand mafia in Maharashtra, in the more correct Vedic. In 2010, the Bombay High Court banned sand mining, first only in areas that came under the ecologically sensitive coastal regulation zone, and later in the entire state of Maharashtra, whose capital, Mumbai, is the base of the Hindi film industry, popularly known as Bollywood. With more than 20 million inhabitants, Mumbai is also one of the 10 largest cities in the world, with an enormous appetite for sand by its construction industry. Stripping its beaches so that its celebrities, the Bollywood stars and starlets, have no place to bask under the sun amidst the waves. Because despite all that I've articulated, the ban on sand mining remained in force until protective measures were turned into laws, which did not happen until 2015. Abdulali sums up the effects of sand extraction in India: soil erosion, landslides, water table loss, infertility of farmland, disturbances of ecosystems and marine life, beach disappearances, all the way to collapsing bridges. Once, Abdulali made a surreal video of a train crossing the Vaitarna Railway Bridge, while machines were extracting sand from the riverbed beneath. That bridge is in Virar, north of Mumbai, and the city's sole link to North India. 7 summers ago, when the Mahad Bridge across the Savitri River on the Mumbai-Goa highway collapsed, killing at least 28 people, several activists, including Abdulali, blamed the incident on sand mining on the riverbed. Around that time, railway officials also admitted that they were concerned that the Vaitarna Bridge's foundation had been weakened by all that illegal sand mining on the riverbed. A senior Western Railways officer told the Hindu newspaper, "We believe there is a nexus between the sand mafia and certain state government departments. Due to the illegal sand mining, the flow of the Vaitarna has been altered, which is a dangerous sign for the bridge's health." Oh, no shit. In 2010, Abdulali took a journalist and a photographer on a field visit to Raigad, the Maharashtra district where the Mahad Bridge is located, where sand extraction was in progress despite the ban. They pretended to be looking to buy land, but then filmed illegal and industrial exploitation of sand. Their return to Mumbai did not go well. Their car was attacked, and they were forced into a car chase on a dirt track with 2 cars trying to push them into a ravine. Abdulali said that on the main road, a truck was also waiting to crash into them, but it also missed. You know, Asian Indian drivers, right? To quote Abdulali, "What saved our lives is that my husband is a professional rally driver, and he taught me some of his driving skills. Again, the police was in cahoots with the mafia. I wanted to report a murder attack, but they wanted to give me a speeding ticket. Once again, a powerful local politician controlled the illegal trade in sand." The Bombay High Court later severely criticized the police for the attack on Abdulali and her companions. But unfortunately, Abdulali's story is not any isolated case. In India, anti-sand mining activists are often physically attacked and usually killed. More like about 6-7 years ago, maybe 8 by now, the journalist Sandhya Ravishankar, who wrote a 4-part series on illegal sand mining along Tamil Nadu's southern beaches, which was published in the online magazine The Wire, said that she had been receiving death threats and was facing online abuse, which she blamed on a sand mining company that she had named in her reports. She filed a complaint in connection with the threats and harassment with the Chennai police in March. Abdulali says that the people in control of the business usually make sure that they also get into the local village council, or even, at even higher political levels. For instance, the father of one of the men who beat her up in 2004 even became a minister of state in Maharashtra. He claims he is out of the sand business now, but still owns the largest sand storage site. Wouldn't you know it? He has shifted his business interests to the next gold mine: stones. Abdulali said that recycling construction material would help reduce the demand for new sand. To quote she at length and verbatim, To reduce the demand for new sand, you need to evolve into a circular economy. Big cities in India crush many old buildings to make room for new, but the debris ends up at landfills. In some countries, the use of primary material is only allowed after the demolition waste is used up. In the Netherlands, 90% of all demolition waste is recycled. Even poorer countries like Vietnam are now reusing demolition waste. You can build roads with a lot less sand by recycling plastic as a resource. We have to do that. If we continue like this, India will dig a grave for itself and pay a very expensive price. The circular economy is a much better option. Today, you can also drink beer for the sake of beaches. A machine reduces empty beer bottles to a kind of sand that is useful in construction. But a circular economy also needs energy. The beer campaigners do have a point. Beaches worldwide are in trouble. Rivers transport sand to the sea. Take the sand out, and you end up without a beach. In Sri Lanka, they found that out the hard way, just like they found out about the financial collapse that politics can lead you into. Now, great, now I got somebody tagging me. And, oh, here's our lovely Deborah Hewins. There we are. She says plants make music. Thank you, honey. And she provided a link that proves that their music they make can be recorded. There you go. Now, Sri Lanka, which just had an incredible economic collapse, whose president and his family is desperately trying to escape with his life, has the most eroded coastline. And the most eroded coastline in all of Sri Lanka is around the delta of the Maha-Oya River, which, not by accident, is also the river with the most sand mining. In some places, the beach recedes by 12 meters to 15 meters each year. Thousands of families here have lost their land by the sea. When the damage became too rampant and too evident, a ban on mechanical sand extraction in the river was called for. But here, too, the sand mafia keeps on digging. The sand mafia is not limited to South Asia. In Elmina Bay, in Ghana, in Africa, the nation that comprises nothing but a river, the sand mafia even digs sand just in front of the few beach resorts the country has. Hotels have lost 30 meters of beach. The sea now cometh to their very doorstep. The Environmental Justice Atlas contains the details of at least 64 conflicts around sand, gravel, and quarries. We're killing each other for pebbles, people. Even the most mined material in the world has become scarce. The resulting struggle for what is left is getting ugly. In the future, that could be a violent struggle in a big way. Let me tell you about the coming sand wars. Worldwide, we use twice as much sand as all the rivers in the world transport together. As a result, we have started digging elsewhere. The majority of all the sand we now use is marine beach sand. As a result, 2/3 of all beaches in the world lose sand. Northwest Europe fetches more than 100 million cubic meters of marine sediment from the Northeast Atlantic, mainly sand from the shallow North Sea. But marine sand is less suitable for concrete because salty sand does not go well with concrete reinforced with steel. To use marine sand in construction, you need to wash it with fresh water. Unfortunately for us, that's another problem. 70% of the earth is covered with water, but essentially only 0.007% of that is fresh water available for consumption. Fred Pierce, the acclaimed author of the work entitled When the Rivers Run Dry, has pointed out that water, the defining crisis of the 21st century, Well, he pointed out a while ago that if everyone today lived like the average meat, beer, and milk consuming Westerner, all the water in all the rivers in the whole world would never be enough. Forget the 1 or 2 liters of water you drink every day. Making one average ice cream uses up 1,000 liters of water. One steak takes 5,000 liters. The world's soils provide twice as much food today as they did a generation ago, but in that period, we also diverted 3 times more water from rivers and the surface to agriculture. At one point, hard choices will need to be made between using fresh water for food crops or for washing marine beach sand. The interests of the construction industry and those of farmers will clash. Another hard choice to be made is that between the beaches and our buildings. Oddly enough, in these United States, despite a federal ban on sand mining on beaches, there is just one company openly digging away on a beach in my golden state of California, using a legal loophole. The building company that is literally making America smaller has its headquarters in the United Mexican States. But that conflict is an anecdotal sideshow compared to the one between the world's 2 superpowers. The demand for sand increases annually by more than 5%, mainly due to rapid urbanization. In 20 years, the production of cement, which requires sand, has tripled. The Communist Chinese Empire uses about half of all sand used globally and makes 58% of all the cement in the world. Shanghai built more skyscrapers in 10 years than New York ever did in written history. The Communist Chinese hunger for sand is immense, and sand mines on the mainland are no longer low-hanging fruit. Poyang Lake, Red China's largest lake, is also the largest sand mine in the world. 236 million cubic meters of sand are extracted from it every year. Because of this, the water table near the lake has dropped, hurting fauna and flora, and also the locals who live in vicinity. Red China today imports 1 billion tons of sand a year. That is 5 times more than its annual coal imports. In the South China Sea, Red China is busy pumping sand on pieces of rock that would otherwise stay under the water, thus creating artificial islands. These man-made islands strengthen its false claim on the disputed South China Sea, securing shipping lanes and access to new oil and gas reserves. The tensions with other countries claiming parts of the same sea have increased in recent years, sometimes resulting in deaths, as was the case in a conflict between Red China and Vietnam. But the bigger issue is the rising tension between the Communist Chinese and American empires. The Trump administration was never very willing to accommodate Red China as a rising superpower, and Joe Biden's is no less hostile. Trump's strategist and right-hand man, Steve Bannon, once said that the United States and China will be at war within 5 to 10 years, and that such a war would begin in the South China Sea. Trump's foreign minister, Rex Tillerson, formerly the CEO of the oil giant Exxon, claimed that Red China should not be allowed to access the islands it is building in that sea. This prompted Red China to remind Washington that the United States was not a party to the conflict in the South China Sea, and it would be wise to keep it that way. Since World War II, the United States has been the dominant navy in Asia and in the South China Sea. However, Red China's construction of islands in the South China Sea is accompanied by an expansion of its military presence in area. Although most media attention regarding those troubled waters is related to potential oil sources and the strategic importance of the disputed islands to Red China, The Economist wrote in February of 2015 that there is another reason why Red China is so eager to control that sea: sand. Now, Sand Wars was the title of a popular 2013 documentary produced by the European channel Arte, A-R-T-E, all uppercase. It's a Euro acronym. I'm not going to pronounce it for you. It prompted the United Nations to draft a report called Sand, Rarer Than One Thinks. It also makes this host think about one book from the 1930s. In that era of emerging communism, in his book entitled War with the Newts, the Nobel Prize-nominated author Karol Čapek satirized the short-sightedness of appeasement, the slow erosion of norms, and a raw capitalist expansion strategy that ended with the loss of our coastlines to the very same creature humans created. Little could he know that a century later, facts are trying to catch up with his science fiction. At the end of April, the Taiwan Coast Guard Administration received a new frigate, the Hsinchu. At 4,000 tons, it's a massive beast and was immediately assigned for duty in Taiwan's Northern Pacific Flotilla to protect one of Taiwan's most precious maritime resources: sand. The Communist Chinese Empire on the mainland is increasing its dredging of sand in my islands' waters. It's a devious activity that gets Beijing much-needed sand and presents my Taiwan with large expenses and maritime degradation. When the new frigate was received, Taiwan News reported, the Hsinchu is the second of 4 planned CGA, Coast Guard Administration, frigates, and is equipped with 3 high-pressure water cannons that are able to shoot at targets up to 120 meters away. By the way, you get hit with that blast of water pressure at a close enough range, you're going to die. Around the time of the Hsinchu's arrival, the CGA also received the 4th and 5th of 12 planned offshore patrol vessels. The frigates alone will cost my Taiwan almost 400 million United States dollars. The CGA needs its new vessels because in the past few years, the Matsu Islands, Taiwanese territory close to the coast of mainland China itself, have been receiving a steady stream of unwelcome visitors. These visitors are excavators with crews that arrive in the waters off the islands, waters that belong to my Taiwan, to take my Taiwan sand. In 2020, Taiwan expelled nearly 4,000 communist Chinese sand dredgers and sand transporting vessels from its waters. These are ships, not people, not individuals. 4,000 Chinese fucking ships, each with a crew of half 100 men. And that was a 560% leap from 2019. See, this is the big story. The line in the sand. Chinese dredgers are stealing Taiwan bit by bit. In the darkness, Commu-Chinese ships edge closer to my Taiwan's Matsu Islands, at times entering Taiwan-controlled waters. These are not military vessels, but enormous sand dredgers that spend hours pumping up tons of sand from the ocean floor. There are so many lit boats, they resemble traffic on a highway, and their loud mechanical rumblings echo across the otherwise quiet islands. Dozens, and at their peak, hundreds of these 2,000-ton vessels have been making their presence felt in the waters off Matsu. The small islands are part of my Taiwan, but much closer to the Chinese mainland than Taipei, the capital of my home island. Residents testify that the communist Chinese sand dredgers have disturbed them, spoiled their coasts, shrunk their beaches, and harmed marine life. Most of all, they confirm the dredgers have created fear since they started coming in increasing numbers over last year. Fear about what may come as next. Red China has denied that it is allowing sand dredgers to operate illegally near Matsu, but Taiwanese officials and Matsu residents know the vessels are doing the bidding of Beijing, which seeks to one day bring my Taiwan under its control. The numbers of dredgers have soared as cross-strait tensions between Beijing and Taipei have ramped up to their highest point in years. Communist China on the mainland claims my democratic Taiwan as part of its territory and has never renounced the use of force to take control thereof. As Sino-American relations have worsened, Washington, first under former President Donald Trump and now the new administration of Joe Biden, has shown Taiwan unprecedented support, including high-level visits to my island, which has further angered Beijing. The Matsu Islands are in a particularly precarious position. They are a mere 25-minute boat ride away from the Red Chinese coast, much closer than the almost 1-hour flight or 10-hour overnight ferry ride from the Taiwan mainland. On a clear day, the skyscrapers of Fujian province are visible from Nangan Island, beyond dozens of large dredgers at work. You see, these are the canaries in the coal mine. Matsu is still close to mainland China culturally. The local dialect is a language that is also spoken in Fujian province across the Taiwan Strait, and different from Taiwanese Hokkien. People are, well, the people on those border islands generally favor closer ties with the mainland. A resident, the 72-year-old Yao Xing-Wu, a retired civil servant, says his father came as from across from Fujian and also feels Chinese, but cannot accept Communist Party rule, himself recalling that back then, residents were outnumbered by soldiers. There were evening curfews, and anyone wanting to go to another village after dark had to register with authorities. If they wanted to travel on one of the weekly 24-hour-long boats to Taiwan, they had to apply for special permission with their passport. Many left for study and in search of work because the opportunities in Matsu were so few. Fishing, growing vegetables, running a small store or restaurant. Martial law there was only lifted in the 1990s, when it was still very much a rugged outpost. Today, signs of war remain everywhere. Towering above a statue of Chiang Kai-shek at the entrance to Nangan's harbor is a slogan warning that his soldiers are always ready for war. We sleep with our weapons by our pillows. Repainted military tanks and forts, along with its beaches, are a tourist draw. To quote Xiao, the shelling would start around 5 or 6 o'clock in the evening. Inside, the propaganda leaflets sent by China said our life in Taiwan was bad. Our leaflets said their mainland system was bad. People here hope that we can keep the status quo, live our lives, and let them live theirs, because there is no way we can accept their system. The people on the mainland do not want to invade because their life is getting better. They don't want war. But the leaders want to unify, so there is the possibility. Their military is stronger. They have more people. They have more arms. Yao attested that the appearance of hundreds of sand dredgers ramped up fears. In his words, all of a sudden, there were a lot of ships. There were sand dredgers everywhere. We were thinking, will the mainland invade? Will there be armed militia on board? Our island is really small. And when we looked out there were all these boats, hundreds of them. Within half an hour, they can sail here. It was terrifying. Lin Meihao, who runs a guest house on the main island, Nangan, grew up on Matsu, within sight of the Red Chinese mainland, and at the time in a nigh permanent state of alert. On site, a disused cement bunker, a relic from shelling by the People's Liberation Army, the Communists, in the 1950s. Over 2 decades, Matsu was on the front lines of frequent artillery bombardments between Mao Zedong's Communist Army and Chiang Kai-shek's nationalist forces. Matsu, a collection of islands about 20 kilometers from the Chinese coast, is no stranger to war. The 13,000 inhabitants are in many ways the canaries in the coal mine for cross-strait tensions that are currently running at their highest in years. These islands were very much on the front lines in the aftermath of the Chinese Civil War. In 1949, Chiang Kai-shek fled to Taiwan and rebased his Republic of China government thereafter, losing the war to Mao's communists. His forces also took control of and fortified the Matsu and Kinmen Islands. This was known as Kimoyan Matsu, if you're old enough to remember those terms. On the mainland, the Communist Party established the People's Republic of China. Both Chiang Kai-shek, until his death in 1975, and the Communist Party vowed to take back the other China. Every 2 days, from 1958 until 1979, Mao's Communist Party fired artillery shells with propaganda leaflets at Kimoyan Matsu, or Matsu and Kinmen, as they are known today. On the days in between, Chiang Kai-shek's Republic of China army fired back. Now Lin, whose guest house is a minute's walk away from a bunker, said his classmate's father lost his leg when a shell fell through the roof of a cinema where he was watching a movie in the 1960s. Now, they are on the front lines of mainland China's newest tactic, gray zone, or hybrid warfare, actions that are aimed at wearing down, intimidating, or provoking the enemy without firing a single shot. After a 25-year career in the technology industry in built-up Taoyuan City, Lin returned home with his wife and sons and built his guest house to overlook the Golden Sand Bay in a corner of Nangan. The 55-year-old grew up in the village that is named after the fine golden sand. Looking down at it from the terrace of his guest house, built in the style of the old stone houses that dot Golden Sand Village, Lin's tone, normally affable, turned dark when he spracketh to my gang brother, Beaver, lamenting that while the water shimmers in the sunlight, the beach is not what it once was. To quote his Lin, "Why are there bunkers in every village near people's homes? This is why." But the residents of Matsu, who survived frequent artillery shelling, believe the target has shifted. Red China's military has advanced to the stage where it can bypass their islands and aim straight for the Taiwan mainland. War is never far from Matsu Islanders' thoughts, especially now that the guest house owner Lin was testifying that because the dredging has eroded away some of the sand, in his words, it's not as beautiful as it used to be. On a single evening, we could see 300 or 400 dredgers. Their lights shone in the nighttime. Wherever you looked, there was light. There were boats dredging sand, really loudly. The main thing is we are afraid that the sand dredging is just an excuse. Are they actually armed boats? Will they come here? They look like civilian boats, but do they have the People's Liberation Army on board? That is what we worry about. Their number one target is definitely Taiwan. They need to attack quickly so that the United States doesn't have time to intervene. They might use ships to blockade Matsu and Kinmen, but they won't attack 2 small islands. Matsu's civilian-run Coast Guard, at times backed by bigger Coast Guard vessels from the Taiwan mainland, has chased away 94 communist Chinese dredgers. These are ships, not individuals, from Matsu's waters in the first 4 months of this year. That is the same number for the whole of 2019. There has, however, been a reduction from last year when they expelled 552 Chinese dredgers from around the Matsu Islands, which authorities put down to a combination of factors including increased patrolling and tougher penalties. But those that they drive away come back later. Many more dredgers sit just outside the 6,000-meter zone round Matsu's Islands, which my Taiwan considers its own restricted waters. The Communist Chinese Empire does not officially recognize any of Taiwan's claims to sovereignty. Video carried by Taiwan media last year showed dramatic confrontations at sea. In one video broadcast in October, the Coast Guard pulls up alongside a dredger that is pumping out water, telling the crew they have entered Taiwan's restricted waters and to leave immediately. They douse the much larger dredger with water from a cannon. Separate footage pans around to show at least dozens of boats, at least 3 layers thick, with someone saying, "Wow, we're totally surrounded." Now, all my own efforts to contact the mainland Chinese government's Taiwan Affairs Office for comment were unsuccessful. What we have is an increasing assertiveness. The dredgers remove enormous amounts of sand from the ocean floor to feed infrastructure and land reclamation projects in communist China. They generally don't have a registered ship name or port and are considered illegal under communist Chinese legislation too. The jump in dredgers and their incursions into Taiwan-controlled waters is set against an increasing assertiveness by Red China in the South China Sea at large, which is a major route for all the world's maritime traffic. Red China claims virtually the entire South China Sea, an area of the Western Pacific Ocean that is surrounded by southern China, my Taiwan, the Philippines, Malaysia, Brunei, and Vietnam, which all hold competing claims to parts of it. In January, Beijing passed a new law authorizing its Coast Guard to fire on foreign vessels in areas that Red China considers its own territory. To push its territorial claims, Red China has in recent years built artificial islands around reefs it occupies, and then built military facilities and runways for Red Chinese fighter jets on top of them. It has also been projecting power and asserting its claims through fleets of Chinese fishing boats, which have long assisted their Coast Guard and Navy in furthering Beijing's interests through patrols, surveillance, and confronting foreign vessels. In March, the Philippines reported a swarming and threatening presence of more than 200 Chinese maritime militia vessels at the Philippines' claimed Whitsun Reef, which stayed there for several weeks. China's foreign ministry said the vessels were simply fishing boats in Chinese territory, sheltering from the wind. It's all about who's next in line. The Communist Party considers my Taiwan as part of its territory, even though it has never ruled over it. For years, the two sides have existed in an uneasy status quo, with my Taiwan operating as a de facto independent state with our own government, elections, currency, and military, but without formally declaring independence from Communist China, something that Beijing has declared a red line. It regularly threatens to bring my Taiwan under its control, by force if necessary. Now, Red China has increased the pressure on my Taiwan since President Tsai Ing-wen of the independence-leaning Democratic Progressive Party came to power in 2016. She has committed herself to the status quo while also saying that my Taiwan is already an independent country under its formal name, the Republic of China. Beijing has painted her as a dangerous separatist and ramped up diplomatic, economic, and military pressure on my Taiwan. Tsai easily won re-election in January of the year before yesteryear against her China-friendly opponent, rallying voters with the message that if Taiwanese give in to Red China now, their future generations would be protesting on the streets like the people of Hong Kong. Now, Beijing has almost completed its goal of total control of Hong Kong. Fear has grown that Taiwan is next in its sights. U.S. military officials have sounded the alarm. The outgoing commander of the U.S. Indo-Pacific Command, Admiral Philip Davidson, has warned that the military balance in the Indo-Pacific is becoming more unfavorable to these United States as Red China modernizes its forces, himself telling senators in March that the Communist Chinese military had amplified its force posturing near and around Taiwan, including flying military aircraft into its aero defense identification zone at the highest rate in nearly 25 years. They have built systems and capabilities that would indicate that they're interested in aggression. I think the threat is manifest during this decade, in fact, in the next 6 years. Red China's battle force ships already outnumber the American navies, although the United States has much larger warships and more of them. If China succeeds in taking control of my Taiwan, it would erode the U.S., America's strategic dominance in the Asia-Pacific. If the United States failed to come to my Taiwan's aid in the event of a communist Chinese invasion, it would lose credibility with all its regional allies and partners. But let's talk a bit about these gray zone tactics. In my Taiwan, where people have lived with threats from Red China for years, there is still no fear of an impending military attack. Officials and ordinary citizens see an invasion as too high risk for Red China, and too many economic and other domestic pressures for its leadership to grapple with first. But they expect more pressure from Beijing and warily view Red China's gray zone tactics, designed to put pressure on my island's government and people to weaken their defenses and morale. Highlighting the growing concern, Taiwan's quadrennial defense review this year has a section on gray zone tactics for the first time. It says that Red China has been frequently using gray zone tactics, including disseminating disinformation, to try to sway public opinion. What mainland China refers to as routine drills, my Taiwan calls acts of pressure and harassment. The review says that Red China's harassments include regular intrusions into Taiwan's ADIZ, A-D-I-Z, the Aero Defense Identification Zone, naval and aero force training exercises around my island, assigning a carrier group to transit through the Taiwan Strait to the Western Pacific, sending spy boats and sea vessels to collect intelligence around Taiwanese waters, and holding training drills that simulate an invasion. Per Wong Ting-yu, a Taiwanese legislator and member of the Parliament's Foreign Affairs and National Defense Committee, Red China is sending their fishermen and their boats to surround other countries' coast guards and counting on the fact that democratic countries will not dare to use their navy or gunpowder to hit us. They are using this to push your line backward, and then they can occupy the water area they want. On the surface, the sand dredgers are just a boat doing something illegal, but they are training to familiarize themselves with your water area. Once the party needs them, they will become a gray zone, and behind this will be their Coast Guard, behind the Coast Guard will be their Navy, and sometimes there will be a mixture hiding on a boat. So gray zone tactics is quite a complicated and difficult situation to deal with. People look around the Matsu Islands, surrounded by all these sand dredging boats. It's very similar with the boats in the Philippines. Maybe the conflict Chinese Communist dictator Xi Jinping wants will start with this. Legislator Wang continues, or rather concludes, that while Red China was carrying out training exercises with its Liaoning aircraft carrier and other vessels with so many battleships and so many aerofighters, there was a high risk of misjudgment, misfire, because someone, even one pilot, doing something wrong may cause some chain reaction. In March, Deputy Defense Minister Chang Che-ping told Parliament that Taiwan was now generally using ground-based aero defense missile systems to track them because of the war of attrition issue. Those aero incursions happen in the skies within Taiwan's large, sprawling ADIZ, between the southern part of Taiwan and the Taiwan-controlled Pratas Islands in the South China Sea. The dredgers are much closer. and more visible. Dredging sand is not a new thing. Communist Chinese sand dredgers have been coming to pump up sand in the waters between Taiwan and China for years. Part of the city of Xiamen, just across from Taiwan's Kinmen Island, is built on reclaimed land, and there is a reclamation project going on further north in Zhejiang province, where many of the current dredgers head for when piled full of sand. And that's what my gang brother Beaver found, according to officials on Nangan. While reports say that dredged sand is used for construction, such sand needs to go through an expensive desalination process to be of suitable quality. Desalination would be taking the salt out of water to make it potable, drinkable. Desalination means taking the salt out of substance. The dredgers started coming in greater numbers in 2019. Most of the time, they operate outside Taiwanese waters. But in 2019, Coast Guard crews expelled 605 Chinese sand dredgers from inside their restricted zone. 508 near the Penghu Islands, 94 near Matsu, and 3 near Kinmen. That's what I found out by calling the Taiwanese Coast Guard Administration. Penghu's restricted waters are much larger, 12 nautical miles from the islands' coastlines, and include the Formosa Banks, an area with a higher seabed where more sand accumulates. In 2020, the Coast Guard expelled almost 4,000 fucking dredgers, a 6-fold increase. Most of these were from Penghu's area, with 3,422 expelled, and Matsu, which saw 552. From January to April this year, the Taiwanese Coast Guard has expelled 94 communist Chinese dredgers from Matsu's waters and 65 from near Penghu. In May, Matsu's Coast Guard expelled 38 Commu Chinese vessels, both sand dredgers and fishing boats, from its surrounding waters. That's according to a report by the state-owned Central News Agency. The Taiwan Coast Guard's primary strategy is to chase dredgers away rather than catch them and prosecute them. In 2019, 7 ships and crew were detained and punished, while in 2020, this went down to 4 ships despite thousands of dredgers crossing into Taiwan-controlled waters. In the first 4 months of this year, no ships or crew were detained at all. Again, I sourced that from Taiwan's Coast Guard Administration. Boarding the dredgers can be dangerous for Coast Guard crews, and while they have the power to confiscate dredgers, Nangan Island has space for just 2. One has been anchored at the harbor for months at the Coast Guard's expense, still with sand, shells, and crab carcasses sitting inside it. It all comes down to back channels. The dredgers noisily pump up sand and water, and then the water pours out from the sides. The sand is transferred via a conveyor belt to a separate transporter ship. They dredge around the clock. As well as causing fear and noise pollution, residents complain the dredgers have harmed Matsu's beaches and marine life. The 52-year-old Lin Tsung-yi, chair of the geography department at National Taiwan Normal University, has attested that dredging disturbs sand and mud sediments. Some fish, organisms, and marine life that live on the sea bottom will not be able to adjust to those conditions, so will move to other areas if they can, or die. It's disturbing the entire ecosystem. Lin Yusheng, chairman of Amatsu Amateur Fishing Association, said it would take 4 or 5 years for the ecology of the seabed to recover, himself confirming that things are going from bad to worse for fishermen and people who make fish products, and Matsu attracts a lot of recreational anglers. It used to be a fishing paradise, but now a lot of people come from Taiwan to fish, and they can't find anything. At times, the dredgers have disturbed ferry traffic between Nangan and Juguang, 2 other islands that are part of the Matsu archipelago, which carry tourists and some residents. The hulking vessels have also damaged undersea cables 4 or 5 times over the past year, and each time it can cost up to 40 million new Taiwan dollars, or 1.4 million United States dollars, to repair. When a cable is damaged, residents on Nangan still have phone and internet services, but the internet slows down considerably and TV channels can disappear. On mornings and evenings when there are a lot of dredgers close to the island, Wang takes a photo and sends it to the Fuzhou authorities via WeChat, who will then get in touch with maritime and coastal agencies. This is David versus Goliath. The Taiwan government has reacted by a mixture of beefing up Coast Guard patrols, toughening up punishments for illegal dredging, and commissioning new Coast Guard vessels. The Matsu Coast Guard's 100-ton vessels were boosted by temporary reinforcements from the Taiwan mainland, 1,000-ton to 2,000-ton Coast Guard vessels with water cannons. In April, the Coast Guard took delivery of its largest patrol boat yet, that 4,000-ton vessel, which Tsai said will help Taiwan crack down on illegal activities on the open seas. Taiwan's cabinet-level Mainland Affairs Council said that the government had agreed to amend laws in December to toughen the penalties for illegal sand dredging in Taiwan's waters to 1 to 7 years imprisonment. The council stated, "We hope to show the government's determination to enforce the law through heavy penalties so as to deter mainland Chinese sand dredgers from illegally dredging sand in our waters. We have also repeatedly called on the other side to restrain their ships and personnel." Taiwan has also signed a Memorandum of Understanding, an MOU, with the United States to establish a Coast Guard working group to strengthen cooperation and training and the sharing of information related to law enforcement. The March Agreement was the first signed by Taiwan and the United States since Biden came to power in January. Wang Qinhua, the directress of Lianjiang County Government's Economic Development Department, which is based in Nangan, does not believe the dredgers are a strategy by mainland authorities to pressure Matsu or Taiwan authorities, herself emphasizing that ferries have to give way to the dredgers, which sometimes come as close as 20 meters to them. Wang is in contact with Fujian Province's Taiwan Affairs Office in Fuzhou City via a communications channel between the two sides that have been in operation for years. There are similar channels between the Coast Guards, police, and county and provincial officials of the two sides. To quote Xi, the MOU is the Memorandum of Understanding, is, in her words, specifically related to gray zone tactics from the PLA, meaning the People's Liberation Army, the Chi-Com military. They want to help, but everyone has their own jurisdictions that they can't cross over. I personally believe this is profit-seeking, private business behavior, rather than the mainland authorities acquiescing in it, because if the mainland suddenly wants to seize Matsu, it will be so easy for them. It would use its own ships to surround Matsu. It wouldn't need the big dredgers. Well, according to the local politician, Li Wen, a former news reporter in Taipei who now speaks publicly on foreign policy and security issues as the head of the local chapter of Taiwan's ruling DPP, or Democratic Progressive Party, sitting in his office in downtown Matsu among a jumble of restaurants and coffee shops, they can be seen as a gray zone tactic, a non-military form of exerting pressure, with the aim of harassment and intimidation. Now, Li himself has made the dredgers a pet issue since setting up a representative office early last year in the Matsu Islands, a constituency that has voted staunchly in favor of the DPP's opponents, the Kuomintang. Now, his sleeveless khaki work jacket bore a localized version of the DPP flag with the Matsu Islands in the center rather than Taiwan, along with his name. On the wall is a large map locating Matsu up close to China and separate it from Taiwan by a large expanse of water. When my gang brother Beaver interviewed the local head of the DPP office in Matsu in his own office, he confirmed that over the past year, Taiwan had come up with so many different mechanisms for coping with dredgers and was trying them out, one by one. Red China is getting smarter and more creative in its ways of exerting pressure. If Taiwan fails to respond, then we allow the destruction of our environment and infrastructure. But if Taiwan responds with military force on civilian dredgers, then it gives Red China an excuse to escalate tensions. The Chinese Coast Guard has engaged in some limited campaigns against the dredgers, and they highly publicize these efforts. But from our perspective, we feel that these efforts are quite uneven and that sometimes the dredgers come out in large numbers and the Chinese Coast Guard seems to turn a blind eye. We do have some experiences to share, in particular how to face pressure from China in the form of civilian boats instead of military ones, since this is an issue that many other countries are also looking at. We have such a diverse toolbox, since no single method is sufficient when you are coping with all these 2,000-ton beasts that are intruding into our waters. It's a David versus Goliath situation. As China maintains its ties with Russia, Europa is turning to the Empire of Japan and Asian India. While China doubles down on its strategic partnership with Russia, Europe is looking for allies elsewhere in Asia. Tokyo and New Delhi becomest the EU's, the European Union's, Asian destinations of choice because Beijing is so closely linked to Moscow. In the second week of May, European Council President Charles Michel and Commission President Ursula von der Leyen traveled to Tokyo to co-host an EU-Japan summit. This was the first time the duo flew to East Asia together since they took the helm of the EU shortly before the COVID-19 outbreak. The month beforehand, Olaf Scholz made his first trip to Asia since becoming German Chancellor and skipped Red China, heading instead to the Empire of Japan, a departure from his predecessor Angela Merkel's preference for cultivating personal ties with the communist leadership in Beijing. Days before, van der Leyen attended the Rasina Dialogue, a key foreign policy event in Asian India, where she made explicit warnings about the no limits partnership between Beijing and Moscow. Starting in June, the then pending Czech presidency of the Council of the EU hosted a series of events with Indo-Pacific partners, even as the Russian war on Ukraine was taking up most of the political energy in Europe. In short, an unexpected war on European soil is prompting the bloc, the Euro bloc, to take a fresher look at Red China, which happens to be Russia's seemingly unbreakable partner. For 2 decades, Red China reaped enormous benefits after joining the World Trade Organization. Numerous European multinational corporations treat communist China as the market and profit engine. Despite recent calls from their dictator Xi Jinping to focus more on domestic innovation and consumption, foreign trade, especially with the EU and these United States, still accounts for an outsized role in Red China's economic development. Indeed, European governments had largely been on the side of their businesses that favored going deeper into the world's second largest economy, paying lip service to warnings about national security threats, cyber attacks, and human rights violations from the United States and advocacy groups. Well, the war in Ukraine changed that equation. Both U.S. President Joe Biden and the Commission's von der Leyen warned Beijing of consequences and reputational risks should it help Russia circumvent sanctions or provide it with weapons. British Foreign Secretary Liz Truss went further, saying, Yester Septimania, last week I believe, by talking about the rise of China as inevitable, we are doing China's work for it. In fact, their rise isn't inevitable. They will not continue to rise if they don't play by the rules. The fast-hardening rhetoric on Red China hasn't gone unnoticed in the business sector. With Western companies cut off from Russia, concerns are rising in the business community in Red China, especially as Beijing makes little effort to distance itself from what looks increasingly like a pariah state. Georg Wuttke, president of the EU Chamber of Commerce in China, saying that the survey clearly indicated that businesses would be prepared to put everything on hold. The Germans did a survey about the impact of the Ukraine war has on business in China. They say, oh boy, we have this Russia situation. Would China be the same? Well, ergo, a tilt to Japan. As Scholz admitted, the choice of the Empire of Japan as the first Asian destination since becoming Deutschen Kanzler, or German Chancellor, was no coincidence. While he refrained from any direct criticism of Red China, Scholz highlighted the need for diversification on the part of German businesses. Ensuring supply chains are less dependent on individual countries, well, as he added, is a task that is more relevant than ever. China will have had no problem working out whom Scholz was talking about. To quote his Scholz, "We are against all ideas of decoupling. But one thing is clear. Our companies and we ourselves will do everything we can to ensure that nobody is dependent on supply chains from one country at a time. That is the experience we now had with the Ukrainian crisis. It will take us time, but will have to play a big role for us." Japan has also been hailed as a close partner with the West since the war started. It became one of the few Asian countries, alongside South Korea and Singapore, to join in with the sanctions introduced by Europe and these United States. While Scholz's return flight also carried some aid donated by Japan for Ukraine. When it comes to Japan's handling of Red China, its chief regional foe, Tokyo by and large relies on American security cooperation. Exempli gratiae, it has conducted war games and joint military exercises with the American Empire in the event of a conflict with China over my Taiwan, as reported by the Financial Times last year. Still, there's a role for the EU to play. Per Dietmar Schweisgut, former EU ambassador to the Empire of Japan and Communist China on the mainland, that's a far cry from the past, when the Japanese Empire and Europa viewed the Euro-Atlantic and Asia-Pacific theaters, respectively, as largely irrelevant. To quote his T, even though they, Japan, realize that Europeans cannot make up for the alliance with the United States, it still serves, I think, as an additional assurance. The friendship between China and Russia, without limits, and their stated commitment to work together to change the international order, led to the realization that a closer relationship between the Empire of Japan, Asian India, and Europa is not just a luxury or something nice to have. It's seen as a bit more indispensable than before. And India is the swing state. After all, the following few months, the following few months were to be crucial to see whether Europe could multitask by focusing on both Russia and Red China. Janka Wertel, Asia chair of the European Council on Foreign Relations, said, "While dealing with the Ukraine war, Europe has also to continue to focus on its Indo-Pacific approach, because the future of the global order is not only decided in Ukraine." By some measures, however, India is more reminiscent of China than Japan. It's defied Western pressure and abstained in United Nations votes condemning Russia's war. It remains a massive importer of Russian arms, human rights groups constantly voice concerns about the treatment of minorities. Still, the United States considers Asian India a key partner in its Indo-Pacific strategy, forming together with Australia and Japan the Quad security network, currently considered by Beijing strategists to be a top threat. After the humiliating AUKUS snub over a lucrative marine deal, France has also sought to deepen naval ties with Asian India. During her visit to New Delhi, von der Leyen lashed out at Red China for its partisanship with Russia, while hailing Asian India as the world's largest democracy, and vowing to deepen trade ties. Now, in a bid to convince India to ditch Russia, she added, the outcome of the war will not only determine the future of Europe, but also deeply affect the Indo-Pacific region and the rest of the world. Now, one major issue in EU-India relations is the lack of a free trade agreement. A previous 7-year attempt to strike a deal resulted in a deadlock, though both sides are now trying to revive those talks. Yet thorny issues such as agriculture, standards and labor rights remain unresolved. Like von der Leyen, British Prime Minister Boris Johnson also visited Asian India in recent weeks, where he focused on defense cooperation with his Asian Indian counterpart, Narendra Modi. At the press conference, Johnson had to defend the defense scheme when asked whether India might become a channel for Western arms to be smuggled into Russia. In a symbolic maneuver, India also decided to open a new embassy in Lithuania, the EU country currently targeted by Beijing's trade embargo, after that Baltic state spent a decade lobbying for one. Both Modi and Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida came to Europe in the opening week of May. Their ideas on China surely reached receptive ears, but it remains to be seen if any action is taken as a result. See, the national strategy that defined Angela Merkel's era has run its course. Red China is steadily wiping out United German industry. And it's 10 to 11, 11 to 12. We've got 3 hours left. Nathan Brooks is saying, love seeing Judy's lovely face again. Yes. Says, my daughter, Tian Swan, visited China as a student visitor, and she was forced to sign a waiver stating that she would not ever acknowledge that the state of Taiwan exists. Thank you for sharing that, Nathan. That is so fucking typical. They're so fucking insecure. If there was ever a symbiosis between Germania and Donghua, China, that time is past. The United Germany is slowly but surely realizing that a national industrial strategy based on synergy with Red China is headed toward a dead end. The partnership that defined Angela Merkel's years as chancellor will not outlive her administration by long. In fact, the partnership is already in its death throes. What remains now is for German business leaders and politicians to define what will replace it. For almost 12 decades, the synergy between Red China and United Germany worked. China contributed low wages and input costs. United Germans contributed technical know-how and the fruits of decades of engineering breakthroughs and research going back to the Second World War. Young Chinese workers got jobs. Aging German investors got profits. But in the end, United Germany has lost out to Red China's manufacturing prowess. Communist China's auto industry is surpassing United Germany's, certainly in size, and soon, perhaps, in quality. Red China's relentless focus on digitalization and other emerging technologies is reducing its dependence on a rival whose manufacturing and engineering heyday was in the 1970s. Original analysis by Inodo Economics shows that Beijing's Made in China 2025 industrial policy has done exactly what critics warned it would. It has empowered new niche players with the potential to displace the mid-sized specialty manufacturers that are the heart and soul of the German economy. Over a decade ago, the sudden emergence of Commu-Chinese competitors wiped out United Germany's advanced solar power industry. Now, that experience is likely to repeat across a broad spectrum of industries. Meanwhile, Red China is moving relentlessly into the new strategic technologies of the future: artificial intelligence, electric vehicles, and the digitization of the economy. We do not know yet whether Beijing's top-down model of statist industrial policy will achieve all of its goals, but we do know that in these fields, Red China has no need to look to United Germany for investment or technology. The hollowing out of United German industry might paradoxically have led to a greater focus on Red China, as United German companies squeezed the remaining profits out of their biggest market. That, in turn, would have kept Europa as a balancing player in the growing divergence between these United States and the Communist Chinese Empire. But the Russian invasion of Ukraine earlier this year has changed the calculation by ensuring that United Germany stays within the American sphere of influence during the Great Decoupling. Strategically, the United Germany can no longer afford to mollify an expansionist Russian empire. Economically, it can no longer afford to muddle along in a partnership with Red China, which will inevitably sap its own industrial strength. The lines of what it cannot do are increasingly clear. It remains to define what it will do. A united Germany that aligns itself with these United States will have to disentangle from two fatal dependencies: dependency on its Russian energy imports and dependency on its Red China joint ventures. Chancellor Olaf Scholz has already taken some steps to detach from Russia thanks to the war in Ukraine. As for corporate decoupling, there are models out there. Every industrial country has had its China epiphany during the past decade, the moment when its businesses realize that they cannot afford to put all their eggs in the Red China basket. State-backed nationalist protests in Red China persuaded Japanese and South Korean companies that they needed a China plus one strategy. The result was a new production centers in Southeast Asia. Taiwanese businesses began investing elsewhere as soon as labor costs tipped up in mainland China. The Trump tariffs pushed American industry, kicking and screaming, into seriously considering supply chain diversification. French and British companies have tried diversifying markets rather than production. Their third country approach involves selling products manufactured at their China-based joint ventures into developing countries, in effect, using the Red China cost structure to assess new projects and deals in new markets. United German companies came late to their epiphany. Disruptions caused by the COVID lockdowns of 2020 and 2022 forced the first real rethink. A second shock came yesterday, last month, when Berlin refused to renew investment guarantees for Volkswagen's controversial assembly plant in Xinjiang, where about 1 million people, mostly Caucasoid Turkic Uyghurs, Muslims, have been forced into re-education camps. Volkswagen says there is no forced labor at its factory near Urumqi, the capital of the Xinjiang region, and no one has produced evidence of any. Berlin's broader point is that it will no longer write blank checks for German companies to invest in the rival that is eroding United German strength and supporting Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Now, I myself have argued for some time that investors need to prepare for the great decoupling and Europa's coming divergence with Red China on every front: political, economic, and strategic. This is true for United Germany more than anywhere. It is not enough to say enough about industrial strategies that no longer serve United Germany well. A new strategy is needed. Die neue Werk Deutschland, the new United German industry, is unlikely to fully adopt either the Communist Chinese +1 or the third country models. Instead, the first step should be to invest in the technologies and modern practices that would allow United German companies to once again confidently occupy the vanguard of their fields. Investors will reward those who succeed. Which brings us to the question about today's energy crisis. When I mentioned Stephen King writing as Richard Bachman, the great American novels, 4 of them. One of them, Roadwork, was subtitled A Novel of the First Energy Crisis. That was the 1970s. Is today's energy crisis as similar as previous ones? Particularly the 1970s oil shocks? That question is being asked around the world, with consumers hit by high prices, businesses worried about energy supplies, political leaders and central bankers struggling with inflation, and countries confronting balance of payments pressures. So yes, this energy crisis is as serious. In fact, today's energy crisis will probably become worse than the 1970s oil shock. That was bad. In the 1970s, only oil was involved, whereas this crisis encompasses natural gas, coal, and even the nuclear fuel cycle. In addition to stoking inflation, today's crisis is transforming a previously global market into one that is fragmented and more vulnerable to disruption, crimping economic growth. And together with the geopolitical crisis arising from the war in Ukraine, it is further deepening the world's great power rivalries. Today's energy crisis did not begin with Russia's invasion of Ukraine, but rather yesteryear, when the energy demand surged as the world emerged from the COVID-19 pandemic. That is when Red China ran short of coal and prices shot way up. The global market for LNG, liquefied natural gas, then tightened, with prices skyrocketing, and oil prices rose as well. Normally, with rising energy prices, a country like Russia would have increased its natural gas sales to its main customer, Europa, above the minimum contracted volumes. Instead, it stuck to its contracts, even though it could have produced considerably more. At the time, it appeared that Russia was trying to force prices up, but instead, the Kremlin was preparing for war. Because Europa depended on Russia for 35 to 40% of its oil and natural gas, Vladimir Putin assumed that the Europeans would protest the invasion, but ultimately stand aside. Fixated on his self-appointed mission of restoring what he views as Russia's historic empire, he did not anticipate how they would respond to an unprovoked war next door. Looking ahead, 5 factors could make today's energy crisis even worse. First, Vladimir Putin has opened a second front in the conflict by cutting back on the contracted volumes of natural gas that Russia supplies to Europe. The goal is to prevent Europeans from storing enough supplies for next winter and to drive prices even higher, creating economic hardship and political discord. In his speech in June at the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum, Putin made his reasoning all too clear. Social and economic problems worsening in Europe will split their societies and inevitably lead to populism and a change of the elites in the short term. He wants the populations of Europe to rise up in revolution and overthrow their legitimate governments. As it is, the United Germany is now anticipating the need for gas rationing, and its Minister for Economic Affairs, Robert Habeck, warns of a lemon-style contagion, referring to the 2008 lemon-instigated financial crisis. If Europe cannot manage today's energy-induced economic disruptions, that's what's going to happen. Second, a new or revived nuclear deal with Iran is unlikely, to say the least. Thus, sanctions on the country will not be lifted, and that means Iranian oil will not be flowing into world markets anytime soon. Third, although Saudi Arabia may step up its oil production to help stabilize oil markets in connection with U.S. President Joe Biden's upcoming visit, no gusher is likely to follow, because there does not appear to be a large amount of extra oil in Saudi Arabia or in the United Arab Emirates that can be produced on short notice. Meanwhile, many other oil exporting countries cannot even return to their previous levels of production, owing to a lack of investment and maintenance since the pandemic. Fourth, Red China's demand for oil has been significantly reduced by its zero COVID lockdowns, which have sharply curtailed all economic activity. But if it lifts many restrictions, a big increase in oil consumption and demand will follow. Lastly, however tight the market for crude oil, there is even more tightness in the refining sector that produces the gasoline, diesel, and jet fuel that people actually use. This sector has developed into a complex, highly interconnected worldwide system. Russia was refining products that it was shipping to Europa, while Europa was sending gasoline that it did not need to the United States East Coast, and so forth. In some places, the system is going all out, with American refineries already operating at about 95% capacity. But the system overall still cannot keep up with demand. Russian refineries are functioning only partly, depriving Europe of oil products, and not enough European gasoline is reaching North America. Red Chinese refineries are operating at less than 70% capacity. Some 4 million barrels per day of refining capacity have been shut down worldwide, owing to the pandemic, new regulations, and challenging economics. Add in the risk of accidents, poor policy decisions, and a hurricane knocking out refineries on the U.S. Gulf Coast, and the situation could get even worse. That said, a few countries could still boost production. Canada, the world's fourth largest oil producer, after these United States, Saudi Arabia, and Russia, could provide extra barrels in collaboration with its major market, these United States. And American shale oil production is back in gear and could add 800,000 to 1 million barrels per day of new production this year. Far more additional production than the rest of the world combined. We are the Saudi Arabia of the world today. Other factors that could mitigate the crisis include price changes and how consumers respond. In May, American gasoline demand was 7% less than in May of 2019, before the pandemic. Some of that, however, may be the result of more people working from home. An economic slowdown could also dampen prices. Standard & Poor's S&P's latest Global Purchasing Managers Index points to a weakening of economic growth, with U.S. manufacturing activity slipping into a decline, to a degree only exceeded twice, at the height of the pandemic lockdown during the 2008 financial crisis, now that I think about it. Likewise, European growth has slowed sharply to a 16-month low. Such slowdowns could reduce demand and lower energy prices. But of course, they will also strain the Western alliance and popular unity. The next 6 months will be critical, testing whether Europa can maneuver its way through the coming winter, in what Habeck called a bitter but necessary decision. Europa will need to burn more coal. In the difficult months ahead, there will need to be more informed collaboration between government and the industry that manages the energy flows on which modern economies depend. This side of the Atlantic, and fuck it, the whole world over, no one believes American rhetoric about democracy. It's in this context that the economics appears so acutely. Nathan A. Brooks says, "Will gladly do my best to stick around for you, brother Triple D." Thank you, sir. Hugs. Now, American foreign policy often highlights the gap between the values-based story that the United States tells about itself and the reality of how a superpower pursues its interests. The size of that gap will be impossible to straddle when President Joseph Biden travels to Saudi Arabia to repair his relationship with the kingdom's crown prince, Mohammed bin Salman. Now, Biden is by no means the first American president who has struggled to reconcile a declared commitment to human rights with a more utilitarian definition of American interests. George W. Bush enlisted Saudi Arabia as an ally in the war on terror, even though 15 of the 19 9/11 hijackers came from Saudi Arabia, the wellspring of the Wahhabism that helped create the conditions for the attacks. Barack Obama offered tentative support for a Saudi-led intervention in Yemen to avoid a rupture in the relationship, a decision that many Obama officials, certainly myself as an observer, regretted as the war devolved into a humanitarian catastrophe. Donald Trump, unburdened by any pretense of supporting human rights, embraced the kingdom so thoroughly that it was hard to tell where Riyadh's policies ended and Washington's began. He truly surrendered sovereignty to the Saudi the Saudi occupation government. Now, having served in the Department of Defense, I understand the factors that likely informed Biden's decision. Because gas prices are punishing American consumers, any chance of increasing oil production may seem worth pursuing, particularly amid a midterm election campaign stacked against the Democrats. As the war in Ukraine grinds on, the American empire wants to guard against the Saudi government falling into the autocratic arms of the Sino-Slavic Synaxis, comprised of revisionist, revanchist Russia and the communist Chinese Empire. And with Arab Gulf states such as the UAE, the United Arab Emirates, and Bahrain embracing the Abraham Accords as new allies of the greater Israeli Empire, the United States has both a domestic political and geopolitical interest in adding momentum to the process of normalization between Greater Israel and the Arab autocrats. For all these reasons, promises to make the kingdom a pariah while putting human rights at the center of American foreign policy, have all been set aside. One might even mount arguments that this short-term compromise could serve long-term democratic objectives, whether salvaging a democratic administration at home, supporting a flight for democracy, or rather, the fight, therefore, in Ukraine, or defending the creaky liberal international order. In this way, one can rationalize a visit to the Saudi royal court as an embrace of realism that does not compromise American ideals. However, these rationalizations perpetuate a debilitating and cynical status quo. As George Orwell once said, to see what is in front of one's nose needs a constant struggle. Visiting Mohammed bin Salman, or any son of a bitch named Salman, is just plain wrong. And while we contort ourselves to embrace the Saudi leadership in the name of shared interest, recent history should show us that those interests are not aligned. Most profoundly, the dual existential threats of our time, the collapse of democracy and the onset of climate change, require a more radical reassessment of the trade-offs that America makes and why we make them. Not a reset with a fossil fuel-rich dictator. It has become as a truism to assert that realpolitik necessitates a rapprochement with Saudi Arabia, despite the moral outrage that many people expressed over the murder of Jamal Khashoggi, an American resident who worked for an American newspaper. But this accepted presumption of shared interests is worth testing. In fact, a review of Saudi policy since MBS's Mohammed bin Salman's ascent in 2015 reveals how out of step his kingdom's policies have been with stated American interests, such as nuclear non-proliferation, political stability, and the survival of democratic civil society across the Middle East and North Africa. Let's start with nuclear weapons. Saudi leadership encouraged President Trump to withdraw from the JCPOA, the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, which had verifiably rolled back Iran's nuclear program and placed it under international monitoring through a deal negotiated by many of President Biden's closest advisors. Negotiations to re-enter the deal have stalled, in part because of American efforts to win over the Gulf states and Israel by pursuing a longer and stronger deal, and a refusal to remove sanctions imposed by Trump after he pulled out of the JCPOA. These sanctions have utterly failed to constrain Iran's nuclear program or its malign activities in region throughout Southwest Asia. Paradoxically, a Saudi-led regional consensus on escalating confrontation with Iran has now led to an outcome in which Iran has acquired enough of a stockpile for a nuclear weapon while maintaining its regional aggression. Beyond that, a series of Saudi policies stemming from MBS's, Mohammed bin Salman's fixations, Iran and political Islam, have been consistently contrary to stated American priorities. A 43-month blockade of Qatar fueled tensions within the Gulf Cooperation Council while achieving nothing. A bizarre effort to exert leverage on Lebanese politics by holding its prime minister hostage exacerbated Lebanon's political dysfunction. Support for the Libyan strongman Khalifa Haftar weakened a government backed by these United States and the United Nations. A preference for military rule over democratic change has shut the door on Egyptian civil society and made the Gulf a primary port of call for Sudanese military leaders threatening a democratic transition. Then there is Yemen. Since the Saudi-led invasion of that country, hundreds of thousands of people have been killed, including thousands in the kind of indiscriminate aerostrikes that draw swift Western condemnation when they occur in Ukraine. Consider for a moment how that undermines our criticism of Russia's war outside Europe. Millions of Yemenis live on the precipice of malnourishment and famine. the objective of dislodging the Houthis has failed, the obvious moral and strategic catastrophe of the war was evident enough that Congress passed a resolution in 2019 requiring the American empire to end any participation therein. Trump, despite his rhetoric about ending endless wars, vetoed the resolution. I have no doubt that Biden wants to put a stop to the suffering in Yemen, and that American diplomats are working in earnest to pursue this objective. The recent extension of a tenuous ceasefire is a welcome development. Yet the Biden administration has not exerted greater leverage on the Saudis to end the war through the approach embedded in that 2019 congressional resolution, withdrawing all support for the war and halting all arms sales to the kingdom of the House of Saud. Indeed, the war in Yemen is something of a microcosm for the strange asymmetry in the Saudi-American relationship under successive administrations, including the Obama administration. Saudi Arabia could not carry out its military operations absent American support. And yet, the American appeals to Saudi leadership to take our concerns into account more than the other way around. If a war is misguided and immoral, why participate in it at all? One issue on which the American empire and Saudi Arabia do appear to be moving forward, or appear to be moving toward consensus on, is the Abraham Accords, because of the Israeli pivot. The American empire has long sought the normalization of relations between Israel and its Arab neighbors. That effort is essential to assuring Israel's, well, what is purported or propagandized, asserted, if you will, to be their rightful place in the community of nations. And it could help promote peaceful collaboration and economic development in the Middle East. Close Saudi partners such as the UAE, the United Arab Emirates, and Bahrain would likely not have joined the Accords without MBS's, Mohammed bin Salman's, blessing. Clearly, Greater Israel and the House of Saud on the Arabian Peninsula have commenced to see Iran as a mutual antagonist. That will be the backdrop to Biden's efforts to continue to pull existing Saudi support for the Accords out into the open. Yet, the triumphalism around the Abraham Accords must be accompanied by an honest assessment of the agreement's shortcomings. First, the Palestinians have been left out of the deal. By any measure, the expressed American goal of a two-state solution has been both set back and set aside, leaving unanswered the question of whether there is any pathway to Palestinian self-determination, or whether the United States even cares. What, then, was the point of decades of American diplomacy in pursuit of an Israeli-Palestinian resolution? And what, now, is the future for the Palestinians, thrown under the bus by all of their former Arab sponsors? The second issue unaddressed by the Accords is democracy itself. The murder of Jamal Khashoggi is an extreme manifestation of a much broader crackdown on dissent within the kingdom of the House of Saud, and increased threats to journalists and activists across the Middle East and beyond. Who will speak for them? Even as we have ample evidence that new spyware tools have been brought to bear against them in recent years. When the Biden visit is inevitably presented as advancing normalization between Israel and Gulf monarchs, we cannot ignore the uncomfortable reality that the Accords have become a get-out-of-jail-free card for the brutal subjugation of democratic dissent. How does that fit within a global struggle between democracy and autocracy? Autocracy depends upon cynicism and apathy. Cynicism, which suggests that there's no real difference between types of government, and apathy, which suggests that nothing can change. MBS's, Mohammed bin Salman's determination to secure a visit from a U.S. president who once called him a pariah is rooted in a keen understanding of that reality. By all means, the United States should engage Saudi Arabia, just as we engage all sorts of governments around the world. We don't get to pick who runs other countries, and when we try to, it usually doesn't turn out well. But we do get to choose the level, terms, and venues for that engagement, which, in this case, clearly reflects MBS's preferences. Since the Khashoggi torture murder, Saudi Arabia has been under a cloud. To overcome that isolation, the kingdom has poured enormous amounts of money into reputation laundering events, such, well, including a Justin Bieber concert and a new golf league. A Biden MBS handshake in Riyadh is worth far more. Global businesses, entertainers, athletes, and political figures won't have to feel ambivalent about associating themselves with the Saudi dictatorship. The influence loop between lucrative Gulf business opportunities and American punditry over the vital contributions of the Saudis and Emiratis to the global order can return to their pre-Khashoggi pace. The rehabilitation of MBS, Mohammed bin Salman, will be complete. The American dividend in this transaction is far less valuable. Saudi pledges to increase oil production are unlikely to make a substantial or even lasting difference to American consumers struggling to keep up with inflation. MBS is unlikely to throw his considerable power and wealth behind any effort to help the Biden administration deal with its many challenges. This is, after all, a man who likely green-lighted a $2 billion United States dollar investment in Jared Kushner's investment acumen. Many Russian oligarchs will weather sanctions in the Emirates. Gulf fence-sitting on Russia, demonstrated by abstentions, on key votes at the United Nations, is far more likely than any robust support for Ukraine. The Gulf states are, after all, autocracies. Meanwhile, American rhetoric about democracy will be tagged by the cynics as hypocrisy focused on America's geopolitical adversaries and its commitment to combat climate change as subordinate to our search for cheaper fossil fuels. However, blaming this grim set of circumstances on Joe Biden is too easy. MBS, Mohammed bin Salman, is in many ways a product of the American-led order of the past several decades. Our prioritization of profit over other values. Our insatiable addiction to fossil fuels and that industry's obstruction of congressional action to break it. Our definition of national security is tied to the familiarity of autocracy over the uncertainty of democratic change. Until our politics reflects a more profound change in our priorities and our mindset, a presidential visit to Saudi Arabia will feel sadly inevitable, no matter who holds the office. At the time, the response to Khashoggi's torture murder seemed like a sea change. But in retrospect, MBS's violation of the existing order appears to have been getting caught more than it was the underlying crime. And Trump's violation was saying the quiet part out loud. Until the United States truly makes democracy and climate change our overriding priorities, the Saudi-American relationship may indeed be rooted in shared interests. That's what has to change. And this side of the Atlantic, there'll be a poll that explains why we are a nation in crisis. We don't believe in anything anymore. While that may be a slight exaggeration, one of the realities that has come into clear focus over the past 10 to 20 years is that many of the institutions that once carried near universal trust are now viewed skeptically by the American public. Gallup conducts a poll testing support for these institutions annually, and its latest findings prove that our faith in institutions is as low as it has ever been. Of the 16 major institutions Gallup tested, 11 of them saw significant declines in support over the past year alone. Not one of those 16 posted an increase in trust between 2021 and today. Trust in the presidency fell off of a cliff from 38% in 2021 to 23% this year. Trust in the Supreme Court dropped 11 percentage points, and that was before the court issued its rulings overturning Roe v. Wade and loosening gun restrictions. Of the 14 institutions Gallup has been consistently polling on since 1973, the average of adults expressing a great deal or quite a lot of confidence in them is just 27%, the lowest it has ever been. In case you were wondering, only two groups have a majority of people expressing considerable confidence in them. Small business, which is essentially wage slavery, at 68%, higher than even the military, and the goddamn military at 64%. And these declines in trust in all 16 institutions are consistent across party lines. As Gallup notes, the average decline among Republicans this year was 4 points, while it was 5 points among Democrats and 6 points among independents, who don't have faith in anything anyway. As Gallup's Jeffrey Jones concludes, Americans' confidence in institutions has been lacking for most of the past 15 years, but their trust in key institutions has hit a new low this year. Most of the institutions Gallup tracks are at historic lows, and average confidence across all institutions is now 4 points lower than the prior low. What do all these low numbers mean for our politics and our culture more generally? Well, it's clear that the institutions that functioned as pillars of our society are eroding. Some are losing support faster and some slower, but all of them are in a worse place today than they were, say, 20 years ago. The problem for us as a nation is that nothing has emerged as a trusted replacement for these institutions. A void has been created, which has led to a deep skepticism coursing through our culture. Takest doctors and the broader medical system. There was once considerable trust in that institution, a belief across party lines that doctors were to be trusted and listened to. But in the most recent Gallup poll, less than 4 in 10 Americans, 38%, express a great deal or quite a lot of trust in the medical system, which is a very unfortunate loss of faith amid a global pandemic. and explains why so many people disregard the advice of doctors and other medical professionals when it comes to dealing with COVID-19. That's but just one example. Yet it's illustrative of where we are. Adrift in a world in which facts are fungible and nobody believes much of anything. The point? We are in a period of drastic social and cultural change. We have moved heavily away from the institutions that once defined our lives, but we haven't replaced them with anything, which often leads us to feeling utterly lost. And now, with that as context, the United States Supreme Court is weighing a theory that could end all democratic elections. Have you ever heard of the independent state legislature theory? This radical theory poses a potentially catastrophic danger to our form of government. If the United States Supreme Court allows it, it would obliterate checks and balances when it comes to federal elections. I had not heard of this idea, even though for the last 16 years, I've been leading an effort, a one-man army effort, to educate whoever would listen in American civics, specifically about emphasizing the danger of gerrymandering. Gerrymandering is the undemocratic practice where legislators rig district maps to favor their party. Exempli Greciae. When Florida lawmakers gerrymander, they essentially pick their voters, diminishing our ability to choose who represents us in Tallahassee or Washington, D.C. Legislators decide election outcomes when they draw the district lines, long before the first vote is ever cast. I myself always thought that in a democracy, citizens should control electoral outcomes by voting, and each vote should matter. So, the effort of the Fair Districts Florida campaign successfully amended the state constitution to prevent partisan and racial gerrymandering by the Florida legislature. Those Tallahassee politicians did not like their amendment. In 2012, they hatched a scheme to get around it. The state courts disapproved and ordered maps that complied with the new rules. As a result, during the 2022 redistricting process, legislators showed much more respect for the rules that 63% of Floridans had voted for and their state courts had enforced. Florida legislators are not alone in their distaste for anti-gerrymandering laws. This year, the North Carolina legislature's congressional map unfairly favored Republican lawmakers. Citizens challenged that map, and the state Supreme Court held that it violated the state constitution. The court ordered a fairly drawn map for this year. Unhappy with that result, the North Carolina legislature sought a hearing before the U.S. Supreme Court. The case will be heard during the court's next term. North Carolina's independent state legislature theory asserts that state courts have no role in ensuring that redistricting maps comply with their state constitutions. They argue that state legislatures are not subject to state court review when it comes to federal elections. They consider themselves above the law with unchecked authority in elections for president, senator, and representative. Aren't our three branches of government meant to provide checks and balances, with courts intended to be a check on legislative overreach? Well, the Supreme Court of these United States obviously has other ideas. The Supreme Court's willingness to consider the North Carolina redistricting case, Moore versus Harper, is greatly concerning. The theory has never been accepted by any court. For centuries, citizens have relied on state courts to review legislative acts to ensure that state laws are followed in federal elections. This fringe theory, if accepted, would eliminate all checks and balances in federal election cases. It would close state courthouses' doors to citizens who might want to challenge unconstitutional redistricting maps or any other electoral matters. But redistricting is not the only legislative function in jeopardy. Adoption of the independent state legislature theory in elections for president would mean that if a legislature does not agree with the majority vote in a presidential election, it would disregard the actual vote total, ignore all existing state procedures for selecting electors, and appoint alternate electors who would cast electoral votes for the legislature's preferred candidate. Shocking, right? Well, it's going to happen. In fact, it almost did happen in the 2020 election. But for the fact that state courts were still able to assert checks and balances on legislative power, democracy as we thought we knew it would not have survived. Here is the new now. The nightmare scenario to be realized. Voters will no longer matter, and partisan lawmakers will have unchecked power to decide outcomes of federal elections. That's not democracy. It is legalized theft of an election. As J. Michael Luttig, a conservative former federal appellate judge, warns, if the theory is adopted, it will permit open defiance of the popular vote and thus the will of the American people. The only way for us to maintain democracy is to demand that our public officials are committed to democratic principles and committed to appointing judges who will uphold those principles. Voting and carefully choosing those we vote for this November is a good way to start. The best way to end it is to kill the goddamn reactionary Supreme Court justices. Kill the motherfuckers. Bombs or bullets or blades, whatever it fucking takes. You know, the 25th Amendment was supposed to fix the issue of presidential disability. It didn't. Buried in Cassidy Hutchinson's bombshell testimony before the House Select Committee was her depiction of Secretary of State Mike Pompeo informing White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows that there was a movement afoot inside the cabinet to invoke the 25th Amendment and declare Donald John Trump incompetent to serve as president following the January 6th insurrection. According to Hutchinson, Pompeo told Meadows, "You're technically the boss of all the cabinet secretaries." Given Vice President Pence's reluctance to remove Donald Trump, trois cabinet secretaries, Betsy DeVos and Elaine Chao, resigned hours after the Capitol riot. DeVos told Trump, "There's no mistaking the impact your rhetoric had on the situation, and it is the inflection point for me." And Chao agreed, stating, "As I am sure is the case with many of you, this has deeply troubled me in a way I simply cannot set aside." The actions of Pence and the Trump cabinet are contrary to how the framers of the 25th Amendment envisioned it would work in such a situation. That amendment grew out of concerns following the Eisenhower and Kennedy presidencies that there be an orderly transfer of power should the president become physically or mentally incapacitated. During his terms in office, Dwight David Eisenhower had a series of health crises that included a heart attack, a stroke, and bouts with Crohn's disease. In a private letter to his vice president, Richard Mulhouse Nixon, Eisenhower instructed that Nixon act in his stead should Eisenhower be unable to discharge his duties. John F. Kennedy and Lyndon Baines Johnson exchanged similar letters, ones that would surely have been used if Kennedy had survived the assassination attempt. But these documents lacked any legal authority. A few days after Kennedy's assassination, the New York Times published an editorial highlighting the issue and chided Congress for its failure to act. In 1965, the year before I was born, Congress passed the 25th Amendment, and the state legislatures ratified it 2 years later. The amendment provides that, should a presidential disability occur, the vice president and a majority of the cabinet transmit a written declaration to the Speaker of the House and the Senate President pro tempore, declaring that the president is unable to discharge the powers and duties of his office. The vice president then becomes the acting president. If the president disagrees with that assessment, Congress must decide who is in charge by a 2/3 vote. When the 25th Amendment was debated, some political scientists expressed serious reservations. James McGregor Burns argued that giving the vice president any role in declaring a presidential disability could make that person an usurper of executive power. Richard Neustadt believed that any cabinet role would complicate the relationship between the president and the heads of its departments. Today, this portion of the 25th Amendment is not working. Mike Pompeo, acting as the senior cabinet officer, informed his so-called boss, Mark Meadows, that the cabinet was considering removing Trump from power. This was not the only time the chief of staff was placed in this role. After the attempted assassination of President Ronald Reagan in 1981, it was not the cabinet but Chief of Staff James Baker who decided whether or not to invoke the 25th Amendment. He didn't. But as we know now, or as we now know, Reagan's condition was far more serious than the White House told the public at that time. Leaving this decision to the Chief of Staff is completely contrary to the proposals made by the Brownlow Commission. In 1936, Franklin Delano Roosevelt named Louis Brownlow, a distinguished student of public administration, to study the operations of the White House. The commission concluded, "The president needs help," and it recommended the creation of the Executive Office of the President, which houses the president's staff. 2 years later, Congress passed the Reorganization Act of 1939. But the Brownlow Commission proposed that strict limits be placed on staff members, saying they should have a passion for anonymity and not interpose themselves between the president and the heads of cabinet departments. Staffers were to assist the president, not make policy. Today, the commission would be appalled to learn that a Secretary of State declared the White House Chief of Staff his boss, or that any decision to declare a presidential disability rested with that person. The work of the Brownlow Commission has given way to a powerful executive office of the president under both Democratic and Republican administrations. Today, 474 staff members work in the Biden White House, not counting those who work in other agencies of the executive office of the president. Meanwhile, the cabinet has declined in importance, and few of its members have significant political constituencies, Hillary Rodham Clinton and Pete Buttigieg being recent exceptions. The otherwise unknown members of the cabinet owe their loyalty and positions to one person, the president. In its 1963 editorial, the New York Times noted that the problem of presidential succession baffled the Founding Fathers and at least 7 Congresses in the last century. That was published the year my late sister was born. Despite the aim of the 25th Amendment to fix the problem, it baffles us still. It's just one more example of a Constitution that isn't working. Please, reflect upon what I just said. I'll repeat it. The Constitution is not working. On the last day of the Supreme Court's most recent term, the court released 2 cases that highlight a challenge to American democracy. A challenge that is the direct result of one of the founders' more consequential miscalculations. They granted Congress more power than any other branch of government, and they mistakenly thought Congress would possess a sense of institutional responsibility and authority. Instead, it is largely a partisan body, drained of any sense of independent civic duty, and American democracy suffers as a result. The 2 cases seem unrelated at first glance. One is West Virginia versus EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, in which the Supreme Court struck down the Environmental Protection Agency's Obama-era Clean Power Rule. The court relied on the so-called major questions doctrine, a relatively new term for the legal idea that if Congress intends to delegate significant power to regulatory agencies to fashion new rules and regulations, it has to do so explicitly. The second case is Biden versus Texas. The court upheld the Biden administration's decision to reverse the Trump administration's Remain in Mexico policy, which required a small number of non-Mexican nationals who were detained at the border to wait in Mexico during their removal proceedings. What do these cases have in common? Well, they both arose from serious and problematic congressional inaction. In the EPA case, the executive branch was responding to legitimate concerns about climate change, but the executive branch is not supposed to be a lawmaking body. In the Remain in Mexico case, Congress failed to fund sufficient immigration detention facilities, rendering it impossible for the president to comply with Congress's mandate that immigrants who are not clearly and beyond a reasonable doubt entitled to entry shall be detained. This left the president with the choice of releasing migrants into the country or requiring them to return to the foreign territory contiguous to the United States from which they had arrived. Article 1, Section 1 of our Constitution states, all legislative powers herein granted shall be vested in a Congress of the United States. With the growth of the administrative state, Congress has effectively delegated some of its legislative powers to administrative agencies, which promulgate regulations that have the force of law. Exempla gratiae, many of the rules that govern American immigration, environmental policy, workplace safety, and the securities industry are regulations promulgated by the executive branch, not statutes passed by Congress. Chief Justice John Roberts sees a problem there. In his majority opinion in the EPA case, he wrote that any judicial inquiry into administrative authority must answer whether Congress in fact meant to confer the power the agency has asserted. If Congress did not mean to confer such power on the agency, then the agency does not have the legal authority to act, no matter how pressing the matter or how urgent the crisis. In other words, if Congress fails to act, its failure does not empower the executive branch to fill the legal gap. As Justice Brett Kavanaugh wrote in his concurrence in the Biden versus Texas decision, and I shall read from his writ, "The larger policy story behind this case is the multi-decade inability of the political branches to provide DHS with sufficient facilities to detain non-citizens who seek to enter the United States pending their immigration proceedings. But this court has authority to address only the legal issues before us. We do not have authority to end the legislative stalemate or to resolve the underlying policy problems." In other words, we can't do shit. What does any of this have to do with our founders? How do these cases reflect a challenge to American democracy itself? The problem is simply this. Congress was intended to be the most potent branch of government. It is now the most dysfunctional. And it's dysfunctional in part because the founders did not properly predict the power of partisanship over institutional responsibility. Even worse, Congress's dysfunction radiates to other branches of government. Both the presidency and the judiciary assume more power than they should, escalating the stakes of presidential elections and the intensity of judicial confirmations. Describing the branches of government as co-equal, as many people do, is simply wrong. Read the Constitution, and you'll quickly see that Congress has more theoretical power than any other branch. It can fire the president. It can fire any member of the federal judiciary, including the Supreme Court. It can define the jurisdiction of federal courts and the numbers of judges and justices. Its powers are enumerated in the first article of the Constitution for a reason. It's not equal. It's preeminent. Only Congress can declare war. That's why it's a Congressional Medal of Honor. Only Congress can authorize public spending. And for all the talk of the founders' suspicion of democracy, they gave these significant powers to the most democratic branch of government. In reality, however, this independent congressional power depends a great deal on its willingness to uphold its institutional responsibility, to see itself as a separate branch of government that is jealous of its own power and prerogatives. The constitutional theory isn't that, say, Democrats will check Republicans, but that Congress will check the presidency, preventing us from having a functional monarch. Substitute an overriding partisan purpose for institutional responsibility, and the system starts to falter. We see this most plainly in the impeachment context. Congress has quite clearly tended to view impeachment primarily through a partisan lens. When Mitt Romney voted to convict Donald Trump during Trump's first impeachment trial in 2019, he was the first senator in American history to cross partisan lines to vote to convict a president. Congress is now less an independent branch of government and much more a collection of partisan foot soldiers supporting or opposing the sitting president's agenda. Combine this partisan purpose with a closely divided country, and you have a formula for deadlock and worse. Politics abhors a power vacuum, and Congress's absence has been filled by the presidency. As Congress shrinks, the presidency grows. On a bipartisan basis, presidents now choose to act whenever Congress fails. So now it is presidents who, in effect, declare war. Time and again, they initiate military hostilities without any congressional approval. Their administrative agencies write laws of great consequence. They draft executive orders that are even designed to redirect funds appropriated by Congress to new presidential priorities. And the quirks of the Electoral College mean we now face a system where most Americans who live in safe red or blue states don't cast truly meaningful votes for the one person who holds all this power. This reality breeds instability, and that instability is amplified each time a president is elected in spite of losing the popular vote. And all this brings us back to the Supreme Court. An emerging court majority is now highly skeptical of presidential power. Through a series of technical rulings grounded in both the Administrative Procedure Act and in the Constitution itself, the court is imposing intense scrutiny on executive actions, such as the citizenship question to the 2020 census, the Biden administration's OSHA vaccine mandate, and the Obama-era Clean Power Rule. On a pragmatic basis, a dangerous game is afoot. The Supreme Court is telling Congress, if you want something done, you'll have to do it yourself. But what if Congress, as now, simply doesn't do anything? What if it continues to place partisan imperatives over institutional responsibilities? The Supreme Court can deny the president additional power, but it cannot force Congress to do its work. Indeed, if Congress continues to abdicate its fundamental constitutional obligations, it will cause even more degradation in the American body politic. Troubling gaps in law and policy will be left entirely unaddressed, and a less and less powerful president will be unable to alter the national course. Despite all this, however, the court is constitutionally correct. It is not the role of the judicial branch to enlarge the power of the presidency merely because Congress has lapsed into partisan impotence. Ratifying the continued expansion of the administrative state would only enable Congress's worst instincts and further damage American democracy. But let's get down to where the rubber meets the road. And first thing I'm going to do is hide the sex bots. And former con member says, is this Memorex? Asking if this is recorded. Adults don't date, they VHS. Okay, well, hide him as well. That guy's got nothing to say. There you go. Nobody needs to see that son of a bitch. Okay. Now, as I promised Troy Bellamy, we were kind of all coming to this point. The man on the street, where the rubber meets the road. In this context of everything I've said about our dysfunctional and dying democracy, the Akron police shooting inflicts yet more trauma on people of color within this seething cesspit of dysfunction. Jalen Walker left his gun in the car. Then Akron police shot him 60 times and handcuffed his dead body. The video of Jalen Walker's death is another one that will traumatize people of color. Police kill another black man, and the same old questions arise. We watch, we mourn, we question why it happens again and again. Merriam-Webster Dictionary defines the word overkill this way. 1. A destructive capacity greatly exceeding that required for a given target. 2. An excess of something, such as a quantity or an action, beyond what is required or suitable for a particular purpose. 3. Killing in excess of what is intended or required. If Jalen Walker were still alive, he might have a thing or two to say about overkill. But Walker, only 25 years old, died in a hail of bullets in Akron, Ohio, fired from 8 police officers who continued to shoot him as he lay dying on the ground on the 27th day in June. Walker, according to police, fled from officers in a car chase after a traffic stop. He shot at police during the chase before he eventually bailed from the car. Officers cornered him after a brief foot pursuit. They then shot him as many as 90 times, 60 of the bullets making it into his body. It is hitting their mark. Walker, according to police, fled from officers in a car chase after this traffic stop. Again, he did fire at them. But when he ditched the car, he left that gun inside. Preliminary information confirms the officers fired 90 rounds in all. Akron Police Chief Stephen Milet said on Sunday that, "I'm not exactly sure what the equipment violation was or what the traffic violation was. Walker left a gun, ammunition, and a gold ring in his car." According to Akron police themselves, Walker did not have a weapon when he was shot. The gun, ammunition, and a gold ring were left on the front seat of his car. But officers still perceived him as a threat. Jalen Walker is another black, unarmed man who died at the hands of police. The video showing his final moments of life will be analyzed and commented about for months, if not years. It's but another video that will traumatize people of color. We watch, we mourn, and we question why it happens again and again. Akron Mayor Daniel Horrigan said on Sunday that the video is heartbreaking. It's hard to take in. Now, on Sunday, authorities released that shocking body camera footage after days of protests. Despite the disturbing footage, Walker's family continues to implore the community to remain peaceful but with purpose. They are entitled to demand answers, to want transparency, to understand why Walker was met with so many bullets. A week later, the officers have yet to give statements. The police chief said the medical examiner found roughly 60 wounds on Walker's body. Milet, who said he has watched the video about 40 times, said it is difficult to distinguish what Walker was doing when officers encountered him, but it appears he was fumbling around his waist area. He then turned to officers and appears to make a forward-firing motion with his arm. The officers have yet to give statements as to their actions a week later. But Milet said that, according to the union president, the officers are fully cooperative. When officers make the decision to use deadly force, he said, they must explain why they did what they did and the particular threat they were facing, round by round. Now, referring to his police officers' rights to make statements or decline, Milet said, every American is entitled to due process. Due process. Jayland Walker, if only he still could, might have had a thing or two to say about that as well. 20 years ago, the country reacted in disbelief and horror to the killing of George Floyd by a Minneapolis police officer. His murder raised troubling questions about policing in America and the use of deadly force. Did racial bias play a role in his agonizing death? Was training a factor? How could there be such disregard for a human life? Now, those same questions are being asked again after the death of another black man who police shot more than 60 times after what was supposed to be a routine traffic stop. Jayland Walker, at but 25 years of age, was killed by police in Akron, Ohio on the 27th day in June in an incident that sparked days of protests, prompting authorities to impose a curfew and cancel Independence Day celebrations. Maybe that spared them from a mass shooting. You never know. Police said they had tried to pull Mr. Walker over for unspecified equipment and traffic violations at 12:30 a.m. when he fled and a chase ensued. About 40 seconds after the chase started, police said a gunshot was fired from Mr. Walker's car. After several minutes, according to police, Mr. Walker, who had no criminal record, got out of his car and ran away. Police said they deployed tasers, but could not subdue him. I guess he was pretty amped and jacked with fear. Seconds later, after police say Mr. Walker stopped and turned toward the officers, they opened fire. More than 90 rounds were discharged. We might as well speak the truth here. Basically, 100 bullets blew. And it appears from the police body cam videos of the chase and shooting that shots were fired even after Mr. Walker fell to the ground. The attorney for Mr. Walker's family said it was absolutely excessive. The way the law required, indeed, the way we are all required, to look at this through the eyes of a reasonable police officer as it's happening. I ask you, as he's running away, what is reasonable? To gun him down? No, that's not reasonable. Mr. Walker was unarmed when he was shot. Police said they found a handgun in the car, but it's not clear whether it was even loaded. 8 officers directly involved in the shooting have been placed on administrative leave. The Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation is conducting an inquiry and will turn the case over for review to the state attorney general. There are many unanswered questions that will determine whether these officers should be criminally prosecuted. Foremost, was a gun discharged during the chase that gives credence to officers' claims they feared for their lives? While the delay in the release of information has been troubling, it is important not to prejudge the outcome of this case. There must be a thorough investigation and a full airing of the findings. Aside from the specific issue of possible criminal culpability, there should be some renewed soul-searching by law enforcement authorities, both in Akron and across this nation, about practices that have resulted in unarmed black suspects being killed by police so much more often than whites. For a police officer, your being black is considered threat enough to open fire. We all hoped that after George Floyd's death, departments would reassess the use of deadly force, improve training, and question the wisdom of tactics like giving chase to drivers with broken headlights. That this young man is dead after being stopped for a traffic violation is not only a needless tragedy, but it is just plain wrong. All of those officers became Derek Chauvins. The only way to stop the next Derek Chauvins and prevent cops from killing is by weakening their unions and making police pay for misconduct. Make changes in order to avoid officers with histories of misconduct from continuing on the force. Give administrative control back to police chiefs from unions and civil service requirements. Adapt professional liability insurance, either the officer model or the department model. I'm becoming a big believer in the power of insurance. I want it for firearms. Now I want it for cops, because what they are is a human weapon. The department model of insurance requires state legislation and is like insurance you get from your employer. The officer model, which is what the state of Colorado has adopted, makes police individually liable up to 25,000 United States dollars. I mean, let's ask ourselves again, how can police departments stop officers from unjustly killing civilians? Not just here to cry tonight, I'm here to provide solutions. My biological sire, Adolf Hitler, provided final solutions. I'm hoping my solutions will be just as final, albeit the opposite of fatal. So, how can police departments stop officers from unjustly killing civilians? The question, the problem. That's the question law professores Deborah Ramirez at Northeastern University in Boston has been working on for years. And she says Colorado has taken an important first step. That state enacted legislation that makes police liable for bad behavior, forcing them to pay out of pocket when sued. Before Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin murdered George Floyd in May of 2020, he had racked up 17 police department complaints. Similar to Chauvin, Eric Garner's killer, Officer Daniel Pantaleo, had a record of misconduct complaints. But unions protect bad officers. Having a problem officer on the force with a documented record of misconduct is not uncommon. However, police departments too often have failed to stop dangerous officers before they kill someone. That's made worse by powerful police unions, which can make it hard to boot bad cops off the force, if not impossible. and a justice system that often overlooks police misconduct doesn't, well, it just doesn't act as a deterrent. Yet Colorado's law, portions of which went into effect in June of 2020, provides a deterrent where the justice system has failed. It's uncommon for an officer to be charged, let alone convicted, in police brutality cases, a tragedy that disproportionately hits Black Americans. The fact that Chauvin's conviction for the death of Floyd was celebrated so heavily throughout the Black community is a testament to that fact. Legislative action in Colorado, as I was informed of by the Lady Ramirez, may alleviate union controls. Paying out of pocket will likely force officers to buy insurance, and higher premiums, as she's predicting, will force bad officers out of the profession. Colorado's law allows civilians, private industry, and law enforcement to work together to keep bad cops off the force, while rewarding good officers and recognizing their service. Instead of waiting for Congress to pass the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act, states should follow Colorado's lead and understand that unions limit police chiefs. Unlike other professions in which managers have a big say in human resource decisions, unions have severely hampered the managerial controls of police chiefs, specifically the ability to discipline and fire bad officers. These tools have been bargained away, leaving chiefs with limited recourse when faced with officers accused of misconduct. Hiring good officers can be difficult too. The Lady Ramirez taught myself that police chiefs report feeling hemmed in. They are limited by test scores and civil service exams. Even if chiefs see an officer using excessive force or know that an officer has repeated complaints filed against them, Ramirez has testified that it's difficult for the chief to discipline them because the union-controlled arbitration process overturns the verdict. The result, the officer is always back at work. Hit bad police where it counts, in their goddamn wallets. Legislation that makes cops pay when they are sued, instead of police departments or municipalities, which is you, the taxpayer, like the law instituted in Colorado, will be a workaround to the power unions wield. And here's how they did it. Colorado took a revolutionary step to reform policing. But the increased threat of liability is causing some Colorado cops to leave the job. That's according to KUNC in Colorado, their local radio station of Kunk. Good thing it wasn't a T at the end. KUNT, that would be cunt. The national spotlight on police conduct has caused officers throughout the country to do the same. According to the NPR, the National Public Radio report, talking about officers leaving the job. This is like good riddance. There is no loss. They will not be missed. Ramirez theorizes that Chauvin could have been stopped if he had had insurance before he met Floyd in 2020. And she cites, among others, a 2007 incident in which he and another police officer pulled a woman over for speeding and handled the stop inappropriately. The woman was placed in the police car, and at some point, the camera recording the incident was cut. And that incident, and others for which he was disciplined, would have caused his insurance premium to rise. As the complaints piled up, he would have been priced off the force. Colorado's law makes it easier to sue officers in civil court by eliminating qualified immunity for police. officers found to be at fault are liable for the lesser of 25,000 United States dollars or 5% of the settlement. Either the lesser of 25,000 bucks or 5% of the settlement. Some people say that's getting off easy, but believe me, nobody wants to go through that. Denver Representative Leslie Harrod, a bill sponsor, said in a CPR news report that I accessed that misconduct charges that have been filed against officers since the bill passed proves it's working. Without a doubt, the state of Colorado has taken steps toward increased accountability. George Floyd's murder changed how Americans view law enforcement. The Uvalde massacre could have its own impact on policing and guns, and yet we still don't know why the police response went so wrong. And where is the national outrage over Uvalde? Is it not there simply because it was a bunch of brown people that bit the bullet? Around this time, 2 summers ago, Americans were marching in the streets of cities across the country to protest the murder of George Floyd by a Minneapolis police officer. Almost 2 years to the day after George Floyd's death, a gunman at an elementary school in Uvalde, Texas, killed 19 students and 2 teachers. This past weekend, hundreds of family members of victims and their supporters marched in Uvalde. It was a lonelier protest. Already national attention has started to move on, including to the July 4th massacre in Highland Park, Illinois. To be frank, I had to check to make sure I wasn't forgetting any other major mass shootings. Floyd's murder and the Uvalde massacre are trois horrors in which police are at the center, though in completely different ways. In Minneapolis, police used excessive force. In Uvalde, everyone concurs. They failed to use force as soon as they should have. These are extreme examples of a familiar dyad of over-policing, which includes pretextual stops, when officers find an excuse to stop someone in the hopes of uncovering a more serious offense, and brutal enforcement, and under-policing, in which citizens feel abandoned by law enforcement. In the Floyd case, junior officers were convicted for failing to intervene as Derek Chauvin kneeled on Floyd's neck. In Uvalde, officers did not act for nearly 80 minutes as they waited for an order. Experts say criminal charges in Uvalde are unlikely. Prosecuting officers for inaction is even harder than prosecuting them for things they did, though civil suits are possible. Pete Arredondo, chief of the school district police, has stepped down from a city council seat and is on leave from his police role, but has not heeded demands to resign. Both cases are also unusual in that they have attracted widespread condemnation from other police officers. Yet nearly 100 days have passed since the massacre, and the police still, and the public still knows vanishingly little about why the police failed so badly in Uvalde. But as we've learned from past incidents, civilians should be skeptical of official accounts, especially early on. The initial police report about Floyd's death infamously stated that officers were able to get the suspect into handcuffs and noted he appeared to be suffering medical distress. In this case, who even knows what official account to doubt? The head of the Texas Department of Public Safety has said better leadership from Arredondo could have saved lives and called the law enforcement response an abject failure, which is the one thing that no one needed any authority to tell us. The mayor has accused the DPS of a lack of transparency, an audacious claim given that the city itself is blocking the release of any records. Arredondo, meanwhile, denies he was even in charge on the scene. A committee of the state legislature will reportedly release findings of its investigation privately to families within a week to 10 days. That's at least what an anonymous source told the New York Times. Just this afternoon, or was it yesterday afternoon, the Austin American-Statesman published leaked body cam and surveillance video showing police officers waiting outside the classroom as the shooting unfolded. At this weekend's march, Laura Morales, the aunt of a victim, told Texas Public Radio, "I want to know what happened. I want to know what was said. I want to know what was the holdup. Where was the action?" Families are right to be furious, and the rest of the country should be too. Still, as I have spracketh, the police failures are only part of the story. Once the gunmen opened fire, any response would have been too late to save everyone. During the march on Sunday, protesters also called for stricter gun laws, beyond the bipartisan deal Congress passed last month in response to this massacre. One of the most depressing parts of each mass shooting is the knowledge that no matter how many people say never again, there will be another. Probably very soon. Maybe the aftermath of Floyd's death can offer a faint hope here. Like mass shootings, instances of excessive police force against black men had been happening for a long time before the video of Chauvin killing Floyd inspired massive protests. Those protests produced notable, though now frustratingly stalled, demands for reform. Perhaps that means a time will come when Americans decide they've had enough of mass shootings as well. Because living like this is unbearable. You develop certain psychological reflexes to get you through the initial shock of the first push alert. Some number dead, others injured in a mass shooting someplace in America. At this point, we all know that the earliest reports are typically flawed. So you can suspend belief a degree or two, just for the time being. It's summer. School's out, which means the murdered, whoever they were, likely weren't children, which means you can exhale a little uneasily. That it's technically a mass shooting does not necessarily imply that it was one of the randomly targeted slaughters carried out by young men with powerful rifles who now haunt American society as ubiquitously as the Son of Sam did New York City in the summer of 1977. It could be something interpersonal still. Something that makest some kind of sense. You can pick up your phone, swipe, and read on with curious apprehension. Americans, no matter what you read, there be only one conclusion to draw. And I finally got to that point. Americans cannot handle their guns. Period. 'Tis time to repeal the Second Amendment. We must repeal the Second Amendment if we want this country to ever be safe again. Whether it's killings by police, like the 60 bullets buried into Jalen Walker out of the 100 fired at him, or by civilians like in Highland Park, Illinois, Uvalde, Texas, or Buffalo, New York, our national record on gun violence is an international embarrassment. It can't be reformed without doing away with guns entirely. States like my golden California and deep blue New York that have tried to set restrictive gun laws can do little when guns are trafficked in from other states. What's more, legislative attempts at restricting gun rights were recently shot down by our Supreme Court gone rogue. We're way beyond what the framers ever had in mind for gun rights already. And for a selective originalist Supreme Court conservative majority, it's hard to justify glossing over the history behind the Second Amendment. Much like we did away with the 18th, prohibition, when it no longer served us, it's time to do away with the archaic constitutional amendment holding Americans hostage in their own country. It's time to say, hey ho, ho ho, the Second Amendment's gotta go. The problem? Americans can't handle guns. Americans can't handle their guns. According to the Gun Violence Archive, which defines mass shootings as having a minimum of 4 victims shot, either injured or killed, not including any shooter who may also have been killed or injured in the incident, there were a whopping 692 mass shootings in the United States last year. In 2021, more than 45,000 Americans, 45,000 were killed by firearms. And while we have just over 4% of the world's population, as of 2017, we had over 40% of the world's civilian-owned guns. There have been 2,069 school shootings in America since 1970. That's according to the Center for Homeland Defense and Security's Naval Postgraduate School's K-12 school shooting database. Don't you just love it? The Department of Defense maintains a goddamn school shooting database. Love it. Why? They produce the shooters, motherfucker. But after every shooting, all we see from most Republican lawmakers is idle talk about locking doors and the ever-popular thoughts and prayers. Meanwhile, other countries tighten gun laws after mass shootings, including Canada, which still has relatively high gun ownership rates, but much lower gun homicide rates compared with these United States. America's only option is to take drastic action and reform our antiquated Constitution. The solution? My final solution, if you want to compare me to my biological sire, get rid of those 27 words. 27 words! A well-regulated militia, being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms, shall not be infringed. We are often reminded of the last 14 words of the amendment, but completely overlook the first 13. But, as the man who hosts Critical Omissions, it's those 13 words that provide critical historical context, which our cherry-picking originalist Supreme Court has glossed over in favor of expanding gun rights far beyond what the founders ever envisioned for the Bill of Rights, and at the expense of American lives. But as your rogue military historian, I'm here to fill in those critical omissions. In 1791, when the Second Amendment was adopted, the founders had but one thing in mind: to protect the people against a standing army, specifically the muskets of the British Standing Army of King George III. The Second and Third Amendments, meant to be read together, were about protecting the people from the tyranny of professional, full-time militaries, much like the one we have now. They were not intended to protect the people from one another. They were not intended to protect the people from AR-15 style weapons. According to the Senate's website, our Constitution is the world's longest surviving written charter of government, but it is far from immutable. the Constitution has been amended 27 times, most recently in 1992. Reading from their website here. In order to get rid of the Second Amendment, we'd use Article, I guess it would be 5, right? Article 5 of the Constitution. Give me a second here and let me look it up again. See if I can see something. There we are. Yeah, Article 5. That's V in the Roman numerals. Which sets out two options. Congress, through a joint resolution passed by a 2/3 vote, or by a congressional convention after petitions from 2/3 of the state legislatures, could propose the amendment. That's how we'd get rid of the Second Amendment, either way. Now, I'm not the only researcher. And remember, I did research for military judges advocate general, military attorneys, and as a researcher for barristers, you can at least declare myself the credit equivalent of a paralegal. And I'm not the only legalist to point out the obvious solution. After 14 students and 3 staff were killed at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, circa 2018, none other than the late Justice John Paul Stevens called for repealing the Second Amendment in an opinion column published in the New York Times. It took 5 decades of campaigning for conservatives to get the constitutional right to abortion overturned in the Supreme Court. Repealing the Second Amendment may look like a long shot today, but if progressives and moderates show up in full force to vote the right people into office over the next couple of decades, nothing is impossible. And in the meantime, our California governor has signed a bill allowing victims to sue gun manufacturers and sellers. We Californians affected by gun violence will soon be able to sue firearm manufacturers and sellers for the harm done by those weapons. Now, I can speak to that another time. We have some time remaining. In fact, an hour and 10 minutes. But, hey, I think I've done my work for tonight and earned my pay. What do you think? Joe Ty, are you there? Let's see if he's awake. Yes, Joseph Ty. Yes, shines the name of Joseph Ty. Yeah, I guess he's
Yep.
Shit! Holy shit! You scared the hell out of me. Jesus Christ! Oh my God. Love you dearly, brother. Yes, and how's your evening been?
All right.
Good. Yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to wake you up. I guess I did.
No problem.
So can you hold the stage while I refresh myself?
Yeah, sure.
Or maybe like what would you talk about? Just out of curiosity.
Oh, I'll figure something out. I'll try to.
Okay.
I guess. I don't know. Maybe you want to suggest something for me to talk about.
If I were you, I would suggest like opening up your computer screen and seeing what you see and maybe talking about whatever you see. That might be a good
Okay.
start. That would be a way to at least focus you on something. But other than that, I am definitely appreciative of you, participating and love you dearly. So what I'll do now is kind of refresh myself. I'll be back in a few minutes. Then we'll decide whether we continue for the night or whether we just kind of, process into, the morning, so to speak, which I'm working. Oh my God,
Okay.
I'm so sorry. Oh God, I should go mute. I'm much more leaning towards shutting down transmission. I feel I've earned my pay for today. But hey, since I've got you, I'll take advantage of it, and we'll go out with a bit more grace. So I'll go mute. I'll be back in about 5-7 minutes or so. And while I'm, when I come back, we'll decide what to do then. But in the meantime, you have confidence you can handle this, right? You got this,
Yep.
right? Yeah. Oh, good.
Yep, I
Good.
got it.
God. Good. You got it. All right. I'm going to go mute now. Everyone, this is Joseph Ty, and he's your man. He's going to educate and entertain you for the next potentially 10 minutes. All right, then. It's all yours, my man.
Okay. Harvard doctor discovered a common drug that can turn on genes that cause cancer. Oh, that's interesting. How about that? They can give you cancer by medication. Let's find out what type of medication. HMA are currently used as a first-line treatment for individuals with MDS, a group of conditions where there is an inadequate generation of healthy, mature blood cells in the bone marrow. However, the exact mechanism through which HMA is still unknown. Although this has not yet been completely proven, one possible concern is that they could activate a sleeping on gene. A recent study, researchers. Oh, that's more stuff. Let's find out the basis. There's too much of these medical jargon I can't pronounce. I think Douglas would do a wonderful job on it because he's been trained in these jargons. But I'm no doctor, so. But it's interesting that Harvard has found a drug that can turn on the cancer genes. So if they put that out in an order supply, I guess everybody can get cancer. That's what I worry about. But yeah. Let's talk about the judges, the Superior Court judges. I don't know. It's very concerning that these judges are allowed to continue their careers even after they screwed every American over. They're going to screw every American over again if we allow them to stay in office. But they don't get charged for perjury. I mean, they lied under oath. I don't know. Well, where are we going to go and impeach these guys? These are things I worry about because I guess these idiots are practicing canon law. They probably came out of these Catholic colleges thinking that we're anti-abortionists and we got to work for the church or something. I don't know. These are questionable things because I remember in Jersey, I think Seton Hall is a Catholic college, and one of these governors, I forgot who, a Republican governor, I forgot the fat guy. Shit, I forgot his name. He came out of Seton Hall and tried to, I don't know. These are lawyers with a different perspective, and I guess if it's coming from the Catholic, And most of these Catholic lawyers have these perspectives that make them Republicans. There's really a big problem with this because there's no separation of church and state, and what you realize there's no separation of church and state. That's a big problem, and then they'll have the Ten Commandments at your state courthouses and explain that. I mean, I guess that's what they're preaching in the Catholic college or law colleges, the Ten Commandments. then that would be a problem, because then it's going to be how they perceive the laws. That's dangerous. The perception of how people enforce the laws are crazy, because basically when I went to school for criminal law, I would never call it criminal justice. It's a joke, because I never got justice from these hypocrites, because I went to court and the police lie and frame you for resisting arrest, and they frame you for biting them. I didn't need to bite them. You want me dead? If I bit them, if I went to court claiming what the police, I bit the guy, right? I would have been dead. This is how stupid people are in the jury too, because they think that, oh, I bit this guy, this police officer, and I got framed. You think I would be alive talking to you right now if I bit this cop? He would have killed me. And these are how stupid the juries are, and how stupid the judges are. Yeah, a cop with a gun. Yeah, you bit this guy. He's gonna kill you. And I got framed for that. This is how stupid people are in the jury sometimes, and the judge would allow this, and the cop would do such a thing. But thank God they didn't crush my head so much, because I remember during 2000, just prior to that, there were a lot of black guys that got their heads crushed in for just probably if they did anything to piss them off, and they crushed their heads in. They got really bad concussions. I saw how they did it, and they choose what they want to enforce. They don't want to. I had a lawyer. I had a prosecutor write my non-trespassing. I paid for this over $1,000, and I realized the paperwork was useless. It's like the Indians writing treaties with the Americans, but it doesn't matter what is written on. If they refuse to enforce it, it means nothing. It really doesn't mean anything. The paperwork doesn't mean shit. Even if I paid a lawyer to do it, the cops would say, I don't have to enforce this. This is not my thing. But I also realize that pedophiles don't get charged for pedophilia. It can go on for 20 years. I was trying to get this guy off my property. His name is Richard Petty. The guy was sort of famous in the case study because he was the first one to lose his fingers, actually his pinky fingers, in the school, at school, in one of these schools. And I think he won a case against this New Jersey school system he won a sizable sum of money against losing his fingers, and how. But this is the same freak that raped his own sister with his brother and his father. Father had the same name, Richard Petty. When I called the cops over there, they call him, is this the guy, a race car driver? No. I said, he's a guy with a missing pinky finger. And, Hamilton's a bitch when you're living in these white communities right next to Trenton. Trenton there was like the state capital of New Jersey. And the crime rate was so high. But right across this next town over, this white community that was able to keep white for so long, you got to question how they do it, But, yeah, things like that keep on going on. And I ran into these situations with the third generation Marine. That guy became a cop. And I was trying to pick his brains to see why he chose certain things. But I guess his mom was asking him, why don't you use that? His mom was so interested in a detector and all this stuff. I just keep myself quiet. And, first day I went over there in Fredericksburg, Virginia, was telling his mom all this stuff, and I was listening to him and how his mom said she feel like she wants to if I kill somebody, all these questions about murder. Would she asked her son, would you charge me? All she wants to answer from her son is to say that, yes, Mom, I'll protect you and I'll do everything I can. But the guy didn't say that. They said there's case studies that has these certain situations where the law enforcement would not enforce the laws on their relatives, and it goes to courts. His mother doesn't want to hear that. She wants to hear that she'll be protected by her son. But this stupid Marine idiot in a clown suit has no idea of what she was, because she's been traumatized by the father and by his son's father, the ex. Then next thing I know, he shows up at the house. And I was going livid. How could you let the abuser live in the same roof as your mother, and that abused your sister? But she didn't bring the other sister that abused. The younger one was there. And I went off on him. I said, "You're a ignorant little." I wasn't afraid. I don't care if you're a cop with a clown suit. If you don't know how you enforce laws, and you're bringing a child abuser right under your own roof, it really makes me wonder what the hell's going on with this guy who's trying to be this cop and a third generation Marine. This is the clown. These are the clowns that I'm dealing with. Can't even, and I realize this pedophile never got charged, and I think he'll ever be charged. But the mother did make a claim in court in Vermont where this happened, and and the daughter also made a claim that the father molested her when she was 9, and he was 12 then. So, but this is the crazy shit that you allow in your police force. This is the shit that you allow in the court system. I mean, there's so much garbage that's going on. People just don't have common sense anymore.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh. Okay. I'm back. How we doing?
Good.
Okay. Yeah.
I was talking about how the court systems don't make sense anymore. You know?
Yeah. Thank you. I think that's valid. That's certainly valid. And DJ says, "Thank you, Doug. Thank you, honey. Mwah. Oh, love you dearly." By the way, she entered this kind of wonderful comment with transmission proceeding tonight, but that didn't seem to publish or upload. I was so sorry about that. But this one tonight definitely will, hopefully. And so aside from that, so you were talking about the court system just not working anymore and all that, and deeply appreciate it. And so how have you been? Tell us about what do you do for a hobby? Like
listen to you.
That's cute. That's a full-time job. Yeah, that's
it is a full-time job.
Yeah, good point. I'll take that. And so aside from all of that, people, I'm believe it or not, this is a Coke, but I'll start out with beer soon enough.
I think you would have been a good professor.
Oh, thank you.
Know?
Thank you.
You would have been the best professor anybody would have had, and you probably would have had I'm hoping that you'll have the same influence as Howard Zinn. I mean, that guy was phenomenal, even though, but he made civil rights happen, made the anti-movement happen. He taught the next generation to be good citizens. I mean,
well, there was I would say he did his thing. Yeah. Yeah. He's all right. Yeah, he's all right. I would hope to do well beyond that, poor bastard.
That's what I hope you can do. That's what I want you to be able to do. But the background with Hitler and vampires it's pretty difficult for somebody to absorb, and that's the hard selling point. You know what I'm saying?
Dude, but look at the times we're in. Times are so extreme. Our times are so extreme. And if you think that is hard to swallow or just hard for people to absorb, look at the shit they're eating now. Flat Earth. Ashtar Command. I mean, give me a fucking break.
Absolutely. I guess we can make it work. You're right.
God, there's no way we can't with that kind of competition. Fucking people out there believe I get this. It really saddens me. I got some guy entered comments in the latest transmission before tonight's, and he's claiming he's a Native American, and whether that's true or not, he's like saying he's basically promoting flat Earth shit. He's just and I didn't even bother to delete it. It's just I don't consider it a threat or not. I'm sorry. Go on.
You should hear this. I was working at a pool liner, and this guy has a last name of Hall, so he's probably related to the Prince Hall shit. But he was telling me he's like a Trumper, right? But he's telling me that he has some native blood and some German blood, and he could care less if the native died off. This is how screwed up these guys are. They look white enough. They can choose what they want and what not want to be. They'll kill off their native heritage if they want, if they feel like it. That's what he's telling me. They're going out like the dinosaurs. That's how they perceive it. This is sad. I was talking to this guy. I met another guy over there. Very interesting. Okay? His grandfather was killed before Kennedy. He was Kennedy's Secret Service man. Couple months before Kennedy died.
And he got killed somehow?
Yeah, he was going after. He went into court complaining about the CIA, and they found him dead with 5 nooses on his neck, like a couple months before Kennedy died. So Kennedy, you're right. Kennedy knew he was gonna die.
Yes.
And the case that the grandson his brother wants to go after this case because murder doesn't have that statute of limitation, right?
Right.
So So there would be Paul Hackle in upstate New York here, where they found him dead with 5 nooses on his neck.
Yeah, well, that's quite a message.
Yeah, but you should look at the Kennedy thing, the assassination thing, right? Mm-hmm. The Secret Service guy was refusing to do his job following the car. Mm-hmm. I heard that one of these service guys said, "You gotta let your husband go." Mm-hmm. That's,
What he told Jacqueline? Like, what he told Jacqueline? Or
yeah.
I mean, at that point, she wanted Kennedy dead too. So I mean, he didn't need to tell her that.
It's traumatizing. She probably never saw head open like that. You understand what I'm saying?
Right. I mean, not by that. Yeah. I mean, nobody wants to have that fall in their lap. Like she had his brain splatter all over her lap. So.
Yeah, I heard they killed the cop that looked like him to put him in the casket that's not even his.
That might be going a bit far. I mean, but
I heard there was a police officer that looked like Kennedy, and he got killed just to screw everybody who's thinks Kennedy is in his. It's a body double that's taken over Kennedy's real grave.
Whoa!
So there's some real bad magic going on there too.
Well, there's definitely was a lot of occult shit going on with the Kennedy assassination. Yeah, that was a royal mess. That thing was pretty dark.
Well, what's the big deal? I mean, I know they hired more than one hitman to do the job, and they probably hired anybody that could do the job to kill him.
Yeah, no, definitely.
One thing.
Yeah, definitely. I'm sorry?
Right? And Oswald was a Marine.
Yeah, that's right.
Oswald actually married a Russian general's daughter, I heard.
Mm-hmm. Something like that. I mean, he married a Russian woman, that's for sure. And that poor lady was, she was... she got impacted, but at least nothing bad happened to her. But that had to have been stressful. That was very stressful, and they made a movie about her. I know that. So definitely.
Oh, these are the suckers. These are the what
Patsies.
Do they call them?
Patsies.
Patsies. Yeah. The old days, patsies. I think that's a Irish term or something. Patsies.
I have no idea. It is what it
like
is.
Paddy wagon, get a ride in the back and you end up bruised up.
Yeah. I mean, Peter Moon has a fascination with etymology that I sometimes consider seeing too much. I sometimes feel he reads too much into things.
Well, we know, you already say it's karma coming back to Kennedy, but they should have not killed that Secret Service guy. They should have just gotten rid of Kennedy instead of making a case for them now. Paul Hackle against the state, against the government. I mean,
Yeah. Oh, by the way, so when's your birthday?
First day of summer.
First day of summer. So it was recently.
Yeah, last month.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow. How old are you?
I'm 6 years younger than you.
That's right. Oh, yeah, that's right. And so aside from Kennedy, what else? You seem to have studied that assassination. Did you have a personal interest in the assassination?
No, I said, why the big thing? Until I got this, just this year, I found out about Paul Hackle. Mm-hmm. I mean, now, and you were talking about it. I said, holy shit. Yeah. I got a person that's related to this issue here, and people still don't know this. I mean, is there a case? Why are they bringing this Kennedy bullshit up every time? Mm-hmm. And that's what I realized. It's a cut and clear fact now with this case.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And why do they keep on talking about this? Mm-hmm. They're not going to do anything about the CIA.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I had a customer that came into my father's place that worked for the CIA.
Really?
Mr. Murphy. Yeah, he was the what do they call? What type of relations? Public relations.
Okay, public
for
relations.
the CIA.
Okay. Yeah, that's got to be a challenge. Yeah.
Yeah. He said he works for the CIA as public relations, but my father gave him like snake wine from China with the snakes in it.
Oh wow!
Yeah, I had at that restaurant, I had Chai Ling go into the restaurant. The lady that started the Tiananmen Square thing, she had handlers around her.
Oh wow! Let me try and look up Rain Restaurant because
it's not Rain. It's not Rain. It's Good Friends Restaurant in Princeton, by Princeton Junction.
Okay.
Yeah. It's not Rain. Rain is.
Didn't your family have something to do, or one of your relations have something to do with Rain Restaurant?
No, they're not my friends. They're not my relatives, but they were related to the United Chinese Association, Songjingwei, Cantonese, Songjingwei, and that's where I come into play. Where the general in the 70s that ran the association helped my parents go through adoption. Lei Han one, and I'm a Li too originally, but so I was adopted. Then, well, you know what I realized about Jesus? If he was adopted, wouldn't he be a virgin birth too? Wouldn't that be from Mary? You know what I'm saying?
That's cute. Yeah. That's kind of a workaround. Yeah.
But
yeah. Go on.
How they define stuff, you understand what I'm saying? But of course, I'm not claiming to be Jesus. Hell, I don't want to be crucified. But.
Understood. I'm trying to look up. Maybe it was Ming Tsai. Do you remember Ming Tsai?
Oh yeah, the guy sounds like the famous dish, Ming Tsai, blue ginger.
Yeah, blue ginger. So that's it, blue ginger restaurant, right?
Yeah, that's in Boston.
Okay, so Ming Tsai.
He's actually a Harvard graduate.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Ming Tsai, is he a relation of yours?
No, that's Thai.
Okay.
That's related. That's the same last name as the president of Taiwan right now.
Right. That's right.
Yeah, I met a Thai, pretty rich Thai I went to school with. No, I'm not related to the Thai. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm related to Li and Thai and Yuan.
Okay.
And the interesting is one of my cousins worked with John Jr. Kennedy before he got. She helped him with the magazine George.
Oh wow! Okay.
Yeah. So there's some weird stuff. There's some synchronicity with the Yuan and the Kennedys.
Okay. So let me. This I'm giving to our dear friend George Knight here about Ming Tsai, and I'll say this is the guy whose relation taught the Germans how to grow soybeans. This is okay. So in the meantime, how about so it's amazing. Did you? I forgot. My impression was that you don't like cooking, or do you cook at all?
Yeah, I think I'm one of the better cooks that weren't trained. I mean, I did my apprenticeship at my father's place.
Okay.
I didn't learn anything really good about it besides Cantonese food, and that's gone out of style. So I once learned sushi from a guy in Pennington, New Jersey. Sumo. Charlie. He owns that place. He actually learned from Hirohito's a private chef how to be a sushi chef.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you want to eat the sushi the Hirohito
right,
you go to Sumo Sushi's in Pennington.
Oh, cool. Oh, that's amazing. So wonderful to learn of this. I mean, oh my God. How much do you weigh?
180.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
So just a little more than me. I'm sorry?
Yeah, how much you weigh?
I think about 160. 160, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. And but I'm fine with that. I mean, I'm happy with it. And so you're a little heftier than I am. But yeah, and
they say don't trust a skinny chef, so.
That's delightful. Okay, so how to do soy sprouts, and so let me just enter this for him, and I'm so glad that I spoke to you about this, and okay, now I'll turn my attention back to our listeners, who, of course, I should be turning all my attention to at all times, but people know this isn't a normal show. So that being said, so we're heading into this last, we're heading towards the bottom of the hour, and I'll probably sign off soon, but we've had fun with Joe Tai, and Joe Tai is a wonderful human being, and I do want you to know, Joe Tai, that our lovely lady Diane Heelis-Buchberger really enjoys you, and she says she's really glad you're in my life, and she was looking up I said, how much is a million pennies worth, or something like that, so she found out a million pennies is worth about $10,000, so there we are. It's worth about $10,000 if I had a million pennies, because you were talking
but it would be worth more as copper, because copper is worth more than a penny.
That's right. That's what she's said. That's the article she presented was.
Oh, okay.
It was talking about if you had a million pennies and you melted them down into their base copper, then it'd be worth.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. There you go. And
that's still a lot of money, right?
yeah. It's something. And so I love all of our listeners who support me, and God bless you. You certainly you delivered tonight with our man Sammy Romero, of course, and the wonderful Dennis Marshall. And Mirth Ling says, in a moment I'm going outdoors to see if outside is still there, yet stirred to set, wash to dry. Hey Joe, how about beef sushi? Is that a thing? Yeah, tell us.
Yeah, absolutely. You can make it happen. Cuisine is what people want to eat. It's like you made a mistake. It's like Tabasco. I heard the story of Tabasco was this famous chef that went into England to cook for the royalty there, and accidentally dropped his cigar in there, and that's how he got Tabasco sauce.
Really? Holy shit.
There's a bunch of mistakes,
Mm-hmm.
Just turned out to be the right mistakes.
Yeah. Wow. That's amazing. Well, with beef sushi, that's what do they call that? Sukiyaki? What is that called? The raw beef, and then you kind of like.
They do it in pho. Put a piece of raw meat on top.
Yeah.
You just heat it up over the thing, but it has to be nice beef.
Yeah.
Wow.
Nice.
Yeah. Well, Japanese raw beef would be perfect, but I think a nice sear on it will bring out the natural oils and flavors out. But I wouldn't suggest completely raw. You want some.
Well, what do they call that? What's that V dish? That
Wagyu?
No. Something like the raw beef dish. Let me take a look at. See if I can look it up.
Tartar, beef tartar.
There's that, and then there's
But I heard that's fermented in some way. This is like dry aged, so a mold develops, and then that's tartar.
Right. There's that steak tartare, and there's carpaccio. Carpaccio, I think. What do they call it?
No.
Well, I'm a big fan of raw beef. I love raw beef. I mean,
Yeah, you're a vampire.
Of course. Yes. What else would you expect? Yes. And yes, there is raw beef sashimi. Just so people know, there is And by God, you know, if I could, I'd live off this shit, you know, really. And
Have a whole cow in your backyard.
yes, there we are, just cows in the backyard.
Like, what are these? Yeah. So, isn't there a African tribe that drinks cow's blood?
Yes,
So
of course.
Basically, vampires too.
Well, in a sense, I guess you could say that the Maasai tribe. That's the
Maasai tribe. Yeah. So that would be normalizing your vampirism. Yep. So we don't make a big deal out of that. That's how they grew up. That's what they drank. You know.
Yeah.
Blood.
Yeah. And
Right?
oh my God, I'm getting so hungry just looking at this stuff. Raw beef with raw eggs on top. Yes, yeah, my kind of dish. Oh my God. So I'm going to go eat now. I'm famished. I'm going to wish everybody a blessed day. And I want to thank you all. And so Mirtha's saying, allegedly, that's how potato chips came to be. Monarchy said something like, come on, give me something novel. So the chef cook sliced very thin. She says, I'm moving. That's so cute. So there we are, because the cow theme and all that. Well, love you dearly. Love you dearly, Jotai, like a son. And of course, that
don't put me like a JMO, please.
Yes,
like
I know.
brother,
I said that to both
okay? Like
Brendan and
I'm
JMO.
supposed to be your brother. I don't want to be your son.
There we are. Brendan and JMO, I was saying that too. And look how that
All
turned
these
out.
guys you made your son, they don't turn out pretty good.
Oh, I know. I was being overly complimentary to all the guys I said that to, and of course, trying to give them something for what they were doing for me. I really couldn't think of anything else. I'd
rather be your brother.
Yes,
One of these
I agree.
Tong brothers. I prefer to be a Tong brother.
I agree. Well, you're certainly a brother, and definitely, the son thing just doesn't. Look at what happened to them. Obviously, my son is fine, but the
those are that she
was originally a
he's
girl anyway,
normal.
right?
He's normal. The other ones that have one sex aren't the ones that are normal.
Yeah, they were the ones that were all the losers. Yeah, in so many ways. Anyhow, so there you go. And with that, Pete the Moon Man hasn't jumped back on, but that's okay. We're at the bottom of the hour now. We're gonna close transmission half an hour early tonight. Everybody do join us again on Sunday night. This was a wild and wonderful Wednesday, and I think it went quite well. And Joe Tai added the perfect touch at the end, and with him I was able to find the guy I was looking for, Ming Tsai. He was the guy whose relation taught the German U-boat crews how to grow soy sprouts inside of their submarines so that they could have fresh vegetables.
Oh yeah. In the early 80s and 70s, the Chinese chefs are growing their own bean sprouts instead of purchasing it like now.
Yeah.
They had to grow their own bean sprouts.
Yeah, that's right. Of course, this was in World War II when his relation was teaching the U-boat crews that. And anyhow, so you have a blessed day. You're a wonderful human being. And as I said, Diane Hillis Buchberger was saying how much she appreciated you.
Thank you.
Yeah. And she says you're like a natural wise person, and said you were like a new Confucius. And I says, well, I think he's more like a new Taoist.
I did grow up on Confucius Plaza.
What was that?
The first Chinese co-op in New York City.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Say that again. Say that again. What was this in what plaza?
It's a Confucius Plaza. It's a co-op the first co-op run by Chinese Americans.
Some kind of store, like a store, or
no? It's like
restaurant?
Apartment co-op. It's a co-op. It's a apartment complex run by Chinese Americans. The first of its kind, and it's very interesting because it's built like a fortress. And I was wondering, why is it built like this? Because of all the bad things that happened to Chinese communities.
Yes, yeah, because of the go on.
And how they got burnt down, and why. I was wondering how this apartment fourplex, why did they have like a really deep space, and it's very unique. You got to go check it out. How the setup.
If you got
is,
any links or any photographs, just send them my way.
Confucius Plaza and off of off of the Bowery. It's right next to the Manhattan Bridge.
Wow. Okay, I'll check it out. Thank you so much. And T Tank Berry says, "God bless you, Douglas. God bless you in turn, T Tank Berry. Thank you so very much." And of course, Mirthling says, "Bon appetit." Thank you, honey. And so, with everyone, what a wonderful high note to leave off on. And to everyone, blessed day. To the ladies, mwah. And hugs to the men, and to Joe Tai, all my best. We'll be speaking again soon enough. You have yourself a wonderful day. Get some, rest, healing, recover yourself. And with that, we are going to end stream. Okay, ending stream. This is a triple redundancy.